Hello guys! Welcome back to my channel. Today's topic is super exciting. As you saw in the title, what if Deku unlocked all One For All Quirks early? So before we begin, make sure to hit that subscribe button, smash the like button, and comment your thoughts down below. Now let's jump straight into this epic fanfiction.
Chapter 1: The Early Awakening. The sludge crawled through the underpass like a living wound. Izuku Midoriya had read about villains. He'd watched them on television, studied their quirks in notebooks, analyzed their patterns until 3 in the morning when his mother thought he was sleeping. But theory meant nothing when the real thing wrapped around your throat. This is how I die. Asterisk. The thought arrived with terrible clarity as the sludge forced its way into his lungs. His feet kicked uselessly against the concrete, his fingers clawed at the viscous mass consuming him, and somewhere in the distance, through the roaring in his ears, he heard All Might's voice. Not All Might's voice. All Might's body, deflating like a punctured balloon, steam rising from the number 1 hero's shrinking frame as he stumbled forward with an arm outstretched. He's weak. The realization hit harder than the sludge. All Might was thin, broken, bleeding from some wound that had clearly never healed. And he was running toward the villain anyway, because that's what heroes did, even when they had nothing left to give. The sludge tightened. Darkness crept into Izuku's vision. And then, light. Not the light of consciousness returning, or rescue arriving, or anything so kind. This was light that burned. Light that detonated somewhere deep in his chest and spread outward like liquid fire through every vein, every nerve, every cell that had ever dreamed of being a hero. Take it. All Might's voice. Not the public address system version, the real one, the tired one, the voice of a man who had just given away the only thing he had left. Take my power. Izuku's heart stopped. No, that wasn't right. His heart couldn't stop because it was screaming, pounding against his ribs like a caged animal, trying to escape a body that had suddenly become too small to contain whatever was happening inside it. The sludge villain felt it first. Later, the reports would say All Might defeated the villain with a Detroit smash that shattered the underpass. They would praise the symbol of peace for arriving just in time, for saving the quirkless boy who had tried to help despite having nothing to offer. They would be wrong. The sludge fled. It released Izuku and ran, because something in that boy's body had ignited, and even a creature made of sewage and malice knew when it was outmatched. All Might caught it anyway, because he was still a hero, still the best of them, still capable of one last punch. But his eyes weren't on the villain. His eyes were on Izuku. And Izuku couldn't see anything at all. The pain arrived in waves. Not the sharp, localized agony of a broken bone or a burn. This was deeper, older. The pain of a body trying to become something it was never designed to be. Every muscle fiber tore and reknit itself in the same breath. Every bone developed hairline fractures that healed before they could fully form. Blood vessels burst behind his eyes, painting his vision in shades of crimson, then sealed themselves shut again. This is normal. He clung to that thought like a lifeline. All Might had warned him. One for all would be too much for his body at first. He would break. He would heal. He would learn to control it. This is normal. But somewhere beneath the chaos, beneath the screaming of nerves and the rebellion of cells, something else stirred. Hello. The voice was not his own. It came from everywhere and nowhere, from the blood in his veins and the marrow in his bones and some quiet corner of his mind that had never existed before this moment. A woman's voice. Gentle. Ancient. Can you hear me? Izuku tried to respond, but his body wasn't listening anymore. His eyes were open, he thought, but he saw only stars. Endless constellations stretching across a sky that shouldn't exist, pinpricks of light arranged in patterns he almost recognized. He's too young. A different voice. A man's. Worried. His body can't. It's already done. A third voice, older than the others, heavy with something that might have been grief. They're all awake now. All of us. The transfer triggered everything at once. He'll die. He might. Izuku wanted to scream. Wanted to demand explanations, introductions, anything that would make sense of the voices echoing through a mind that suddenly felt much too crowded. Instead, he saw faces. They emerged from the stars one by one, Ghosts wearing expressions of concern, curiosity, and something that looked terribly like pity. A tall man with kind eyes. A woman with hair that moved like smoke. A warrior with scars crossing his face like a map of battles won and lost. Others behind them, too many to count, too many to process. Focus. Asterisk. The first voice again. The woman. She stepped forward from the others, and Izuku realized with a jolt that he could see through her. Not completely, not like mist, but like morning fog burning away in sunlight. She was there. She wasn't. She was both. You're dying, asterisk, she said. Not cruelly. Simply. The way a doctor might deliver news that required no interpretation. The power is too much. It's all too much at once. Asterisk. I don't understand. Asterisk. The thought wasn't words. It was just need, pure and desperate, reaching toward these strangers who claimed to know what was happening. The woman smiled. It was sad. You have all of us now, asterisk, she said. Every quirk, every holder, every fragment of power we gathered across generations. One for All wasn't meant to awaken like this. Asterisk. How do I survive? Asterisk. You don't. Asterisk. The warrior stepped forward, shoving past the woman with a roughness that spoke of urgency rather than disrespect. His scars were clearer now, raised lines of tissue that must have hurt like hell when they were fresh. Not if you stay here, asterisk, he corrected. Not if you let the power consume you. But if you fight. He's a child. The woman again. Protective. Fierce. He can't. He's the ninth. The warrior's voice allowed no argument. And the ninth doesn't get to die in a vestige realm while his body burns up on the other side. Nana, he has to try. Asterisk. Nana. The name meant nothing to Izuku. Not yet. But something in his chest. Something that had just become more than a chest, more than a heart, more than the sum of his physical parts, recognized it. Honored it. What do I do? Asterisk. The warrior met his eyes. Wake up. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. Izuku's body arched off the ground. Later, witnesses would describe it as a seizure. The paramedics would nod knowingly and write it off as shock, as oxygen deprivation, as any of the dozen logical explanations that fit their training. They would miss the truth entirely. His arms moved first, not intentionally, not with any conscious direction from a mind still reeling from the vestige realm. His arms moved, and with them came power, not the raw, explosive force of One for All, but something else. Something darker. Something that writhed. Black tendrils erupted from his skin. They had no form at first, just darkness given shape, shadow given substance, lashing out at everything within reach. The concrete cracked where they struck. The air itself seemed to scream as they passed through it. And then, just as suddenly, they stopped. Izuku's eyes flew open. He was on his back. The sky above was gray with city light pollution, but he could see stars anyway, the same stars from the vestige realm, superimposed over reality, fading slowly as his vision cleared. His body hurt. Everything hurt. But, beneath the pain, beneath the exhaustion and terror and confusion, something hummed. 7 somethings. He could feel them now. Not just One for All, that was the baseline, the foundation, the power that had nearly killed him. Beneath it, layered like sediment in ancient rock, other forces waited. Patient, dormant, hungry. Midoriya. All Might's face appeared above him. Still thin, still tired, still bleeding from that old wound that would never fully heal. But his eyes were different. Sharp with something that might have been fear, or wonder, or both. I saw. All Might stopped. Swallowed. Started again. Young Midoriya, what just came out of you? Izuku opened his mouth to answer. Nothing came out. Because how could he explain? How could he describe the faces in the stars, the voices in his blood, the other powers sleeping beneath the one he'd barely begun to understand? How could he tell the symbol of peace that his successor had already broken the only rule that mattered? Control it, asterisk, the warrior's voice echoed. Whatever happens next, control it. Don't let it control you. Asterisk. The black tendrils were gone. But Izuku could still feel them. Waiting. Watching. Him. I don't know, he whispered. It was the truest thing he'd said all day. Dash dash dash. The ambulance ride was a blur. Sirens. Fluorescent lights. Questions from paramedics that he answered on autopilot while his mind raced through everything that had happened. The vestiges. The voices. The tendrils that had erupted from his body like something out of a nightmare. Blackwhip. The name surfaced from nowhere, or from somewhere. The warrior's voice. One of the others. He couldn't tell anymore. His thoughts felt crowded, like a house with too many occupants, all of them trying to speak at once. Focus on one. The woman again. Nana. She felt different from the others, warmer, somehow. More present. Like she'd been waiting for this moment longer than anyone. You can't control all of us at once. Not yet. Pick one quirk. Learn it. Master it. Then move to the next. Which one? The one that won't kill you. He almost laughed. Almost. But laughter required breath, and breath required lungs that weren't currently being squeezed by an invisible force he couldn't name or understand. The paramedics declared him stable. They had no idea. Izuku Midoriya cried for 3 hours. Izuku watched from his hospital bed as his mother gripped All Might's hand, the symbol of peace, in his true form, sitting in a plastic chair like any ordinary visitor, and thanked him over and over for saving her son. She didn't know, couldn't know. All Might met Izuku's eyes over her bowed head, and in that gaze was everything they couldn't say. The secret they now shared. The power that had nearly destroyed a quirkless boy and somehow, impossibly, left him more than he'd been before. Mrs. Midoriya, All Might said gently, may I speak with your son alone for a moment? She looked up, confused but trusting. Of course she trusted him. He was All Might, the symbol of peace, the hero who had never let anyone down, the hero who had just given her son a death sentence. When the door closed behind her, the pretense fell away. All Might's shoulders sagged. His face, already thin, already tired, seemed to age years and seconds. Tell me everything, he said. And Izuku did. He told him about the vestiges. The voices. The faces in the stars. He told him about the warrior's warning, and Nana's guidance, and the other powers that had awakened alongside One For All. He told him about the black tendrils, and how they still felt present even now, coiled somewhere beneath his skin like sleeping snakes. When he finished, All Might was silent for a long time. The previous holders, he finally said. You saw them, spoke with them. Yes. All Might's hands, so large, even in this form, clenched into fists on his knees. I've only seen them once. At the moment of transfer. They gave me their power and faded. He looked up, and his eyes were wet. They never stayed, never spoke again. Toshinori Yagi has carried One For All for decades, and his predecessors have never once visited him since that day. Izuku's blood went cold. I don't understand. Neither do I. All Might stood, moved to the window, stared out at a city that had no idea how fragile its peace truly was. But I know this, One For All was never meant to awaken multiple quirks at once. The previous holders, their powers were theirs. Unique to them. They shouldn't be accessible to you. Not yet. Not for years. Years. The word hung in the air like a death sentence. But they are, Izuku whispered. They're all here. Right now. I can feel them. All Might turned. His expression was the most serious Izuku had ever seen it, more serious than the sludge villain, more serious than his own weakened state, more serious than anything the #1 hero had ever shown the world. Then we have a problem, he said. Because if you're feeling them, if they're truly awake, then you're not carrying One For All anymore. He paused. You're carrying all of us. The monitors beeped. Somewhere down the hall, a child laughed. Visiting hours. Families gathering. Normal life continuing in blissful ignorance of the earthquake happening in room 304. Izuku stared at his hands. They looked the same. Same fingers. Same palms. Same nails he bit when he was nervous. But beneath them, beneath the skin and muscle and bone, something fundamental had changed. 7 quirks. He'd spent his whole life quirkless. Dreaming, hoping, praying for a power he'd never have. And now, in the space of a single afternoon, he'd been given 7. 7. Young Midoriya. All Might's voice pulled him back. I need you to understand something. This changes everything. Your training, your timeline, he stopped. Swallowed. Your lifespan. The word hit like a physical blow. My what? All Might sat on the edge of the bed. Close enough to touch. Close enough that Izuku could see the cracks in his mask. The real mask, the one that hid not his face but his fear. One For All shortens the user's life, he said quietly. Every generation has died younger than they should have. The power takes a toll. And if you're carrying 7 quirks, if they're all active at once, he couldn't finish. Izuku finished for him. I might not have long. It wasn't a question. All Might's silence was answer enough. That night, alone in his hospital room, Izuku closed his eyes and reached inward. He didn't know how, didn't have a technique or a plan. But the vestiges had come to him before, and if they were truly part of him now, truly inside him, then maybe he could find them again. The darkness behind his eyelids shifted, became deeper, became space. Stars appeared, the same stars from before, arranged in patterns he almost recognized. And standing among them, waiting as if they'd never left. "Welcome back," Nana said. The others stood behind her. The warrior with scars, the tall man with kind eyes, the woman whose hair moved like smoke. And more besides, faces he hadn't seen before, names he didn't know yet, all watching him with expressions ranging from hope to pity to something that looked terrifyingly like expectation. "I'm sorry," Izuku said. The words tumbled out before he could stop them. "I didn't mean to, I don't know how, this wasn't supposed to happen." "Stop." The warrior stepped forward. His voice was rough but not unkind. "None of us chose this. Either. The power passes. We go with it. That's the way it's always been." "Then why?" "Because something's different." The tall man this time. Gentle. Scholarly. The transfer should have awakened only the embers of One For All. The foundational power. The rest should have remained dormant for years while your body adapted. But they didn't, Izuku whispered. "No." The tall man's eyes held galaxies. "They didn't. And now we have to figure out why, and how to keep you alive long enough to find out." Alive. Asterisk. The word echoed through the vestige realm, bouncing off stars that weren't really stars, reaching places Izuku couldn't see or name. "How long?" he asked. All Might said, "He thinks." He couldn't finish. Nana moved closer. Her hand reached for his face, and though he couldn't feel her touch, he felt something. Warmth. Comfort. The ghost of a mother's love from someone who had died long before he was born. "We don't know," she said honestly. "This has never happened before. But we'll help you. All of us. Every step of the way. Even if the steps are short. Especially then." Izuku looked past her, at the gathered vestiges of heroes who had come before. 8 faces. 8 lives. 8 deaths. And now him, the 9th, carrying not just their power but their presence, their consciousness, their constant awareness of everything he did. "Is this what it's like for All Might?" he asked. "Are you with him too?" The warrior shook his head. "Toshinori never had this. The rest of us, we were dormant inside him. Sleeping. Waiting for the next transfer. But you," he stopped, searching for words. "You woke us up. All of us. At once. Why?" No one answered. The silence stretched, filled with starlight and questions and the weight of 8 legacies pressing down on a 14-year-old boy who had only wanted to be a hero. Finally, Nana spoke. "Some questions don't have answers yet," she said. "But they will. And until they do," she smiled, and it was the saddest thing Izuku had ever seen. "We'll be here. Watching. Waiting. Helping when we can. When we can. Asterisk. Not always. Not constantly. There were limits to this strange existence, boundaries even the vestiges couldn't cross." Izuku understood. He didn't like it, but he understood. "I should go back," he said. "My mom, All Might, they'll worry if I'm unconscious too long." "Go." The warrior nodded. "But remember, you're not alone anymore. You never will be again." Izuku opened his eyes. The hospital room was dark. Monitors beeped. Somewhere in the distance, a nurse's footsteps echoed down the hall. Everything was exactly as he'd left it. But nothing would ever be the same. Because in his chest, beneath his heart, beyond his lungs, deeper than any physical organ could reach, 8 souls waited. 8 legacies breathed. 8 heroes watched the world through his eyes and wondered what would happen next. And somewhere in the darkness, coiled and patient, the power they'd left behind stirred in its sleep. Waiting. Asterisk. For what, Izuku didn't know. But he had a feeling he'd find out soon enough. Chapter 2 Voices of the Past. The hospital discharged him at noon. Izuku Midoriya hadn't stopped crying since breakfast. "I'm fine, Mom," Izuku said for the 12th time, watching her pack his few belongings into a plastic bag emblazoned with the hospital's logo. "Really? The doctors said I'm perfectly healthy." "Perfectly healthy. The phrase felt like a lie wrapped in tissue paper. His body had nearly destroyed itself 24 hours ago. His mind now hosted 8 dead heroes. And somewhere beneath his skin, 7 quirks waited like caged animals, pressing against the bars of their prison with increasing urgency. You're not fine. Asterisk. The warrior's voice. Daigoro. Banjo. He'd learned their names in the vestige realm last night, though he still couldn't match all of them to faces. The 5th holder. User of Blackwhip. You're alive. That's different from fine. Asterisk. Izuku pressed his palm against his chest, right over his heart. I know. Asterisk. Then stop lying to your mother. Asterisk. The words carried no cruelty, only the rough honesty of a man who had clearly never learned to soften his edges. Izuku appreciated it more than he could express. Mom, he said, catching her hand as she reached for his jacket. I'm okay. Really. She looked at him with eyes that had seen too many years of worrying, too many nights spent wondering if her quirkless son would survive in a world built for the gifted. You stopped breathing, Izuku. The paramedics said. I know what they said. He squeezed her fingers. But I'm breathing now. See. He took an exaggerated breath, held it, let it out slowly. Perfect lungs. Perfect heart. Perfect everything. Mostly perfect. Asterisk. Nana's voice this time. Warm. Amused. His heart's a bit crowded, but we won't tell if you won't. Asterisk. Izuku almost laughed. Almost. Dash dash dash. The apartment felt smaller than he remembered. Same worn couch. Same kitchen table with the slightly wobbly leg. Same collection of All Might merchandise lining his bedroom shelves, watching him with painted-on smiles that suddenly felt like questions. You have a lot of his stuff. Asterisk. The 4th holder. Hikage Shinomori. Quiet. Observant. The man who had spent years alone in the mountains, mastering One For All in isolation. I've admired him my whole life. Asterisk. Izuku thought back. We know. Asterisk. The response came from multiple voices at once, a chorus of awareness that made his head spin. They could feel his memories. His emotions. Everything. Sorry. Asterisk. He muttered. I forgot. Don't apologize. The 2nd holder. Kudo. The warrior with the scarred face and the voice like grinding stone. We're in your head. We should expect some bleed through. Asterisk. Bleed through. Asterisk. You think loud, Daigoro clarified. When you're emotional, we hear everything. When you're calm, it's more like watching TV with the volume down. Asterisk. Izuku processed this. So if I'm embarrassed, we all know. Asterisk. And if I have private thoughts. Also no. Nana again, gently. But we're not here to judge, Izuku. We're here to help. Whatever you think, whatever you feel, we've all been there. In different ways, maybe. But we've been there. Asterisk. He wanted to believe her. He wasn't sure he could. Dash dash dash. Training started at dusk. All Might had insisted on somewhere remote. No witnesses, young Midoriya, not until we understand what we're dealing with, which meant a 2-hour train ride followed by a 40-minute hike into the mountains surrounding Musutafu. By the time they reached the clearing All Might had scouted, the sun had surrendered to darkness and the first stars were pricking through the purple sky. Stars. Asterisk. Izuku looked up. The constellations here were different from the ones in the vestige realm, real, distant, cold, but they triggered something anyway. A memory of faces. A echo of voices. Focus. Asterisk. Nana. Always Nana, pulling him back from the edge of spiraling. Sorry. Asterisk. Don't be. Just be here, not there. Asterisk. He nodded to himself and turned to face All Might. The symbol of peace had transformed back into his true form for the hike. It would have been impossible to explain a massive muscle-bound hero carrying a teenage boy through the mountains, but now, in the clearing, steam rose from his body as he expanded into his hero state. Young Midoriya. All Might's voice was grave. Before we begin, I need you to understand something. What happened yesterday, the multiple quirks awakening, that should have been impossible. The fact that it wasn't means we're in uncharted territory. I know. I don't think you do. All Might stepped closer, and in the starlight his face looked older than Izuku had ever seen it. The previous holders, the ones you speak to, they're not just passengers in your mind. They're power sources. Each of them represents a quirk that was never meant to surface together. If you lose control, Blackwhip will consume me. The words came from somewhere deeper than conscious thought. Daigoro's voice, speaking through him. Or his own understanding, finally crystallizing. All Might's eyes widened. How do you? The fifth holder told me. Izuku touched his chest again. He's the one who had Blackwhip originally. He said it responds to negative emotions. That if I let it control me, it'll tear you apart. Asterisk. Daigoro's voice, direct and immediate. I spent years learning to control it. Years. And I still nearly lost myself more times than I can count. You're 14. You've had it for 2 days. If you try to use it now, I won't. Asterisk. You might not have a choice. Asterisk. The words hung in the space between thought and speech, heavy with meaning Izuku didn't want to examine. All Might was still watching him. Young Midoriya. What did he say? Izuku hesitated. Then, he said I might not have a choice. That if I'm pushed too far, if my emotions spike too high, then we teach you control. All Might's voice brooked no argument. We start with the basics. One for All's core power, the strength stockpiled over generations. That's your foundation. Everything else builds from there. And the other quirks are off limits until you're ready. All Might raised a hand, and even in the darkness Izuku could see the tension in his posture. You don't touch them. You don't think about them. You certainly don't try to use them. Understood. Izuku nodded. He's wrong. Asterisk. Kudo's voice. Sharp. Immediate. The other quirks won't wait until you're ready. They're awake now. They'll push to be used whether you want it or not. Asterisk. Then what do I do? Asterisk. Learn them. All of them. Together. At once. Asterisk. That's what All Might is trying to prevent. All Might doesn't have us. Kudo's voice softened, just slightly. He never did. The previous holders were dormant inside him, sleeping, waiting. But we're awake in you, Izuku. We can help. Guide. Warn you when you're pushing too far. Asterisk. Is that enough? Asterisk. Silence from the vestiges. Then Nana. It has to be. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The first hour was agony. All Might started simple, 5% of One For All, focused entirely in Izuku's right arm. The same exercise he'd planned to use in the original training regimen, back before everything changed. But everything had changed. The moment Izuku channeled the power, something else stirred. Not Blackwhip, that remained coiled and patient, waiting, but something deeper. Something that felt like acceleration, like time itself bending around his cells. Gear shift. Asterisk. The sixth holder. N. His voice was younger than the others, closer to Izuku's own age when he'd held the power. That's gear shift. It changes speed, yours, objects, maybe more. I never fully mastered it. Asterisk. Then how? I don't know. But it's awake. And it wants out. Asterisk. Izuku's arm blazed with red lightning, the familiar crackle of One For All, but different now. Wilder. Streaked with colors he'd never seen before. The power surged through him, and for a moment, just a moment, he felt what it might be like to move faster than thought. Then his muscles screamed. Then his bones cracked. Then he was on the ground, gasping, while all millions, All Might, shouted something he couldn't hear over the roaring in his ears. Too much, asterisk. Nana said. You tried to channel everything at once. Asterisk. I didn't, I only used One For All. One For All is everything now. Hikage's voice. Calm. Analytical. The quirks have merged at their source. You can't activate one without waking the others. They're all connected. Asterisk. Izuku's vision swam. Above him, stars wheeled in patterns that made no sense. Then how do I control them? Asterisk. You learn to separate them in your mind. Nana again. To reach for one without calling the rest. It's like breathing while holding a cup. Both actions use the same hand, but you can do them separately with practice. Asterisk. I don't have time for practice. Asterisk. You don't have time for anything else. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. All Might helped him sit up. You used too much. The symbol of peace's face was pale beneath his heroic features. I saw, there were colors in the lightning that shouldn't exist. What happened? Izuku told him. When he finished, All Might was silent for a long moment. Then he sat heavily on a nearby rock, his massive frame somehow seeming smaller than it had minutes ago. The quirks are connected, he repeated. You can't use one without rousing the others. That's what Hikage Shinomori said. All Might's head snapped up. Shinomori. The fourth, he stopped. Swallowed. You spoke with him. He spoke to me. They all do. Whenever I need them, they're there. All Might stared at him with an expression Izuku couldn't read. Longing, maybe. Grief. The weight of decades spent carrying power alone, never knowing the companions who slept within. You're lucky, All Might finally said. And cursed. Both at once. I know. So what do we do? It was the first time All Might had asked him for an answer. The first time the symbol of peace had admitted that he didn't know, that he needed guidance from a 14-year-old boy. Izuku closed his eyes. What do we do? Asterisk. The vestiges gathered. He could feel them now, not just hear them, but sense their positions in the darkness of his mind. Nana closest, always watching. Daigoro behind her, arms crossed, scarred face thoughtful. Kudo to his left, radiating impatience. Hikage to his right, calm as still water. En somewhere in the back, fidgeting with energy he couldn't contain. And the others, the first, the third, the seventh, waiting in silence, watching, judging. Train, asterisk Nana said. But not the way All Might planned. You need to learn each quirk individually, not to use them, but to recognize them. To feel the difference between Blackwhip and Gearshift. Between Float and Fa Jin. Between Danger Sense and Smokescreen. Asterisk. How? Asterisk. Meditation. Hikage's voice. I spent years in the mountains, learning to separate my thoughts from my power. You have us to guide you. It should go faster. Asterisk. How much faster? Asterisk. A pause. Then Daigoro. Months, maybe. If you're dedicated. Asterisk. I have months. Asterisk. No one answered. The next 3 hours passed in silence. Izuku sat cross-legged in the center of the clearing, eyes closed, breathing slow. All Might stood guard at the edge of the trees, watching for threats that never came, giving his students space to explore the impossible landscape of his own mind. Feel for them, asterisk Nana instructed. Don't reach. Just feel. Asterisk. Izuku breathed. In, out, in, out. Beneath the rhythm of his lungs, beneath the beating of his heart, beneath the steady pulse of blood through veins, other rhythms waited. 7 of them, each distinct, each alive. Asterisk Blackwhip asterisk felt like anger given form. Coiled and hungry, pressing against invisible restraints, waiting for the moment his control slipped. Float was lighter, airier. The sensation of falling upward, of weight becoming optional, of gravity as a suggestion rather than a law. Gearshift moved, even dormant, even restrained, it vibrated with the need to go faster, to bend time, to leave everything else in the dust. Fa Jin waited like a coiled spring, potential energy stored and compressed, ready to release in explosive bursts that would shatter anything in their path. Danger Sense prickled at the edges of his awareness, not active, not warning, but present. A sixth sense that would scream when threats approached, if only he could learn to hear it. Smokescreen felt like fog, like the ability to disappear, to obscure, to become nothing but a shape in the mist. And beneath them all, One For All, the foundation. The source. The power that made everything else possible. It hummed through his cells like a second heartbeat, stronger now than it had been yesterday, growing as his body slowly adapted to its presence. You feel them? Nana asked. Yes. Asterisk. Good. Now, try to touch just one. Asterisk. Izuku reached. Not physically, mentally. He extended awareness toward Float, toward that sensation of weightlessness, of falling upward. For a moment, nothing happened. For a moment, he thought it might work. Then all of them surged. Blackwhip lashed first, not physically manifesting, but reacting, pressing against his control with sudden violence. Gearshift followed, his heartbeat accelerating until his chest ached. Fa Jin compressed something deep in his core, and Danger Sense screamed. Stop. Asterisk. Nana's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. Izuku pulled back. Everything settled. What happened? He gasped. They're protective, Hikage explained. They've been dormant for generations. Now that they're awake, they don't want to be ignored. When you reached for one, the others thought you were abandoning them. Asterisk. That's, asterisk Izuku searched for the right word. Ridiculous. Asterisk. Quirks aren't logical. Daigoro's voice held a grim humor. They're extensions of who we were. Our emotions. Our flaws. Blackwhip came from my anger. Gearshift from En's restlessness. They're not tools, they're us. And we all want your attention. Asterisk. So what do I do? Asterisk. Give it to them. Kudo this time. All of them. At once. Asterisk. But, not by using them, by acknowledging them, by letting them know you see them, feel them, accept them. They're part of you now, Izuku. Fight them and you'll lose. Embrace them and maybe, asterisk he paused, maybe you'll survive. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The night deepened. Izuku sat in the clearing, eyes closed, breathing slow, while 8 dead heroes guided him through the impossible task of accepting 7 living quirks. Don't push. Asterisk. Don't pull. Asterisk. Just, be present. With all of them. Asterisk. He tried. Blackwhip first, he turned his attention to that coiled anger, that hunger for release, and instead of fighting it, he acknowledged it. I see you, asterisk he thought. I feel you. You're part of me now. Asterisk. The pressure eased. Slightly. Float next, he reached for that lightness, that desire to drift, and accepted it. I feel you too. You're welcome here. Asterisk. Another easing. Gear shift. Fa Jin. Danger sense. Smokescreen. One by one, he turned his awareness to each quirk and simply let it be. Not using. Not controlling. Just, witnessing. The chaos settled. Not completely, he could still feel them pressing, still sense their hunger for expression, but the panic faded. The desperate clawing at his control softened into something almost manageable. Good, asterisk Nana whispered. Very good. Asterisk. Is that enough? Asterisk. For tonight. Tomorrow we start again. Asterisk. Every night. Asterisk. Every night until it's second nature. Until you can feel all of them without losing yourself. Until you can reach for one without waking the others. Asterisk. How long? Asterisk. As long as it takes. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. Dawn found them still in the clearing. Izuku opened his eyes to find All Might sitting across from him, still in his hero form, watching with an expression that held equal parts hope and fear. You're still alive, All Might said. It wasn't a question. I'm still alive. Izuku's voice was hoarse. His body ached. His mind felt stretched thin, like a rubber band pulled too many times. But beneath the exhaustion, beneath the pain, something new had taken root. Control. Asterisk. Not perfect. Not complete. But possible. The quirks, he said slowly, they're not going to wait quietly. They want to be used. All of them. All the time. All Might's jaw tightened. Can you hold them back? No. Izuku met his mentor's eyes. But maybe I don't have to. Maybe, he stopped, searching for words that didn't exist yet. Maybe the goal isn't suppression. Maybe it's balance. Balance. Asterisk. The vestiges stirred at the word. Approving. Hopeful. Balance. Asterisk Nana echoed. Yes. That's exactly right. Asterisk. All Might was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Then that's what we'll train for. He stood, offered Izuku his hand. But first, breakfast. You're 14 years old and you just spent the night wrestling with the combined power of 8 dead heroes. You need calories. Izuku took his hand, let himself be pulled up. Stood on legs that shook but held. We're with you, asterisk Nana said. Every step. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. And Izuku. Asterisk. Yes. Asterisk. Welcome to the family. Asterisk. He smiled, small, tired, genuine, and followed All Might toward the trees. Behind him, the clearing emptied of shadows. Ahead of him, the sun rose on the first day of everything else. Chapter 3 Controlled Catastrophe. 3 weeks changed everything. Izuku's body still ached when he woke each morning, a deep, cellular soreness that spoke of powers settling into places they didn't belong. But the pain had become familiar now. Manageable. Almost welcome, in the way it reminded him that he was still alive, still progressing, still here. The apartment was quiet. Inko had left for work an hour ago, pressing a kiss to his forehead and a bento into his hands with the same worried expression she'd worn every day since the hospital. She didn't ask about the training anymore. Didn't question the exhaustion carved into her son's features. She just fed him, and loved him, and pretended not to notice the black tendrils that sometimes flickered at the edges of her vision when she turned too quickly. She knows. Asterisk. Daigoro's voice, rough with something that might have been sympathy. She doesn't, asterisk Izuku thought back. She can't. Asterisk. She's your mother. She knows more than you think. Asterisk. Izuku set down his chopsticks. The half-eaten breakfast sat on the table before him, steam rising from rice he no longer had appetite for. What am I supposed to do? Tell her. Number. Nana's voice, gentle as always. That's not what he meant. Just, don't underestimate her. Mothers see things others miss. Like what? Like the way you clutch your chest when you think she's not looking. Like the whispered conversations you have with empty air. Like the fact that you've started sleeping with your lights on. Izuku flinched. He hadn't realized they noticed that. We notice everything, Kudo said. It's kind of our job. The train to Dagoba Beach was crowded. Izuku stood near the doors, backpack pressed against his chest, watching the city slide past through windows streaked with morning condensation. Salarymen scrolled through phones. Students compared homework answers. A mother comforted a crying child. Normal people, living normal lives. None of them knew that the boy in the corner carried 8 dead heroes in his skull. Don't spiral, N warned. I can feel you starting to spiral. I'm not spiraling. You're thinking about how different you are. How isolated. How no one will ever understand what you're going through. The sixth holder's voice was younger than the others, closer to Izuku's own mental age, and somehow that made his observations cut deeper. I did the same thing. For years. It doesn't help. What helped? Acceptance. And training. Lots and lots of training. The train lurched to a stop. Izuku stepped off into the salt-tinged air of the coastal district, following a path he'd memorized over weeks of early morning hikes. The beach wasn't far, a crescent of sand buried under decades of discarded appliances, abandoned vehicles, and general refuse that the city had long since given up on cleaning. Dagoba Municipal Beach. His training ground. His cathedral. All Might was already there. Not in his hero form, he stood at the water's edge in his true body, thin and tired and watching the waves with an expression that made him look older than his years. He turned when he heard Izuku's footsteps, and something in his face softened. Young Midoriya. Ready for today's session? Izuku nodded. The vestiges have been helping me distinguish between the quirks. I think I'm getting better at feeling them individually. Feeling them is one thing. All Might's voice carried the weight of experience. Using them is another. And controlling them in combat, he shook his head. That's a different level entirely. He's right, Hikage murmured. I spent years in isolation learning to use One For All without injuring myself. You're trying to master 7 quirks in weeks. The margin for error is non-existent, Izuku finished. I know. Today, All Might continued, we focus on physical conditioning. One For All's core power requires a body capable of handling the strain. Your progress has been remarkable, but... He stopped. Izuku felt it too. Danger sense. The quirk hadn't fully activated, not yet, but something at the edge of his awareness prickled. A warning. A whisper. The sense that something was about to go terribly wrong. What is it? All Might's posture shifted, ready for a threat that hadn't materialized. I don't know. Izuku's eyes scanned the beach. Trash. Sand. Waves. Nothing unusual. But the prickling intensified, and beneath it, something else stirred. Blackwhip. Not yet, Dagora warned. You're not ready. I'm not doing anything. Izuku pressed a hand to his chest, feeling the coiled power shift beneath his skin. It's reacting to something. To danger sense, maybe. The quirks are connected, Nana reminded him. When one stirs, the others notice. Then how do I calm them? Breathe. Acknowledge. Let them know you see the threat, even if you don't understand it yet. Izuku breathed. In, out, in, out. The prickling didn't fade, but Blackwhip's agitation settled. The other quirks followed, gearshift slowing, Fa Jin relaxing, float ceasing its restless drifting. Only danger sense remained active, humming at the edge of perception like a plucked string. Good, Nana praised. Very good. Young Midoriya. All Might's voice pulled him back. What's happening? I don't know. Izuku opened his eyes. Something's coming. Danger sense is warning me, but I can't tell what. The wave hit. Not a tsunami, nothing so dramatic. Just a larger swell than usual, driven by some distant storm, crashing against the beach with enough force to send foam spraying across the sand. Normal, natural, expected. But in its wake, something moved. A shape emerged from the water. Humanoid, massive, clad in some kind of armor that gleamed wetly in the morning light. It rose from the waves like a bird, water streaming from its shoulders, and turned toward them with eyes that burned like embers. Villain, All Might breathed. His body expanded on instinct, steam exploding outward as muscles filled, bones thickened, and the symbol of peace stood ready to defend. But Izuku saw the truth beneath the transformation. Saw the blood that still seeped from that old wound. Saw the limits that age and injury had carved into even the greatest hero. He can't fight at full power. No, Kudo agreed. But he will anyway. That's who he is. Then we help. Izuku. I said we help. The villain charged. It moved faster than something its size should have, closing the distance between shoreline and training ground in seconds, massive fists raised to strike. All Might met it head-on, his Detroit smash colliding with its guard in an explosion of force that sent sand spraying in all directions. Who are you? All Might's voice thundered across the beach. What do you want? The villain didn't answer. It just pushed, muscles bulging against All Might's strength, and Izuku saw his mentor's feet dig trenches in the sand as he was forced backward. He's losing ground. He's injured, Hikage observed. That wound, it's slowing him. Then we need to. Wait. Kudo's voice cut through. Watch. Learn. Don't act until you understand. Izuku's fists clenched at his sides. Every instinct screamed at him to help, to do something, to prove that he wasn't just a spectator in his own life. But the vestiges were right. He didn't know what this villain was capable of. Didn't know if his powers would even work against it. Danger sense. The prickling intensified, shifted focus. Not the villain anymore, something else. Something behind them. Izuku spun. 3 more shapes emerged from the waves. All Might. The symbol of peace heard the warning in Izuku's voice and reacted instantly, leaping backward, putting distance between himself and the first villain while assessing the new arrivals. 3 more. Different sizes, different shapes, but the same burning eyes. The same armor. The same purpose. Nomu, All Might breathed. Izuku's blood went cold. He'd read about Nomu, the bioengineered weapons created by All For One, designed to counter specific heroes. If these were really Nomu. They are, Nana said. Her voice trembled. I recognize that armor. That presence. All For One is involved. Then we're in trouble. We're in trouble, she agreed. But we're not helpless. The 4 Nomu spread out, flanking All Might from multiple angles. They moved with intelligence, with tactics, which made them infinitely more dangerous than simple berserkers. The first one circled left. The second went right. The third and fourth hung back, waiting for an opening. Young Midoriya. All Might's voice was calm. Too calm. Run. No. This isn't a debate. These creatures. I know what they are. Izuku stepped forward, placing himself at All Might's side. And I'm not leaving you to fight them alone. Izuku. Daigoro's voice carried warning. You're not ready for this. I know. If Blackwhip activates, then you help me control it. Izuku's heart hammered against his ribs, but his voice stayed steady. All of you. That's why you're here, right? To help. Silence from the vestiges. Then, slowly, yes. Kudo's voice. That's exactly why we're here. The first Nomu attacked. It came from All Might's blind spot, the left, where his injured side limited his range of motion, but Izuku saw it coming. Danger sense screamed a warning, and his body moved before his mind could catch up. Blackwhip. The tendrils erupted from his arms without conscious thought, lashing out to catch the Nomu mid-charge. They wrapped around its limbs, its torso, its face, and for a moment, Izuku felt what it was like to hold something with power that wasn't his own. Then the Nomu pulled. Izuku flew forward, dragged by his own quirk, hurtling toward a creature that could tear him apart with one hand. He saw its burning eyes widen, surprise, maybe, or hunger, and knew he had seconds to react. Float. The second quirk activated seamlessly, canceling his momentum, lifting him just above the Nomu's grasping reach. He hung in the air for 1 heartbeat. 2. Then, gear shift. Asterisk. Time bent. The world became a blur of motion as Izuku moved, not fast, exactly, but accelerated, his perception of speed rewiring itself to match the quirk's demands. He saw the Nomu's arms swing through empty space where he'd been. Saw All Might's eyes go wide with shock. Saw the other 3 creatures turning toward this new threat. Too many, N warned. You can't fight all of them. I'm not fighting. I'm distracting. Same thing when you're outnumbered. Izuku didn't answer. He was too focused on survival, on weaving between grasping hands, on using float to change direction midair, on keeping Blackwhip active enough to defend without losing control. The Nomu were fast, but they weren't coordinated. Not yet. Their attacks crossed each other, blocked each other, gave him openings that shouldn't exist. They're not used to working together, Kudo observed. These 4 were made for different purposes. Different counters. Which means they're vulnerable to someone they weren't designed to fight. All Might watched his student dance between monsters. 3 weeks ago, Izuku Midoriya had been quirkless. Helpless. A boy who threw himself into danger because he couldn't stand by while others suffered. Now he flew. Now he struck. Now he moved with a speed and precision that shouldn't be possible for anyone, let alone a child who'd barely begun training. What have I created? The thought stabbed through him as he watched Blackwhip lash out, catching a Nomu across the face, buying precious seconds of distraction. This wasn't training. This wasn't gradual growth. This was a catastrophe unfolding in real time, a boy burning through power he couldn't possibly control. But even as the fear gripped him, something else stirred. Hope. Because Izuku wasn't just surviving. He was adapting, learning, combining quirks in ways that no One For All user had ever attempted. Float let him evade. Blackwhip let him restrain. Gearshift let him think faster than his opponents could react. And beneath it all, Danger Sense kept screaming warnings that he actually heard. All Might. Izuku's voice cut through the chaos. The third one, it's hanging back because it's the leader. If we take it out, the others lose coordination. How could he possibly know that? Danger Sense, All Might realized. He's reading their intentions. The symbol of peace moved. His body screamed protest, the old wound burning, muscles straining against limits he'd pretended didn't exist, but he moved anyway. Because that's what heroes did. Because his student was fighting and bleeding and winning, and All Might would be damned if he let the boy face this alone. The third Nomu saw him coming. It raised its arms to block, just as the first had done, expecting the same frontal assault. But All Might had learned something in decades of fighting. He knew that strength alone wasn't enough, that victory required adaptation. He feinted left, drew the Nomu's guard, then dropped, sliding beneath its reach to strike at the legs instead of the torso. The creature toppled, off balance, and before it could recover, All Might was there, driving a Detroit smash into the back of its skull. The Nomu stopped moving. The other 3 froze. Coordinated, Izuku had said. And he was right. Without their leader, the remaining Nomu hesitated, just for a moment, just long enough, and that moment was all they needed. Izuku struck. Blackwhip erupted in all directions, not attacking but binding, wrapping around. Limbs and torsos and faces with precision that should have been impossible. The Nomu thrashed, but the tendrils held, and before they could break free. Jin. The quirk activated for the first time, releasing stored energy in a burst that sent Izuku rocketing toward the nearest creature. His fist connected with its chest, and the force of impact, amplified by Jin, focused by One For All, cracked the armor. Sent the Nomu flying backward into the waves. 1 down, 2 left. The beach had become a war zone. Sand churned underfoot. Water boiled where Nomu had fallen. The air itself seemed to vibrate with the aftermath of powers that shouldn't exist in one body. Izuku landed hard, his legs buckling, his chest heaving. Every muscle screamed. Every nerve fired warnings. But he was still standing. Still fighting. You're burning out, Nana warned. Your body can't sustain this. I know. Then stop. Let All Might handle the rest. He's hurt. Look at him. She looked. They all looked. And what they saw made even the vestiges fall silent. All Might was bleeding. The old wound had reopened, a dark stain spreading across his side, visible even through his hero costume. His punches had slowed. His stance had weakened. He was still fighting, still standing, but the cost was written in every line of his body. If he keeps going, he'll die, Dagoro finished. Or worse. Then we can't let him. Izuku pushed himself up. His legs shook. His vision swam. But he took a step forward anyway. Then another. Then he was running, not with gear shift, not with float, just running on legs that should have given out minutes ago. The two remaining Nomu turned toward him. Danger Sense screamed. He ignored it. Blackwhip lashed out, catching one creature across the face, buying a second of distraction. Float lifted him just enough to clear the other's grasping reach. Gearshift accelerated his perception, letting him track both enemies at once. And somewhere beneath it all, Fa Jin built another charge. You can't, N pleaded. Your body. My body doesn't matter. He hit the first Nomu with everything he had. The impact destroyed it. Armor shattered. Flesh tore. The creature flew apart under the combined force of One For All, Fa Jin, and Gearshift's acceleration, a catastrophic release of energy that sent shockwaves across the beach. The second Nomu froze. Izuku turned to face it. Danger Sense went silent. For a long moment, man and monster stared at each other across the churned sand. Then the Nomu ran, not toward them, away, diving into the waves, disappearing beneath the surface with a speed that spoke of desperation. It was over. Izuku's legs gave out. He woke to stars. Not the vestige stars, real stars, wheeling overhead in patterns he'd memorized during long nights on this beach. The pain was gone, replaced by a hollow exhaustion that went deeper than muscle or bone. He tried to move, and found he couldn't. Don't. All Might's voice. Weak, tired, but alive. Izuku turned his head, slowly, carefully, and found his mentor sitting nearby, still in hero form, though the blood on his side had turned black in the moonlight. How long? Hours. All Might's smile was ghostly. You've been unconscious for hours. I carried you up the beach, called in an anonymous tip about the Nomu, and waited for you to wake. The villains. Dead. Escaped. It doesn't matter. All Might's eyes found his. What matters is what you did. What you used. Izuku's stomach dropped. He saw. Of course he saw. Kudo muttered. Everyone saw. I can explain. You used 4 quirks. All Might's voice was flat. Simultaneously. In combat. Against enemies that should have killed you. He paused. I counted. Blackwhip, float, gearshift, Fa Jin. And Danger Sense in the background, guiding your reactions. Izuku swallowed. Yes. And you're still alive. It wasn't a question, but Izuku answered anyway. Yes. All Might was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice had changed. Less shock, more wonder. Young Midoriya, what you did today should have been impossible. The human body isn't designed to handle that many quirks at once. The mental strain alone, he shook his head. And yet you did it. You controlled them, combined them, used them like you'd been training for years instead of weeks. He doesn't understand, Nana said quietly. He thinks you did this alone. Should I tell him? About us. Dagoro considered. Maybe. But carefully. He's already reeling. I had help, Izuku said. All Might's eyes narrowed. Help. The vestiges. Izuku touched his chest. They were with me the whole time. Guiding me. Warning me. Helping me balance the quirks when I started to lose control. For a long moment, All Might simply stared at him. Then, slowly, his expression shifted, from confusion to understanding to something that looked almost like envy. They spoke to you. During the fight. Yes. All of them. At once. And you could hear them. Understand them. Yes. All Might looked away. When he spoke again, his voice was barely a whisper. I never heard them. Not once. In all my years carrying One For All, they never spoke to me. He's grieving, Nana realized. For something he never knew he was missing. Can I just be here? That's enough. Izuku pushed himself up, slowly, painfully, and moved to sit beside his mentor. For a while, neither of them spoke. The waves lapped at the shore. The stars wheeled overhead, Two heroes sat in the darkness, carrying between them the weight of 8 dead souls and the future of everything. I'm sorry, Izuku finally said. All Might looked at him. For what? That you never got to know them. He searched for words. They're amazing. Each of them. They have so much to teach, so much to share. And they want to share it. They've been waiting for so long to be heard. A tear traced down All Might's cheek. He didn't wipe it away. Tell me about them, he said. Please, tell me about the voices in your head. And Izuku did. Dawn found them still on the beach. All Might had listened for hours, to stories of Nana's warmth and Daigoro's roughness, of Kudo's warrior wisdom and Hikage's quiet depth, of En's restless energy and the others who waited in the background. He'd laughed when Izuku described their arguments. Cried when he spoke of their sacrifices. Sat in odd silence when Izuku tried to convey what it felt like to carry 8 legacies in one heart. They chose well, All Might finally said. When I passed One For All to you, I thought I was giving you power. But he gestured vaguely at Izuku's chest, they gave you family. He understands, Nana whispered. Finally, he understands. We should get you to a hospital, Izuku said, eyeing the blood on All Might's side. That wound will heal. Slowly. It always does. All Might stood, wincing. But you're right, we should move. The authorities will be here soon to investigate the beach, and neither of us needs those questions. They walked toward the train station in silence. Behind them, the beach bore scars of battle, craters in the sand, shattered armor fragments, the deep trenches where Nomu had been dragged into the waves. Evidence of a fight that shouldn't have happened, against enemies that shouldn't exist. All for one knows, Kudo said quietly. Those Nomu were sent here for a reason. To test something. To confirm something. Confirm what? That you exist. That you're different. That One For All has evolved beyond anything he's faced before. Izuku's steps faltered. He's hunting you now. I know. And when he finds you, then I'll be ready. Izuku looked at the rising sun, at the city waking in the distance, at the mentor walking beside him who had given everything for a world that didn't know his name. I have 8 teachers. I have power he's never seen. I have hope. Nana finished. You have hope. And sometimes, that's enough. The train station loomed ahead. Normal people. Normal lives. And one boy who would never be normal again. Chapter 4 The Secret Revealed. Recovery Girl's clinic smelled like antiseptic and age. Izuku sat on the edge of an examination bed, watching the elderly healer work on All Might with hands that had saved more heroes than most people would ever meet. Her quirk, Heal, used the patient's own stamina to repair injuries, which meant every kiss she pressed to All Might's wounds came at a cost. He'd be exhausted for days. Maybe longer. You're an idiot, she muttered, not for the first time. Fighting 4 Nomu with that injury. What were you thinking? All Might, still in his true form, too weak to maintain the transformation, managed a weak smile. I was thinking that if I didn't fight, people would die. People. Or one person in particular. Her eyes flicked to Izuku, sharp and knowing. Don't think I haven't noticed the boy you've been sneaking around with. The training. The late nights. She stopped. Sniffed. The something that's different about him. Izuku's heart stuttered. She knows, Daigoro said. Not everything. But enough. What do I do? Let All Might handle it. This is his mess. All Might sighed, a sound so tired it seemed to age him further. Chio, there are things I haven't told you. Things I couldn't tell you. About my power. About its nature. About the fact that it can be transferred. Recovery Girl's voice was flat. Toshinori, I've been a hero since before you were born. You think I haven't noticed that your quirk doesn't work like normal quirks? That it accumulates rather than manifests. That every few decades, someone new shows up carrying the same power you started with. Silence filled the clinic. All Might's face had gone pale, paler than usual, which was saying something. You knew, he whispered. I suspected. Recovery Girl moved to Izuku, took his chin in her hand, examined his eyes with an intensity that made him want to look away. This one's different, though. I can feel it. There's something more in him than there was in you. More than there was in any of the others. She's sensitive, Nana observed. Quirks that interact with biology often are. Can she sense you? Asterisk. Number. But she can sense the weight of us. The accumulated power. Asterisk. Recovery Girl released his chin. What did you do to him, Toshinori? I didn't. All Might stopped. Started again. The transfer, it didn't go as planned. All of the previous holders' quirks activated simultaneously. Young Midoriya is carrying not just One For All, but every quirk that was ever part of it. The silence that followed was absolute. Recovery Girl stared at All Might for a long moment. Then she turned to Izuku. Then back to All Might. Then she sat down heavily in the nearest chair. 7 quirks, she said slowly. In a 14-year-old boy who was quirkless 3 weeks ago. Yes. And he's alive. Barely, Izuku offered. It felt important to be honest. Recovery Girl's eyes closed. When they opened again, they held something Izuku hadn't expected, fear. Do you have any idea what that means? She asked quietly. Any idea at all? All Might straightened, as much as he could, given his condition. It means he's powerful. More powerful than any One For All user before him. With training, he'll die faster. Recovery Girl's voice cut like a scalpel. Toshinori, you're a hero, not a doctor. You see power and think, strength. I see power and think, strain. Every quirk places demands on the body. 1 quirk, manageable. 2 quirks, exponentially harder. 7, she shook her head. His cells are probably degrading as we speak. She's not wrong, Hikage murmured. The body does have limits. But she doesn't know about us. Asterisk. Can you help? Asterisk. We can guide, warn. But the physical toll, that's on you, Izuku. Always has been. Asterisk. Izuku took a breath. Recovery Girl. May I show you something? She raised an eyebrow. Show me what? He held out his arm. And reached. Not for a quirk, not exactly. He reached for the awareness of his quirks, the constant hum of power beneath his skin, and let it surface. Not activate. Just be visible. The way heat shimmers over summer pavement. The way static electricity makes hair stand on end. Red lightning flickered across his arm. Beneath it, black tendrils stirred, not emerging, but present, visible as shadows beneath the skin. And beneath them, other colors shimmered. Gold for float. Blue for gearshift. White for FA Jin. A dozen hues dancing together in patterns that shifted and flowed like living things. Recovery Girl stared. Her hand reached out, hesitated, then touched his skin. The quirks, she breathed. They're not just in you. They're integrated, merged at a cellular level. I can feel them breathing. She has incredible perception, asterisk Nana said. Most people would just see the lightning. Asterisk. Is that bad? Izuku asked. Recovery Girl pulled her hand back. Her face had gone thoughtful rather than frightened, a small improvement. It's unprecedented, she said. In all my years, I've never seen anything like it. Quirks don't normally merge. They coexist, or they conflict, or one dominates the others. But this, she gestured at the fading lights on Izuku's arm, this is something new. Something evolving. Is he in danger? All Might's voice was raw. Of course he's in danger. He's been in danger since the moment you gave him that power. Recovery Girl stood, moved to her desk, began writing something on a chart. But the danger isn't what I thought. His body isn't fighting the quirks, it's adapting to them. Growing around them. Becoming something that can contain them. Adapting, asterisk Kudo repeated. That's good. Really good. Asterisk. It means I might survive. Asterisk. It means you might do more than survive. It means you might thrive. Asterisk. The next hour passed in a blur of tests. Recovery Girl drew blood, more blood than Izuku thought was reasonable, and ran it through machines that hummed and clicked and spat out data she studied with growing fascination. She checked his reflexes, his vision, his hearing, his everything, muttering observations under her breath that Izuku couldn't quite catch. All Might dozed in the corner, too exhausted to stay awake. Finally, Recovery Girl set down her clipboard and met Izuku's eyes. Your cells are regenerating faster than normal, she said. Much faster. It's subtle, you won't notice it day to day, but over time, it means you'll heal from injuries quicker than the average person. That's likely the quirks' influence. They're protecting their host. That's good, right? It's interesting. She pulled up a chair, sat facing him. It also means your body is under constant low-level stress. The regeneration is a response to micro-damage caused by the quirks themselves. You're essentially healing from wounds that haven't fully formed yet. Izuku processed this. So I'm always hurt, but always healing. Simplistically. Yes. She leaned forward. The question is whether that balance can be maintained. If the quirks grow faster than your body can adapt, if they evolve in ways your cells can't keep up with, the regeneration won't be enough. You'll break from the inside. She's talking about quirk singularity, Daigoro said quietly. The theory that quirks will eventually become too powerful for their users' bodies to contain. Asterisk. Is that real? Asterisk. We don't know. It's never happened before. But you, asterisk, he paused. You might be the first test case. Asterisk. Izuku's throat went dry. Recovery girl, have you heard of quirk singularity? Her eyes sharpened. Where did you hear that term? The vestiges. The previous holders. They're concerned. She was silent for a long moment. Then, quirk singularity is a theory. Nothing more. The idea that as quirks grow more powerful through generations, they'll eventually surpass the human body's ability to contain them. It's been debated for decades, but there's never been concrete evidence. Until now. Until possibly now. She reached out, touched his hand. Izuku, may I call you Izuku? You're not a monster. You're not a catastrophe waiting to happen. You're a boy with an impossible amount of power, trying to survive. That's all. Whatever the singularity theorists would say about you, remember that. She's kind, asterisk, Nana observed. Kinder than most medical professionals have met. Asterisk. She's scared, asterisk, Izuku realized. For me. Not of me. Asterisk. That made a difference. Dash dash dash. All Might woke as the sun set. He looked better, still thin, still tired, but the color had returned to his cheeks and his movements were less pained. Recovery girl had done what she could, and sleep had done the rest. Young Midoriya. He sat up slowly. The tests are inconclusive, recovery girl interrupted. Which is the best I can give you right now? His body is adapting, but we don't know the limits of that adaptation. He needs monitoring, regular checkups. And he needs to rest between training sessions, not push himself to collapse. All Might nodded. Of course. I'll adjust his regimen. You'll do more than that. Recovery girl's voice hardened. You'll tell the principal. Nezu needs to know what's living in this boy. If something goes wrong, if the quirks destabilize, he needs to be prepared. Nezu, Hikage murmured. The Chimera principal. Intelligent. Possibly the smartest being in Japan. Asterisk. Can we trust him? Asterisk. We can trust his interest in you. Whether that's good or bad. The fourth holder didn't finish. All Might was already shaking his head. Chio, if we tell Nezu. If you don't tell Nezu, and something happens on campus, students could die. Her voice allowed no argument. You brought this boy into the hero course, or you will, once he passes the entrance exam. The principal has a right to know what risks come with that enrollment. She's right, asterisk, Nana said. Morally, legally, strategically, she's right. Asterisk. But if Nezu tells others, he won't. Not without reason. The Chimera values information too much to share it carelessly. Asterisk. Izuku took a breath. All Might. She's right. We should tell him. All Might's eyes found his, searching, worried, protective. Young Midoriya, once the principal knows, we lose control of this secret. He'll make decisions based on what he thinks is best for the school, for the students, for society. Decisions we might not agree with. I know. And you're okay with that. Izuku thought about it. Really thought about it. The vestiges waited in silence, letting him process. I'm not okay with people possibly dying because we kept secrets, he finally said. If something goes wrong, if I lose control, someone needs to know how to stop me. How to help me. Nezu's the smartest person in the country. If anyone can figure that out, it's him. Brave, asterisk, Kudo said. Stupid, maybe. But brave, asterisk. Those are often the same thing. Asterisk. All Might studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Tomorrow, he said. We'll go to UA tomorrow. Together. And we'll tell Nezu everything. Dash dash dash. The walk home was quiet. Izuku's body ached from the day's events, the fight, the tests, the emotional weight of decisions made in futures uncertain. But beneath the exhaustion, something else stirred. Something that felt almost like peace. You're handling this well, Nana observed. Better than most would. I don't feel like I'm handling it well. That's how you know you are. The ones who think they're fine are usually the ones about to break. He smiled despite himself. Is that from experience? From watching too many heroes pretend they were okay when they weren't. Her voice softened. Don't be like them, Izuku. Feel what you feel. Hurt when you hurt. It's the only way to survive this life. I'll try. They walked in silence for a while, the city lights painting patterns on the sidewalk. Normal life continued around them, people shopping, eating, laughing, living, completely unaware of the conversation happening in the head of a passing teenager. The principal, N said suddenly. What do we know about him? Quirk. High spec, Izuku thought back. Allows him to process information at superhuman speeds. He's technically an animal, some kind of chimera, but his intelligence exceeds any humans. He's been the principal of UA for longer than most people have been alive. And his motives. Protecting the school. Nurturing future heroes. Preserving the status quo, probably. He's not a revolutionary. But he's not a traditionalist either, Hikage added. From what I've heard, he's flexible. Willing to adapt when circumstances demand it. Will he try to control me? A long pause from the vestiges. Then Daigoro, almost certainly. Not maliciously. But he'll want to understand you, and understanding leads to prediction, and prediction leads to control. That's what intelligent beings do. Should I be worried? You should be careful. There's a difference. Inko was waiting when he got home. She sat at the kitchen table, a cup of tea gone cold before her, her eyes red from crying she'd tried to hide. When Izuku walked in, she looked up, and for a moment, he saw everything she wasn't saying. The fear, the worry, the desperate love of a mother watching her son slip away into a world she couldn't follow. Mom. He crossed to her, knelt beside her chair. I'm okay. I promise. You're not. Her voice cracked. You come home exhausted every night. You have nightmares, I hear you screaming. And today, she swallowed. Today I saw the news. About Dagoba Beach. About the craters and the monsters and the heroes who showed up too late. She knows, Daigoro said. Mothers always know. I was there, Izuku admitted. I fought. With all might. Inko's breath caught. You fought. Izuku, you're 14. I know how old I am. He took her hands. They were shaking. And I know how scared you are. But Mom, this is what I have to do. Not because I want to be a hero anymore, because I am one now. The power chose me. And I can't ignore that. Smooth. N muttered. Real smooth. Shut up. Inko stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, her expression shifted, from fear to something else. Something Izuku had never seen before. Pride. You're so brave, she whispered. So brave it terrifies me. She pulled him into a hug, tight enough to hurt. But promise me something. Promise you'll come home. Every time you go out there, promise you'll come back to me. Izuku hugged her. Back. I promise. Morning came too fast. Izuku stood before the gates of UA. High, watching the sun rise over buildings that had produced more heroes than any other school in Japan. The architecture was massive, almost fortress-like, designed to withstand attacks that would level normal structures. You're going to study here, Nana said. Can you believe it? Not really. A month ago I was quirkless. Now you're carrying 8 legacies and walking into the most prestigious hero school in the country. Try not to throw up. I'll do my best. All Might appeared beside him, in his true form, for now, saving his strength for the meeting ahead. Ready? No. Good. Honesty is the first step to wisdom. He clapped Izuku on the shoulder. Let's go meet the principal. Nezu's office was exactly as strange as Izuku had imagined. Books lined every wall, stacked, shelved, piled in corners where shelves had run out. A single desk sat in the center of the room, cluttered with papers and teacups and what looked like chess pieces arranged in a pattern that made no sense. And behind the desk, watching them enter with eyes that held centuries of calculation. All Might. Young Midoriya. The principal's voice was high, almost cheerful. I've been expecting you. All Might blinked. You have. But of course. Nezu gestured to chairs that hadn't been there a moment ago, had they? Izuku couldn't remember. A boy appears at Dagoba Beach, fights alongside the symbol of peace against multiple Nomu, and displays power that doesn't match any known quirk registry. Did you think I wouldn't investigate? He's good, Kudo admitted. Really good. That's terrifying. Welcome to the big leagues. They sat. Nezu poured tea with movements so precise they seemed choreographed. When he spoke again, his voice had lost its cheerful edge. Tell me everything. And they did. 2 hours later, Nezu sat back in his chair. His expression was unreadable, which, Izuku was learning, was probably how he preferred it. The Chimera's paws were steepled before him, tapping together in a rhythm that might have meant anything. 7 quirks, he repeated. All active, all integrated, and the previous holders are conscious within his mind, able to communicate and advise. Yes. All Might's voice was hoarse from talking. That's the situation. Nezu was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he began to laugh. Not a cruel laugh. Not a mocking laugh. A laugh of pure, unfiltered delight. Do you have any idea, he said, what an extraordinary development this is? A living, breathing nexus of accumulated power, guided by the combined experience of 8 previous generations, housed in a boy with the analytical mind to actually use that guidance. His eyes gleamed. Young Midoriya, you're not just a hero candidate. You're a revolution. I don't like his tone, Daigoro muttered. He's excited, Nana said. Not malicious. Just, excited. I'm also a risk, Izuku said quietly. Recovery girl thinks I might be a quirk singularity case. Nezu's laughter stopped. Yes, he said. That's the other side of the coin. He stood, moved to the window, stared out at the campus below. Quirk singularity has always been theoretical. A prediction based on trends, not evidence. But you, he turned. You might be the first real data point. The first proof that the theory has merit. And if I am, then we have a responsibility. To you, to society, to everyone who will come after. Nezu's voice had gone serious. If quirks are truly evolving beyond the body's capacity to contain them, then you're not just a hero candidate. You're a message, a warning, a promise of what's to come. He's not wrong, Hikage said quietly. About any of it. So what do we do? We listen, we learn, and we hope he's on our side. Nezu returned to his desk, sat, met Izuku's eyes. I won't tell anyone your secret. Not the staff, not the students, not the Hero Public Safety Commission. It's yours to share when, and if, you choose. But I will watch, I will study, and I will prepare for the day when the world learns what you are. What I am, Izuku repeated. A symbol. Nezu smiled, and this time, there was nothing cheerful about it. A new kind of symbol. One the world isn't ready for yet. He's right, Nana said. About all of it. Then I'll have to make them ready. That's the spirit. Chapter 5 Isolated Training. The mountains didn't care about quirks. Izuku learned this on the first day of his new training regimen, the way the trees stood indifferent to power, the way the rocks didn't flinch when Blackwhip lashed out, the way the wind kept blowing whether he floated or fell. Nature had survived billions of years without quirks. It would survive him too. That's the point. Hikage's voice carried the weight of years spent in isolation, decades alone in these same mountains, mastering One For All without distraction or assistance. The fourth holder had chosen solitude deliberately, understanding that some lessons could only be learned in silence. The world won't wait for you to catch up, he continued. But the mountains will. Use that. Izuku opened his eyes. Dawn painted the peaks in shades of golden rose, light spilling over ridgelines that had stood for millennia. He sat cross-legged on a flat rock, high above the tree line, where the air thinned and the cold bit deep. All Might waited at the base camp, close enough to help if something went wrong, far enough to give Izuku space to fail without an audience. Fail, Kudo had said. Fail early. Fail often. That's how you learn. What if failing kills me? Then we'll have a very short conversation about your life choices. The vestiges had developed a sense of humor somewhere across generations. Izuku wasn't sure if that was comforting or terrifying. The first exercise was simple: feel. Not reach, not activate. Just feel. The way a person feels their heartbeat without checking a pulse. The way they feel hunger without looking at a clock. Blackwhip first, Degoro instructed. It's the most reactive, the most emotional. If you can feel Blackwhip without triggering it, you can feel anything. Izuku breathed. In, out, in, out. The cold helped, forced his awareness inward, seeking warmth, seeking life. Beneath his skin, beneath his muscles, beneath the steady rhythm of blood through veins, something stirred. Dark, coiled, hungry. There. Degoro's voice dropped to a whisper. That's it. Don't touch. Just observe. Blackwhip noticed him noticing. It shifted, not activating, not manifesting, but acknowledging his awareness. The way a sleeping animal might twitch at a sound before settling back into dreams. Izuku held his breath, waiting for the explosion that didn't come. Good, Degoro breathed. Very good. Now, float. Izuku shifted his attention. Float was lighter, almost impossible to find after Blackwhip's density. It drifted at the edges of his perception, more concept than presence, a reminder that gravity was optional if he chose to make it so. Feel it. Barely. That's enough. For now. One by one, he cycled through them. Gearshift's vibration. Fa Jin's compression. Danger senses prickle. Smokescreen's fog. And beneath them all, One For All, the foundation, the source, the heartbeat that powered everything else. Hours passed. The sun climbed. The cold faded. Izuku sat motionless, learning to feel the impossible landscape of his own body. Day 2 brought failure. Izuku tried to reach for float, just to test his awareness, just to see if he could brush against it without waking the others. The moment his attention touched the quirk, everything reacted. Blackwhip lashed first, not physically manifesting, but pushing, pressing against his control with sudden violence. Gearshift accelerated his heartbeat until his chest ached. Fa Jin compressed something deep in his core. Danger sense screamed at threats that didn't exist. Stop. Nana's voice cut through, but Izuku was already stopping, already pulling back, already fighting to calm the chaos he'd unleashed. His body shook. His vision swam. Blood trickled from his nose. What happened? He gasped. You reached, Hikage said quietly. Not felt, reached. There's a difference. I don't understand. Feeling is passive, like watching clouds pass overhead. Reaching is active, like trying to catch one. The fourth holder paused. You tried to catch one. The others noticed. How do I reach without? You don't. Not yet. First, you learn to feel them all at once. Simultaneously. Without preference or priority. Then, maybe, you learn to touch one without disturbing the others. Maybe. Hikage didn't answer. Day 5. Izuku's nose had stopped bleeding by noon, but the headache lingered, a dull throb behind his eyes that reminded him of every failure. He'd tried again, failed again, tried again, failed worse. You're pushing too hard, Nana warned. Your body needs rest. I don't have time for rest. You don't have time to burn out either. He wanted to argue. Wanted to prove that he could handle this, could master it, could become what the world needed before the world needed it. But the vestiges had been watching heroes for generations. They knew the signs of collapse better than he did. Tomorrow, he agreed. I'll rest tomorrow. You'll rest now. Degoro's voice brooked no argument. Sleep. We'll keep watch. You can't keep watch. You're in my head. Then we'll keep watch from your head. Same difference. Izuku laughed, actually laughed, for the first time in days, and lay back on the cold rock. The stars were coming out. The same stars he'd seen in the vestige realm, or close enough. He closed his eyes. Thank you, he thought. All of you. Thank us when you're alive, Kudo muttered. Now sleep. He slept. Day 8 brought a breakthrough. Not intentional. Not planned. Izuku was sitting in his usual meditation posture, feeling the quirks as he'd learned to do, when something shifted. Not the quirks, his perception of them. The way a blurry image suddenly resolves into focus. He could see them. Not literally, his eyes were closed. But in his mind's eye, the quirks had shape. Blackwhip is a coiled serpent. Float is a drifting feather. Gearshift is a spinning gear. Fa Jin is a compressed spring. Danger sense is a pulsing nerve. Smokescreen is a drifting mist. One for All is a burning heart. And standing among them, watching him watch them. The vestiges. You did it, asterisk Nana breathed. You actually did it, asterisk. Did what? Asterisk. Separated them. In your perception. They're distinct now. Individual. Asterisk. Izuku stared at the shapes floating in his mind. They were beautiful. Terrifying. His. Now what? Asterisk. Now, asterisk Kudo stepped forward. Now you learn to move among them without waking them. Walk through the garden without touching the flowers. Asterisk. How? Asterisk. Very. Carefully. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The next week became a dance. Izuku would enter his mindscape, the space where quirks took shape and vestiges waited, and simply move. Drift between Blackwhip's coils. Circle floats feather. Pass through Smokescreen's mist without disturbing a single particle. At first, he failed. Constantly. Every step sent ripples through the garden, waking quirks that should have stayed dormant. Blackwhip would stir. Danger sense would scream. Gearshift would spin faster, threatening to accelerate his heartbeat into dangerous territory. But slowly, painfully, he improved. You're learning, Hikage observed. Your body is adapting to the presence of multiple quirks. Creating neural pathways that didn't exist before. Asterisk. Is that normal? Asterisk. Nothing about you is normal. Asterisk. Izuku took it as a compliment. Dash dash dash. Day 15. All Might climbed to the meditation spot for the first time since training began. His true form was still thin, still tired, but the color had returned to his cheeks and his movements were less pained. He sat beside Izuku without speaking, watching the sunset paint the mountains in shades of fire. Young Midoriya. His voice was quiet. How are you progressing? Izuku considered the question. I can feel all 7 quirks simultaneously now. Distinguish between them. Move through my mindscape without triggering them. That's, All Might stopped. That's remarkable. In 2 weeks. The vestiges help. They've been through this before. Not exactly this, but close enough. All Might nodded slowly. They're good teachers. The best. Izuku smiled. They argue about methodology sometimes. Kudo thinks I should push harder. Hikage thinks I should be more patient. Nana mediates. We do not argue, Daigoro protested. You literally argued about breakfast this morning. Asterisk. That was a debate. Different thing entirely. Asterisk. All Might was watching him with an expression Izuku couldn't quite read. You're different now, he said. Than when we started. There's a stillness to you. A calm that wasn't there before. He's observant, asterisk Nana noted. Most people wouldn't notice that. Asterisk. He's been carrying One for All for decades. He knows what it does to a person. Asterisk. The meditation helps, Izuku said aloud. The quirks are loud. All the time. Learning to be still with them, it's like learning to sleep in a room full of clocks. Eventually, you stop hearing the ticking. And when you need to hear it. Then I listen. Izuku met his mentor's eyes. That's the next step. Learning to use them without losing control. To touch the garden without crushing the flowers. All Might was quiet for a long moment. Then, show me. Dash dash dash. Izuku stood. The mountain air was cold against his skin, thin enough that every breath required effort. He'd trained here for 2 weeks, learning to feel the quirks that lived in his cells. Now he had to use them. Which one? He asked the vestiges. Float, asterisk Nana suggested. It's gentle, low impact. If something goes wrong, you just drift. Asterisk. Asterisk Blackwhip would be more useful in combat. Asterisk. You're not in combat. You're demonstrating control. Asterisk. She had a point. Izuku closed his eyes. Found the garden in his mind. Float waited there, a feather drifting on currents only it could feel. He approached slowly, carefully, aware of the other quirks watching his progress. Just float, asterisk he thought. Just this once. Asterisk. His awareness touched the feather. The world shifted. Gravity became optional. The ground beneath his feet stopped demanding his weight. Izuku opened his eyes to find himself floating, not dramatically, just inches above the rock, hovering like a leaf on still water. All Might's eyes went wide. "You're doing it," he breathed. "You're actually." "Don't distract him," Kudo snapped. "He needs to." Blackwhip stirred. Izuku felt it immediately, the serpent uncoiling, noticing float's activation, wanting its own turn. He tried to pull back, to end float before the others woke, but Blackwhip was fast. Faster than his control. Faster than his fear. Tendrils erupted from his arms. Not many, just a few, lashing wildly at the empty air. But enough. Enough to break his concentration. Enough to send him tumbling from float's embrace, crashing hard against the rock. "Breathe," Nana commanded. "Don't fight, acknowledge." Blackwhip. "Now. Before it spreads." Izuku turned his attention to the tendrils. They writhed from his skin like living things, dark and hungry and terrified, because Blackwhip was always terrified, he realized. Terrified of being contained. Terrified of being ignored. Terrified of the other quirks that might overshadow it. "I see you," he thought. "I feel you. You're part of me." The tendrils hesitated. "You don't have to fight. None of you do. There's room for everyone." Slowly, achingly slowly, Blackwhip retreated. The tendrils withdrew into his skin, leaving behind only the echo of their presence. Izuku's heart hammered. His lungs burned. But he was alive. Alive. That, Daigoro said quietly, was either the bravest or stupidest thing I've ever seen. Can it be both? Probably. All Might was at his side, hands hovering uncertainly. "Young Midoriya, I'm okay." Izuku pushed himself up. His arms shook. His legs shook. Everything shook. But he was okay. "I lost control. Then I got it back. You talked to it, I guess." Izuku looked at his hands, the hands that had just produced black tendrils of pure energy. Daigoro said Blackwhip responds to emotion. Fear. Anger. "I thought, maybe it responds to reassurance too." "You thought correctly," Daigoro admitted. "I never tried that. I was too busy fighting it." Maybe that was the problem. The fifth holder didn't answer. But Izuku felt something shift in the vestige realm, a softening, maybe. A reconsideration of methods long held sacred. Day 20. Izuku could float now. Not reliably, not for long, but could. He'd learned to approach float in the garden, touch it gently, and become weightless without waking the others. It lasted seconds at first. Then minutes. Then, on good days, nearly an hour. Blackwhip remained the challenge. The serpent was jealous. Every time Izuku used another quirk, it stirred. Every time he pushed too hard in training, it pressed against his control. But he was learning to acknowledge it before using others, to send a pulse of reassurance toward the darkness before touching float or gearshift or Fa Jin. "It's working," Nana observed. "Slowly, but working." How slowly? At this rate, months before you can use 2 quirks in combat. Years before you can use all 7. Izuku's heart sank. "I don't have years." You might not. But you have us. And we have patience. Day 25. The first snowfall came. Izuku sat on his meditation rock as white flakes drifted from a gray sky, settling on his shoulders, his hair, his closed eyelids. The cold was sharper now, a biting cold that forced his body to work harder, to adapt. "This is good," Hikage said. "Discomfort teaches focus." I'm plenty focused. Or you. Izuku opened his eyes. The snow fell thicker now, blurring the world into soft focus. Somewhere below, All Might waited in a tent, probably worried, probably cold. But Izuku couldn't go down yet. Not while the lesson remained unlearned. Gear shift, he thought. "Show me." The gear spun in his mind, faster than Float's feather, more aggressive than Smokescreen's mist. It wanted to move, wanted to accelerate, wanted to bend time until the world blurred past. "Not today," Izuku told it. "But soon. I promise." The gear slowed. Slightly. "Enough. Progress," N said. "Real progress." It doesn't feel like progress. It never does. That's how you know it's real. Day 30. All Might appeared at dawn, climbing through fresh snow with difficulty that spoke of his still healing injury. By the time he reached Izuku's perch, he was breathing hard, too hard, his face pale beneath the cold flush. Young Midoriya. He sat heavily on a nearby rock. The entrance exam is in 3 weeks. Izuku nodded. He'd been keeping track. Are you ready? The question hung in the cold air, weighted with everything it implied. Ready for the exam. Ready for UA. Ready for a world that didn't know what he carried. Are you? Nana asked quietly. I don't know. Honest answer. I don't know, Izuku said aloud. All Might's expression didn't change. That's fair. But I need to know something else, something only you can answer. He leaned forward. Can you control the quirks well enough to use them in the exam without hurting anyone? Izuku thought about it. Blackwhip still stirred when he used others. Gearshift still accelerated his heartbeat dangerously. Danger sense still screamed at imaginary threats. But he'd come so far in 30 days. Learned so much. Grown in ways he hadn't thought possible. Yes, he decided. I can. Are you sure? Daigoro pressed. Number. But I'm sure enough. I can, Izuku said. I'll need to be careful. I'll need to hold back more than I use. But I can do this. All Might studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled, the first real smile Izuku had seen since the beach. Then let's go home, he said. You have an exam to pass. The descent took hours. Snow made the trails treacherous, forced them to move slowly, to watch every step. By the time they reached the base camp, the sun had set and the temperature had dropped further. All Might insisted on building a fire. His true form needed warmth, needed rest, and they sat together in the flickering light, watching flames consume wood that had taken decades to grow. The vestiges, All Might said quietly. What are they like? Izuku considered the question. They're different. Each of them. Kudo's angry, not at me, just at the world. At the time he lived in. Daigoro's rough, but kind underneath. Hikage barely speaks, but when he does, it's always worth hearing. En's restless, he hates sitting still, hates waiting, hates patience even though he knows it's necessary. He paused. And Nana, she's like a mother. Izuku's voice dropped. The mother I never knew I needed. She watches over me, warns me, comforts me when the others are too harsh. He looked at All Might. You knew her, didn't you? Before. All Might's eyes glistened in the firelight. She was my teacher, my mentor, the person who believed in me when no one else did. He swallowed. I've missed her every day since she died. Toshinori. Nana's voice was soft, softer than Izuku had ever heard it. Tell him I'm proud. Tell him I never stopped being proud. She says she's proud of you, Izuku whispered. She says she never stopped. A tear traced down All Might's cheek. He didn't wipe it away. The train ride back to Musudafu was quiet. Izuku watched the city lights grow closer, felt the warmth of civilization replace the mountain's cold. 3 weeks until the exam. 3 weeks to refine his control, to practice his quirks, to prepare for a test that would determine everything. You're ready, Nana said. More ready than you know. I don't feel ready. You never will. That's how it works. He smiled despite himself. You're all very philosophical. Generations of waiting gives you time to think. The train lurched. The city grew closer. And somewhere in Izuku's chest, 7 quirks waited, patient now, or at least patient enough, for the moment when they would finally be needed. Soon, he promised them. Soon. The quirks settled. For now, that was enough. Chapter 6 UA. Entrance exam shockwave. The day arrived gray and cold. Izuku stood at the gates of UA. High, watching students stream past him like salmon swimming upstream, each one carrying dreams as heavy as his own, each one convinced they had what it took to become a hero. A month ago, he'd been one of them. Hopeful, desperate, quirkless. Now he carried 8 legacies in his skull. Nervous? Nana asked. Terrified. Good. Terror keeps you honest. He stepped through the gates. The examination grounds sprawled before him, a pseudo-city built for destruction, complete with fake buildings and simulated streets and enough space for hundreds of students to battle robots that would never fight back. Izuku had studied the maps for weeks, memorized every corner, every alley, every potential advantage. "You've prepared," Hikage observed. "That's half the battle. Asterisk. The other half. Asterisk. Don't die. Asterisk." The other examinees gathered in clusters, talking in hushed voices about quirks and strategies in which robots gave the most points. Izuku recognized some of them from the recommendation exam, the ones who'd already passed, already proven themselves. Todoroki stood apart, ice radiating from his body in patterns that spoke of effortless control. Inasa Yoarashi vibrated with barely contained energy, his wind quirk stirring dust into tiny cyclones. And Bakugo. Bakugo stood in the center of the crowd like a sun among lesser stars, his explosions crackling with impatience. His eyes swept the crowd, dismissed everyone they touched, and landed on Izuku. "Recognition," Kudo noted. "He remembers you. We went to middle school together. That's not what I meant. Bakugo's gaze lingered, calculating, curious despite himself. Then he looked away, and the moment passed. "Focus," Daigoro warned. "Don't let him distract you." "I'm focused." "You're thinking about him." Izuku stopped. The vestiges were right. Bakugo had always been able to get under his skin, even before One For All. "Some habits died hard. Let it go," Nana advised. "You have bigger things to worry about." Present Mike's voice boomed across the grounds. "Listen up, examinees. The practical exam will begin in 5 minutes. Your goal is to defeat as many robots as possible within the time limit. Points are awarded based on difficulty, 1 point for the small ones, 2 for the mediums, 3 for the big guys. And remember," he paused dramatically, "there's no fighting other examinees. That's an automatic disqualification, so keep your quirks to yourselves and focus on the targets." The crowd stirred with nervous energy. "Standard format," Hikage noted. "They've used this for years." Any advice? Don't waste time on the one-pointers. Everyone goes for them. Head for the interior where the competition thins out. And if I need to use multiple quirks. A pause from the vestiges. Then Kudo, use them. But carefully. And be ready for the consequences. 5 minutes. Izuku breathed. The sirens blared. Students surged forward like a tide, quirks flaring in every color imaginable. Explosions lit the faux streets. Ice crystallized across buildings. Wind screamed through alleys as Inasa cleared a path through the smaller robots with casual sweeps of his hands. Izuku moved against the current. Not toward the immediate targets, everyone was already fighting there, competing for the same limited points. He ran deeper into the mock city, following routes he'd memorized, seeking the higher point robots that would spawn later in more remote locations. "Smart," Daigoro approved. "Let the mob fin itself." How long before? The ground shook. A 2-pointer rounded the corner ahead, massive, tank-like treads crushing pavement, its single eye scanning for targets. It spotted Izuku and charged. One for all. Izuku's body blazed with red lightning as he channeled the foundational quirk, not full power, just enough. 5%, maybe 6. He leapt, cleared the robot's charging form, and brought his fist down on its sensor array in a single fluid motion. The robot crumpled. 2 points. Clean, N said. Efficient. Good. Keep moving. He ran. The first 3 minutes passed in a blur of destruction. Izuku moved through the mock city like water finding its level, flowing toward the highest concentrations of 2- and 3-point robots while avoiding the crowds fighting for scraps. His analytical mind, honed on years of quirk research, processed enemy movements before they happened, predicting attack patterns and exploiting weaknesses. Danger sense would help, he thought. If I could use it. Not yet, Nana warned. Too many threats. It would overwhelm you. I know. He ducked under a 2-pointer's swinging arm, pivoted, and drove his heel into its knee joint. The robot toppled, and he was already moving, already calculating the next engagement. 10 points. 15. 20. 4 minutes in, everything changed. A roar echoed through the faux streets, deeper than the other robots, more primitive. Izuku's blood ran cold as a massive shape rose from behind a collapsed building. 0 Pointer. The exam's ultimate test, a giant robot designed to be avoided rather than fought, to force students to make tactical decisions under pressure. It towered over the mock city, its single eye sweeping the streets below, its massive arms already swinging toward clusters of fleeing examinees. Run, Kudo ordered. That's what they expect. But that's an order, not a suggestion. Izuku ran, not away from the 0 Pointer, toward it. What are you doing? There are people trapped. He'd seen them, a group of examinees pinned by rubble, directly in the giant's path. They were screaming, clawing at debris that wouldn't move, seconds from being crushed. I can't leave them. Izuku. I can't leave them. Blackwhip stirred. The 0 Pointer's foot descended. Izuku moved, gearshift accelerating his perception, float lightening his steps, Jin building force with every stride. He crossed the distance in heartbeats, arriving at the trapped students just as the shadow fell over them. No time to move the rubble. Then move them another way. He grabbed the nearest student, a girl with ice blue hair, her eyes wide with terror, and threw her. Not violently. Gently. Float caught her midair, carrying her clear of the danger zone before setting her down with impossible care. 2 more. 3. 4. Each throw guided by float, each landing softer than should have been possible. The trapped students stared in disbelief as the boy with green hair tossed them to safety like they weighed nothing. The last student cleared the zone. The 0 Pointer's foot came down. Izuku stood alone in its shadow, watching death descend, and made a choice. Blackwhip. Now. The tendrils erupted. Not the wild, uncontrolled lashes of before, these were focused, driven by purpose rather than fear. They shot upward, wrapping around the 0 Pointer's descending limb, slowing its fall just enough. Just long enough. Float. He rose, not gently this time, but fast, shooting upward along the path cleared by Blackwhip. The tendrils pulled. Float lifted. Gearshift accelerated his perception until the world became a blur of motion and intent. One for all. Full power. As much as his body could handle. Channeled into a single fist aimed at the 0 Pointer's sensor array. Jin. The stored energy released. The impact shattered the morning. Later, analysts would study the footage frame by frame, trying to understand what they'd seen. A boy. A giant robot. A single punch that obliterated the 0 Pointer from within, sending fragments of metal raining across the mock city like the world's most dangerous confetti. Izuku hung in the air where the robot's head used to be, black tendrils slowly retracting, red lightning fading, his body screaming in protest. You did it, Nana breathed. You actually. He fell. Blackness took him before he hit the ground. The infirmary ceiling was white. Izuku stared at it for a long moment, trying to remember how he'd gotten here. The exam. The 0 Pointer. The students he'd saved. The punch that had. You're awake. Recovery girl's face appeared above him, wrinkled and stern and somehow proud. You absolute fool. You used 6 quirks simultaneously. 6. Your body should have turned to paste. Is that a medical term? Don't get smart with me, young man. But she was smiling. Actually smiling. The other examinees are fine, by the way. The ones you saved. They're outside, demanding to see you. Izuku blinked. They're, what? Heroes in training. Recovery girl snorted. They saw you sacrifice your exam to save them. They want to thank you. Properly. She paused. Also, you passed. What? The 0 Pointer isn't worth any points. Everyone knows that. But your actions, she shook her head. The judges are still arguing about how many rescue points to give you. It's unprecedented. A single candidate might break the scale. Rescue points, Hikage murmured. I'd forgotten about those. I didn't know they existed. That's the point. The crowd outside was larger than Izuku expected. Dozens of students, the ones he'd saved, plus others who'd heard the story, pressed against the infirmary doors, calling his name, demanding to see the boy who'd taken on a 0 Pointer alone. Recovery girl had to call security to keep them back. Midoriya. The ice-haired girl pushed through the crowd, her face flushed with emotion. Midoriya, she stopped, swallowed, started again. You saved my life. You threw me to safety like I weighed nothing. And then her voice broke. You destroyed that thing. With your bare hands. She's crying, *N observed. People don't cry for strangers. She's not a stranger anymore. I'm glad you're okay, Izuku said. It felt inadequate, pathetic, but it was true. The girl laughed, a wet, broken sound. I'm okay because of you. We all are. She grabbed his hand, squeezed it. Whatever happens with the exam, whatever score they give you, you're a hero. The real kind. Don't let anyone tell you different. She's right, Nana said softly. About all of it. I know. Do you? Izuku looked at the crowd of students, strangers an hour ago, now bound to him by something deeper than gratitude. They'd seen him at his most desperate. Seen him choose to fight when running would have been smarter. And they were grateful. I know, he whispered. Present Mike's voice boomed across the viewing room. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for. The exam results. Izuku sat in the crowded auditorium, surrounded by students who kept glancing his way with expressions ranging from awe to curiosity to barely concealed jealousy. The zero-pointer incident had spread through the examinee population like wildfire. Everyone knew his name now. Everyone had opinions. Ignore them, Kudo advised. Focus on the screen. The results appeared. Names scrolled past, hundreds of them, ranked by total score. Izuku's eyes scanned automatically, searching for his own name, finding it near the top but not at the top. Bakugo held first place with 77 villain points. Todoroki held second with 65. Izuku Midoriya, 53 villain points. That's good, Daigoro said. Really good. Top 10 for sure. But wait. Present Mike's voice cut through the murmurs. That's not all. At UA, we believe being a hero is about more than just fighting villains. That's why we also award rescue points for selfless actions during the exam. The screen changed. A new column appeared beside each name, small at first, then growing as the numbers populated. Most students had single-digit rescue points. A few had double digits. Bakugo had 0, he'd focused entirely on combat, ignoring the examinees in danger. Todoroki had 12. Izuku's rescue points appeared. 60. The auditorium went silent. Izuku Midoriya, 53 villain points. 60 rescue points. Total score, 113. First place. By a lot. The silence broke into chaos. Students shouted questions, protested, demanded explanations. How could rescue points outnumber villain points? How could someone who'd technically failed to fight the zero-pointer, it wasn't worth points, receive more points than anyone who'd actually fought? Present Mike's voice cut through again. For those questioning the score, review the footage. This examinee saved 12 fellow candidates from certain death. 12. At UA, we value the lives of future heroes above all else. Midoriya Izuku earned every point he received. The protests quieted. Not stopped. Just muted. Students looked at Izuku with new eyes, recalculating their assessments. He wasn't just powerful. He was selfless. And in the hero world, that mattered more than anything. You did it, Nana whispered. You actually did it. We did it. All of us. Number. Her voice was firm. We guided. We advised. But when the moment came, you made the choice. You saved those people. Never forget that. Izuku nodded slowly. He wouldn't. Bakugo found him after the results were announced. The explosion user pushed through the crowd with none of the subtlety his classmates would later develop, grabbing Izuku's shoulder and spinning him around with force that bordered on violent. Deku. The nickname hit like a slap. Years of torment compressed into 2 syllables. Kachan. Bakugo's eyes were wild, frustrated, confused, emotions he couldn't name playing across his features. What the hell was that? He gestured vaguely. You had power. Real power. Multiple quirks. And you used them to save people instead of, he stopped. Swallowed. What are you? It was the most honest question Bakugo had ever asked him. What are you? I don't know, Izuku thought. Something new. Something dangerous. Something that might save the world or destroy it. Tell him the truth, Kudo said. He deserves that much. I'm the person who couldn't let them die, Izuku said aloud. That's all. That's everything. Bakugo stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Fine. He released Izuku's shoulder. But this isn't over. I'm going to surpass you. I'm going to become the #1 hero, and you're going to watch from second place. Classic Bakugo, N muttered. Even when he's impressed, he's competitive. That's just who he is. I look forward to it, Izuku said. And meant it. Todoroki approached more quietly. The dual quirk user moved through the crowd like ice through water, separating it without disturbing it, leaving no trace of his passage. When he stopped before Izuku, his heterochromatic eyes studied him with an intensity that felt almost clinical. You used multiple quirks, he said. No greeting, no preamble, just observation. In the exam, I counted at least 4 distinct abilities. That's impossible. He's sharp, Hikage noted. Dangerously sharp. Should I deflect? For now. It's complicated, Izuku said. My quirk, it's not normal. It's inherited. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. Inherited quirks don't manifest as multiple abilities. They transfer singular powers. Mine did. A long pause. Then, slowly, Todoroki nodded. I see. He didn't, obviously. But he understood that he wouldn't get more answers today. We'll be in the same class. I'll be watching you. Challenging and creepy, Daigoro observed. Great combination. He's just intense. Intense is fine. Obsessive is a problem. Izuku filed the warning away for later. The walk home should have felt triumphant. He'd passed first place, with a score that would be talked about for years. His mother would cry happy tears. All Might would probably cry too, though he'd pretend it was allergies. Everything he'd worked for, dreamed of, bled for, it had all paid off. But beneath the triumph, something else stirred. Danger sense. The quirk had been quiet since the exam, exhausted, maybe, or overwhelmed by the constant stimuli. But now, as Izuku walked through familiar streets toward his apartment, it prickled. What is it? He asked. I don't know, Nana admitted. Can you? The feeling vanished. As suddenly as it had appeared, danger sense went silent, leaving Izuku alone with his thoughts and the growing certainty that someone, had been watching him. All for one. The name surfaced unbidden. The vestiges went still. You felt it too? Kudo asked quietly. I felt something that didn't want to be felt. Then it's real. He's real. And he's interested. Izuku's blood ran cold. What do I do? Exactly what you've been doing. Nana's voice was steady. Train, grow, prepare, and trust that when the time comes, you won't face him alone. You'll be with me. Always. He walked faster. Behind him, in shadows that shouldn't exist, something smiled. Inko was waiting at the door. She'd seen the results, they'd been broadcast live, her son's face splashed across every screen in Japan. When Izuku walked in, she took one look at him and broke, sobbing into his chest with a force that shook them both. My baby, she choked. My amazing, incredible, stupidly brave baby. I passed, Mom. I know. She pulled back, cupped his face in her hands. I know. And I've never been more terrified or proud in my entire life. Mothers, Daigoro sighed. They really are something else. The best something else. That night, Izuku dreamed of eyes in the darkness. And when he woke, sweating and shaking, he knew with terrible certainty that the real exam was only beginning. Chapter 7 Suspicion in the Shadows. The alley smelled like rotten old blood. All for One stood in darkness so complete it seemed to drink light, his ruined face hidden beneath a mask that had become more flesh than metal over the decades. Before him, a screen floated, thin as paper, bright as fire, showing footage that had already played across every news network in Japan. A boy. Green hair. Fists blazing with power that shouldn't exist. Multiple quirks. Asterisk. The thought curled through what remained of his mind like smoke through ruins. He'd watched the footage dozens of times now, analyzing every frame, cataloging every ability. The black tendrils, that was Banjo's work, the fifth's rage-given form. The weightlessness, Shimura's quirk, the one she'd used to escape him so many times. The speed enhancement, En's contribution, the sixth's restless energy. The stored power release, the fourth's final gift, the one he'd never seen used in combat. And beneath it all, the core. The stockpiled strength of generations. His brother's legacy, twisted into a weapon aimed at his throat. Master. The voice came from the alley's entrance, young, petulant, hungry. Shigaraki Tamura shuffled forward, scratching at his neck with fingers that carried the weight of too many deaths. Behind him, Kurogiri materialized from mist, his golden eyes fixed on the screen. Who is he? Shigaraki's voice cracked on the question. Why does he have so many quirks? All for One didn't answer immediately. He was still watching the footage, still feeling the power radiating from that small form. The boy moved like someone who'd been fighting for years, not months. His combinations were instinctive, his transitions seamless. As if the quirks had always been his. As if they'd merged with him at a level deeper than physical. Impossible. Asterisk. And yet, his name, All for One finally said, is Midoriya Izuku. Age 15. Until recently, he was registered as quirkless. Shigaraki's scratching intensified. Quirkless people don't have 7 quirks. No, they don't. All for One's voice carried a smile that nothing in the alley could see. Which means his power isn't natural. It's given. Transferred. Just like, he paused, letting the implication hang. One for all, Kurogiri finished. Yes. Silence settled over the alley. Somewhere distant, a train rumbled past. Normal life continuing in blissful ignorance of the conversation happening in its shadows. Shigaraki's scratching stopped. That's All Might's power, he said slowly. The one you've been trying to take for decades. The one that keeps escaping. The same. All for One turned from the screen, facing his chosen successor with eyes that held centuries of hatred. But this iteration is different. The previous users, they carried only the core. The stockpiled strength. This boy carries everything. Every quirk ever merged with One for All has awakened inside him. How? That, All for One murmured, is the question. The footage played again. All for One watched the boy's face, the determination, the fear, the desperation as he threw himself at a robot designed to be avoided. Watched the moment of choice, the instant when self-preservation lost to something else. Something familiar. Nana. Asterisk. The name burned through him like acid. Shimura Nana, who had defied him. Fought him. Escaped him, carrying power that should have been his. She died in the end, they all died, but her spirit lived on in every successor who picked up her mantle. And now, apparently, her quirk lived on too. Float, he breathed. She's given him float. Shigaraki tilted his head. What? A quirk. One of hers. She used it to flee our battles, to gain distance, to survive longer than she should have. All for One's voice hardened. Now it serves another host. Another enemy. Another piece of you I'll destroy. Asterisk. He didn't say it aloud. Shigaraki didn't need to hear his master's obsessions, not yet. The boy was still forming, still becoming. His hatred needed direction, not complication. The other quirks, All for One continued. Blackwhip belonged to Daigoro Banjo, the 5th. Gearshift to N, the 6th. Fa Jin to Hikage Shinomori, the 4th. And the one he used at the end, the explosive release, that was Shinomori's final gift, perfected in isolation. That's 4, Kurogiri noted. You mentioned 7. There are more. I can sense them. All for One's eyes narrowed. A danger sense quirk, probably the 3rd's. A smokescreen, the 2nd's, perhaps, or one of the earlier holders whose names I've forgotten. And the core itself, the accumulated strength of 9 generations. 9. Asterisk. Because this boy was the 9th. And the 9th carried everything. The League of Vamp, the League of Villains, gathered in darkness. Not many. Just the core, Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and a handful of others whose names hardly mattered. All for One rarely bothered learning the names of disposable assets. The hero course at UA starts in 2 weeks, he said. This boy, Midoriya Izuku, will be enrolled. He'll train. He'll grow. He'll become more dangerous with every passing day. Then we kill him now. Shigaraki's hands twitched. Before he gets stronger. No. The word dropped like a stone into still water. Shigaraki froze. Master. Killing him now would be wasteful. He carries power I've sought for centuries, power that could finally be mine if handled correctly. All for One's voice softened, became almost gentle. Don't you see, Tamura? This boy isn't just an enemy. He's an opportunity. Shigaraki's scratching resumed. I don't understand. You will. In time. All for One turned back to the screen, where the footage had looped again to the moment of impact, the boy's fist connecting with the robot's head, releasing power that should have killed him. For now, we watch. We learn. We wait for the moment when he's isolated, vulnerable, ripe. And if that moment never comes, all moments come eventually. Even for heroes. Days passed. Izuku trained. The mountains welcomed him back like an old friend, or at least like a familiar nuisance, someone whose presence they'd learned to tolerate. He sat on his meditation rock for hours, feeling the quirks settle into patterns that felt almost natural. Blackwhip still stirred when he used others, but the stirring had become a reminder rather than a threat. Gearshift still accelerated his heartbeat, but he'd learned to breathe through it, to accept the speed rather than fight it. You're improving, Hikage noted. Faster than I expected. Is that good or bad? Both. Improvement always carries risk. Izuku opened his eyes. The mountains stretched before him, ancient and indifferent. Somewhere below, All Might waited in his tent, recovering from injuries that would never fully heal. Somewhere beyond that, Yue waited. His future. His destiny. Danger sense. The prickle came and went, faster now, less insistent. He was learning to read it, to distinguish between immediate threats and distant possibilities. This felt like the latter. Something watching from far away. Something patient. All for One. The name surfaced every time now. The vestiges had stopped reacting to it, they'd accepted that their ancient enemy was aware of their new host, was interested in ways that boded ill for everyone. What's he waiting for? Izuku asked. The right moment, Nana said quietly. He always waits for the right moment. And when it comes. Then we fight. Together. The acceptance letter arrived on a Tuesday. Inko cried, of course. She'd been crying for days, happy tears, proud tears, terrified tears that blurred together into a constant dampness around her eyes. She clutched the letter like it might disappear, reading it over and over as if expecting the words to change. UA, she whispered. My son is going to UA. Yes, Mom. The best hero school in the country. Yes. They'll teach you to fight villains. Yes. She looked at him then, really looked, past the smile and the confidence to the exhaustion underneath. Izuku, are you sure this is what you want? It was the question she'd never asked directly. The one that had hung between them since the sludge villain, since the hospital, since everything changed. Are you sure? No, Izuku thought. I'm not sure of anything. But what he said was, yes. This is what I want. This is who I am. Inko nodded slowly. Then she pulled him into a hug so tight it hurt. Then be the best hero you can be, she whispered. For both of us. The first day of UA dawned bright and cold. Izuku stood at the gates again, not as an examinee this time, but as a student. The buildings still loomed. The crowds still streamed past. But something had shifted. He belonged here now. He'd earned it. Don't get cocky, Dagora warned. Earning a spot is different from keeping it. I know. Do you? He didn't answer. Couldn't. Because the truth was, he didn't know anything anymore, not really. The world had become a place of impossible powers and ancient enemies and voices in his head that guided him toward a future he couldn't see. But he was here. At UA. Where heroes were made. That had to count for something. Class 1A's door loomed before him. Izuku paused with his hand on the handle, feeling the weight of what lay beyond. 20 students. 20 futures. 20 people who would become his comrades, his rivals, his family over the next 3 years. Nervous? Nana asked. Always. Good. Nervous keeps you sharp. He opened the door. The classroom erupted. Not literally, but close. A dozen conversations stopped mid-sentence as heads turned toward the newcomer, eyes widening with recognition. The zero-pointer boy. The one with the impossible score. Him. Midoriya. The ice-haired girl from the exam, Momo Yaoyorozu, he'd learned, rushed forward, her face lit with joy. You're here. You're really here. I'm really here. He smiled despite himself. It's good to see you again. You saved my life. She grabbed his hands, squeezed. I never got to properly thank you. I was so overwhelmed, and then you were unconscious, and, she stopped, swallowed. Thank you. For everything. She means it, asterisk and observed. Really means it, asterisk. I know, asterisk. Other students approached, some shy, some bold, all curious. They introduced themselves in a blur of names and faces that Izuku desperately tried to memorize. Kirishima, with his sharp teeth and brighter smile. Ishido, pink-skinned and bubbling with energy. Kaminari, whose eyes sparked with electricity he couldn't quite control. And in the back, watching with eyes that held ice and fire. Todoroki. He didn't approach, didn't speak, just watched, cataloging everything with that clinical intensity that made Izuku's danger sense prickle faintly. He's going to be a problem, asterisk Kudo muttered. Maybe. Or maybe he's going to be an ally. Asterisk. Same thing, sometimes. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. Bakugo entered like a storm. The door slammed open. Explosions crackled from his palms. His eyes swept the room, dismissed everyone they touched, and landed on Izuku with the force of a physical blow. Deku. The nickname hung in the air like smoke. Kachan. Bakugo crossed the room in 3 strides, stopping inches from Izuku's face. His hands crackled with barely suppressed explosions. His jaw worked as if chewing words he couldn't quite force out. You think you're better than me, he finally said. Because of that stupid exam. Because you saved some extras and got points for it. I don't think I'm better than anyone. Liar. But there was no heat in it. Just frustration, confusion, the same emotions Izuku had seen after the exam results. You have power now, real power, and you used it to help people instead of, he stopped. Looked away. Whatever. We're in the same class now. That means I get to beat you every day until you remember your place. Is he trying to be friendly? N wondered. Asterisk in Bakugo's world, that's probably as close as it gets. Asterisk. I look forward to it, Izuku said. Bakugo snorted and moved to his seat. Dash dash dash. Aizawa Shota entered like death wearing a sleeping bag. The class went silent immediately, not from respect, exactly, but from the sheer presence of the man. He looked like he hadn't slept in years. Looked like he might never sleep again. Looked like sleep was a luxury he couldn't afford and resented everyone who could. Put these on. He gestured to a rack of gym uniforms by the door. Then meet me on the field. You have 5 minutes. Sensei, someone started to ask a question. 4 minutes, 50 seconds. The class moved. Dash dash dash. The quirk apprehension test was brutal by design. Aizawa explained it with the enthusiasm of someone explaining a root canal. Standardized tests were useless. Quirks needed to be measured in action. The student with the lowest score would be expelled. Expelled, Daigoro repeated. Asterisk on the first day. Asterisk. He's testing us. Seeing how we handle pressure. Asterisk. You're awfully calm about this. Asterisk. I have 8 voices in my head. Pressure is relative. Asterisk. The tests began. 50-meter dash. Grip strength. Standing long jump. Side steps. Ball throw. Each student used their quirk to maximize results, and each result was recorded with cold precision. Bakugo dominated the early events, his explosions propelling him through the dash, adding force to his throw, demonstrating control that made other students' efforts look pathetic. Todoroki was equally impressive, freezing entire sections of the field to create launching platforms, his ice spreading with geometric precision. Yaoyorozu created tools on demand, her quirk's versatility allowing her to adapt to each test individually. And Izuku. Don't use multiple quirks, asterisk Nana warned. Not yet. Not here. Asterisk. But if I hold back, you won't be expelled. Trust me. Asterisk. He trusted her. So he used only One For All, 5%, carefully controlled, and performed well enough to avoid the bottom. Not first. Not even top 5. But safe. Good. Hikage approved. Discretion is the better part of valor. Asterisk. Is that what we're calling it? Asterisk. Today, yes. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The ball throw came last. Aizawa handed Bakugo the ball with something almost like anticipation. You've been showing off all day. Let's see what you can really do. Bakugo grinned, a feral, hungry expression that made several students step back. He wound up, channeled explosions into the throw, and launched the ball into the sky. 705 meters, Aizawa announced. Impressive. Bakugo's grin widened. Then it was Izuku's turn. Just 5%, asterisk Nana reminded him. Nothing more. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. He took the ball. Breathed. Channeled One For All into his arm. 5%, exactly, measured with precision born of weeks of training. And through. The ball sailed, far, but not Bakugo far. 400 meters. Maybe 450. Respectable, but not remarkable. Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly. He'd seen the exam footage. He knew what this boy was capable of. And yet, 423 meters. The teacher's voice betrayed nothing. Next. Izuku stepped back, relief washing through him. You did it, asterisk and cheered. Perfectly controlled. Perfectly. Danger sense. Asterisk. The prickle came from nowhere, sharp, immediate, terrifying. Izuku spun, searching for the threat, but the field was empty. Just students. Just teachers. Just eyes. In the distance. On a rooftop. Watching. They were gone before he could focus, but the impression lingered. All for one. It had to be. What is it? Todoroki was beside him suddenly, following his gaze. What did you see? Nothing. Izuku forced calm into his voice. Just, thought I saw something. Todoroki's eyes narrowed, but he didn't press. He's watching, asterisk Izuku thought at the vestiges. All for one is watching. Asterisk. We know. Asterisk. What do I do? Asterisk. Exactly what you've been doing. Nana's voice was steel. Grow stronger. Build alliances. And when the time comes. Be ready. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The day ended without expulsion. Aizawa announced that the threat had been logical. Deception, a tactic to gauge their reactions under pressure. Several students looked ready to murder him. Others looked ready to cry. Izuku just felt tired. You handled that well, asterisk Kudo said. The hiding. The control. Asterisk. It won't last. Eventually, I'll have to show them what I can do. Asterisk. Eventually. Not today. Asterisk. He walked home through streets that felt different now, charged with awareness, heavy with watching eyes. Danger sense prickled constantly, never quite forming a threat, never quite fading. The city hummed around him, oblivious to the war being waged in the shadows. He's patient, asterisk Nana said quietly. All for one has waited decades. He'll wait longer if he has to. Asterisk. How do we beat someone like that? Asterisk. We don't. Not alone. But together, asterisk she paused. Together, we might have a chance. Asterisk. Izuku looked up at the sky. Stars were beginning to appear, the same stars he saw in the vestige realm, or close enough. Somewhere out there, an ancient evil watched and waited. And somewhere inside him, 8 heroes watched back. I'm ready, asterisk he thought. As ready as I'll ever be. Asterisk. That's all we ask. Asterisk. He walked on. The night swallowed him whole. Chapter 8 Battle Trial Overdrive. The costumes arrived on Wednesday. Izuku stood in the changing room, staring at the armored suit that hung before him, green and white, with a design that echoed All Might's golden age while carving its own identity. The helmet sat above it like a crown, its rabbit ear fins reaching toward fluorescent lights that hummed with artificial life. Put it on, asterisk Nana urged. Let's see. Asterisk. His hands shook as he reached for it. The fabric settled against his skin like a second layer, flexible where it needed to be, armored where it mattered. The support items integrated seamlessly. Shock absorbers in the gloves, impact dispersion in the boots, a utility belt packed with enough gear to handle most emergencies. He designed it himself, with help from the vestiges, incorporating lessons from generations of heroes who'd worn less sophisticated suits into battle. You look like one of us, Daigoro said. There was something in his voice, pride, maybe. Or grief. Like you belong. Asterisk. I hope I do. Asterisk. You do. Now go prove it. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. Class 1A gathered in the staging area, transformed. The costumes were as varied as their users, some practical, some theatrical, some clearly designed by people who'd never actually worn them into combat. Bakugo's gear bristled with grenade launchers and impact absorption. Todoroki's suit was simple, almost austere, designed to handle extreme temperatures without restricting movement. Yaoyorozu's costume incorporated her quirk's need for exposed skin, creating a design that balanced functionality with coverage. And then there was Mineta, whose costume apparently consisted of a diaper and a helmet. Heroes, N muttered. We've really evolved over the generations. Focus, Hikage warned. Aizawa is speaking. The teacher stood before them, still wrapped in his sleeping bag, still radiating exhaustion like a personal aura. Today's exercise is battle trials. Indoor combat simulation. You'll be divided into pairs, heroes and villains, and fight for control of a mock weapon. He held up a glowing device. Heroes win by capturing the weapon or defeating the villains. Villains win by protecting the weapon for 15 minutes or defeating the heroes. No lethal force. No permanent injuries. Everything else is allowed. The class stirred with excitement. Partners will be assigned randomly. Aizawa produced a tablet, tapped it once. First match. Heroes, Midoriya and Uraraka. Villains, Bakugo and Iida. Izuku's blood ran cold. Bakugo, Kudo breathed. Of course. And Iida, the speedster. This is a test. A deliberate challenge. Nana's voice was calm. Aizawa wants to see how you handle pressure. How you work with a partner. How you adapt. Can I do this? You have 8 quirks and the combined experience of generations. Yes, you can do this. The building loomed before them, a multi-story mock-up designed for urban combat training. Windows gaped like empty eyes. Stairwells spiraled into darkness. Somewhere inside, Bakugo and Iida waited with the weapon and the will to win. Uraraka stood at Izuku's side, her pink cheeks flushed with excitement and nerves. So, she said, we're partners. We're partners. Any ideas? Because I've never done anything like this before, and Bakugo looks really scary, and, she stopped, took a breath. Sorry. I'm rambling. She's nervous, N observed. Good nervous, though. The kind that sharpens focus. It's okay. Izuku forced a smile. I'm nervous too. But we can do this. We just need to work together. How? He thought about it. The building's layout flashed through his mind. He'd memorized it during the briefing. Every floor, every corridor, every potential ambush point. Bakugo would want to fight head-on. Iida would want to use his speed to patrol and respond. Their styles clashed, which meant they'd have to coordinate. Weakness, Hikage noted. Exploit it. The weapon's on the top floor, Izuku said slowly. That's where they'll make their stand. Bakugo won't want to hide, he'll want to fight us directly. Iida might try to intercept us on the stairs. So we split up. No. The plan crystallized. We stay together. Bakugo's too strong to fight alone, and Iida's too fast to chase. If we separate, they'd pick us off. But if we move as a unit, we can force them to come to us. She's quick, Daigoro approved. Good instincts. Exactly. Izuku met her eyes. Uraraka, can you make me weightless? Her eyes widened. You mean? Bakugo's explosions work by propelling him. If I'm weightless, he can't control how I move. I'll be a projectile he can't aim. That's insane, Kudo said. I love it. It's dangerous, Uraraka warned. If you can't control your trajectory, then you catch me. He smiled. That's what partners do, right? She stared at him for a moment. Then, slowly, she smiled back. Right. The building swallowed them whole. Izuku moved first, Uraraka close behind, their footsteps echoing in spaces designed to amplify sound. Every corner could hide an ambush. Every doorway could conceal a trap. Danger sense prickled constantly, but the threats were too diffuse to pinpoint. Bakugo's aggression, Iida's speed, the building itself pressing in from all sides. First floor clear, Hikage reported. They're higher up. How do you know? I don't. But if I were them. Stairs, Uraraka whispered. They approached the stairwell carefully, Izuku in front, Uraraka ready to use her quirk at the first sign of danger. The door stood slightly ajar, a trap, or just careless construction. Check it. Asterisk. Izuku eased the door open. Iida stood at the top of the stairs, engine gleaming, arms crossed in a pose that screamed waiting. His eyes locked onto Izuku, and for a moment, nobody moved. Heroes, Iida intoned. You will not pass. He's really committed to this villain thing, asterisk and observed. Focus. Where's Bakugo? Asterisk. Not here. Which means. Ambush, Izuku breathed. Uraraka, get back. Too late. Bakugo exploded through the wall beside them, not the stairwell wall, but the corridor wall, having apparently blasted his way through multiple rooms to reach their position. His palms crackled with building force, his grin feral with anticipation. Gotcha, Deku. The fight exploded into chaos. Bakugo's opening salvo forced Izuku to dive sideways, rolling through debris that sliced at his costume. Uraraka scrambled in the opposite direction, putting distance between herself and the explosive threat. Iida descended the stairs in a blur of motion, his engines roaring as he chased. They're separating us, asterisk Kudo warned. That's their plan, asterisk. I know, asterisk. Then, Uraraka can handle Iida, she's smarter than he expects. I need to focus on Bakugo. Asterisk. The explosive user was already closing, his palms spitting fire with every step. He moved like someone who'd been fighting his whole life, which he had, in a sense. Bakugo didn't need formal training to understand combat. He breathed it. Deku. Another blast, forcing Izuku to dodge again. Stop running and fight me. He's faster than you, Daigoro noted. Stronger, too, in close quarters. Asterisk. Then I need distance. Asterisk. Float. Asterisk. The quirk activated, not fully, just enough to lighten his steps, to make each dodge less costly. Bakugo noticed immediately, his eyes narrowing. More tricks. He launched another blast. Show me all of them. He wants to see what you can do, asterisk Nana realized. He's not just fighting, he's testing. Asterisk. Testing what? Asterisk. Whether you're worth his attention. Asterisk. Izuku's blood heated. All his life, Bakugo had dismissed him. Ignored him. Treated him like furniture that happened to breathe. And now he was curious. Now he wanted to see the power that had humiliated him at the entrance exam. Give him what he wants. Asterisk. But. Just enough. Just a taste. Asterisk. Izuku stopped running. Bakugo skidded to a halt, surprised by the sudden change. What? Asterisk Blackwhip. Asterisk. The tendrils erupted, controlled, focused, lashing toward Bakugo with precision that spoke of hours of practice. They wrapped around his wrists, his ankles, his chest, lifting him off the ground before he could react. What the? Float. Asterisk. Izuku rose to meet him, floating at eye level with the boy who'd tormented him for years. Their faces were inches apart. Bakugo's expression cycled through shock, rage, and something that looked almost like awe. You have multiple quirks, Bakugo whispered. You actually, how? Gear shift. Asterisk. Time slowed. Not much, just enough to see Bakugo's eyes widen further, to watch his struggles become sluggish, to appreciate the moment in all its impossible detail. One for all, Izuku said quietly, isn't a normal quirk. It carries the power of everyone who came before me. And they're all awake inside me now. Bakugo stared. Deku. The moment shattered. Iida's engines roared from somewhere below, accompanied by Uraraka's startled yelp. Izuku's concentration broke, just for an instant, just long enough. Blackwhip loosened. Bakugo moved. The explosion caught Izuku full in the chest, sending him crashing through a wall, through another wall, through debris that sliced and burned and hurt. He came to rest in what had once been an office, surrounded by shattered furniture and the ringing of his own ears. Izuku. Nana's voice was frantic. Are you? I'm fine. He pushed himself up. His costume was shredded. His ribs screamed. But he was fine. Bakugo. Coming. Fast. And angry. Asterisk. Good. So am I. Asterisk. Uraraka found Iida first. The speedster had chased her through 3 floors, his engines roaring, his arms extended for capture. But Uraraka was smarter than he expected. She'd led him into a narrow corridor where his speed was useless, then used her quirk on the ceiling panels, dropping debris in his path. You're resourceful, Iida admitted, dodging another falling panel. But resourcefulness isn't enough. He lunged. Uraraka touched his arm. The moment his skin contacted hers, weightlessness activated. Iida's eyes went wide as his carefully controlled charge became flight, his engine firing uselessly against gravity's sudden absence. He tumbled through the air, arms windmilling, dignity thoroughly demolished. Sorry, Uraraka called as he crashed into a far wall. But you were really scary. Bakugo found Izuku in the ruins of the office. The explosive user's chest heaved. His palms crackled with barely restrained fury. But beneath the anger, something else lurked, something Izuku had never seen in those crimson eyes before. Respect. You're different, Bakugo said. You're not the same Deku from middle school. I'm not. You have power now. Real power. And you used it to show off instead of finishing me. Bakugo's jaw tightened. Why? Because I wanted you to understand. Izuku didn't say it aloud. Some truths were too big for words. Because you're worth more than a quick win, he said instead. Because if I beat you now, like this, when you're confused and angry, it wouldn't mean anything. You'd just find excuses. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. And if you wait, then we fight when we're both ready. Both at our best. And we see who's really stronger. Silence stretched between them. Then, slowly, Bakugo smiled. It was the most terrifying expression Izuku had ever seen. Fine. Bakugo's palms sparked. But I'm not waiting to prove myself. I'm proving it now. He charged. The fight that followed was brutal. Bakugo attacked with everything he had. Explosions that shook the building, shockwaves that shattered walls, pressure that would have killed anyone without Izuku's durability. But Izuku had more than durability. He had options. Float kept him mobile, dodging attacks that would have landed seconds ago. Blackwhip created barriers, redirected force, grabbed Bakugo when he overextended. Gearshift accelerated his perception, letting him see attacks coming before they launched. And through it all, One For All pulsed in his veins, the foundation that made everything else possible. But Bakugo adapted. Every trick Izuku used, Bakugo learned. Every combination he tried, Bakugo countered. The explosive user's genius wasn't just in his quirk, it was in his mind. His ability to process combat data in real time, to evolve faster than anyone had a right to. He's incredible, Kudo breathed. I've never seen. Focus. Bakugo feinted left, then right, catching Izuku with a blast that sent him spinning. Before he could recover, Bakugo was there, palm pressed against his chest, explosion building. Gotcha. Danger sense screamed. Fa Jin. The stored energy released, not as an attack, but as a burst, propelling Izuku backward faster than Bakugo could follow. He crashed through another wall, tumbled across another floor, came to rest in a heap of debris that smelled like smoke and defeat. You're running out of time, Nana warned. The exercise. I know. Bakugo's too strong in close quarters. You need distance. You need the weapon. Izuku's eyes snapped open. The weapon was on the top floor. Bakugo had left it unguarded to chase him. And Uraraka. She's still fighting Iida, distracting him. If I can reach the weapon before Bakugo catches me, you can win. He pushed himself up. His body screamed protest. His quirks pulsed with exhaustion. But he moved, climbing through the ruined building toward the target that would end this fight. Behind him, Bakugo's explosions grew closer. The top floor stretched before him, a single open space dominated by the weapon pedestal at its center. No Iida, no traps, just empty floor and the prize waiting to be claimed. Too easy, Hikage warned. Bakugo wouldn't leave it. The explosion came from below. Bakugo burst through the floor, launching himself toward Izuku with everything he had. His palms blazed. His eyes burned. He was beautiful in his fury, a force of nature compressed into human form. You think I didn't plan for this? He screamed. You think I'd leave the weapon undefended? He's faster. Stronger. But I have something he doesn't. Izuku turned to face him. And stopped fighting. Bakugo, he said quietly. Look. The explosive user's charge faltered, just for an instant, as he followed Izuku's gaze. Uraraka stood at the weapon pedestal, her hand hovering inches from the glowing device. Behind her, Iida lay pinned beneath debris, his engines sputtering uselessly. The exercise is over, Uraraka said softly. We win. Bakugo's explosion died. He stared at the scene for a long moment, at Iida's defeat, at Uraraka's victory, at the weapon that had been the objective all along. Then, slowly, he turned back to Izuku. You planned this. I planned to keep you distracted. Uraraka planned the rest. She's good, Daigoro said. Really good. Asterisk. She's amazing. Asterisk. Bakugo's expression shifted, through rage, through disbelief, through something that might have been acceptance. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed. A short, sharp sound, more shock than humor. You used me, he said. You actually used me as a distraction while your partner won the real fight. It worked. It did work. Bakugo shook his head. Deku, what the hell happened to you? Izuku didn't answer. He didn't have to. The debriefing was brutal. Aizawa dissected their performance with surgical precision, every mistake, every miscalculation, every moment when fear had overcome training. He praised Uraraka's tactical thinking and Iida's initial positioning. He critiqued Bakugo's overcommitment and Izuku's failure to communicate with his partner early enough. But beneath the criticism, something else lurked. He knows, Nana said quietly. About the quirks. He saw them. He's a pro. Of course he saw them. The question is what he'll do about it. After class, Aizawa pulled Izuku aside. Midoriya. The teacher's voice was flat, exhausted, tired. You used multiple quirks in that exercise. Distinct abilities that shouldn't exist in one person. Yes. I watched your exam footage. I saw the same thing. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. The principal told me to trust you. To give you space to develop. But I need to know, can you control them? Honest question, Kudo said. Deserves an honest answer. Not completely, Izuku admitted. But I'm learning. Every day. Aizawa studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Then learn faster. The world won't wait for you to catch up. He walked away, leaving Izuku alone with his thoughts and the weight of everything still to come. That night, Izuku dreamed of eyes in the darkness again. But this time, they weren't watching from rooftops. They were watching from inside. Chapter 9 The Weight of Power. The dreams started 3 days after the battle trial. Not nightmares, nothing so simple. These were visitations, moments of half-sleep where Izuku found himself standing in the vestige realm without willing it, surrounded by faces that watched him with expressions he couldn't read. You're pushing too hard. Nana's voice echoed through the starlit void. The other vestiges stood behind her, Kudo with his scars, Daigoro with his crossed arms, Hikage with his patient eyes, and with his restless energy. And behind them, the others. The ones who rarely spoke. The ones who watched. I'm fine, Izuku thought back. You're not. Your body is showing signs of strain. Micro-fractures in your bones, cellular degradation that recovery girl noticed in your last checkup. The quirks are taking a toll. Then I'll adapt. I always do. Adaptation has limits. He woke with the words echoing in his skull, the vestiges, concern. Pressing against his consciousness like a physical weight. Outside his window, the sun was rising over Musudafu, another day, another step toward the future he'd chosen. Danger sense prickled. Izuku sat up straighter, scanning his room for threats. Nothing. Just posters of All Might, just notebooks stacked on his desk, just the ordinary trappings of an ordinary life. But the prickling didn't fade. Something's coming, he realized. Something big. We know. Kudo's voice was grim. We've been feeling it too. The quirks are reacting to something, a distant threat, building slowly. All for one. Maybe. Or something worse. School became a blur of ordinary moments wrapped in extraordinary awareness. Izuku sat in class, taking notes on hero law and ethics, while danger sense pulsed at the edge of his perception like a second heartbeat. He ate lunch with Uraraka and Iida, laughing at their jokes, while Blackwhip stirred beneath his skin in response to emotions he couldn't name. He trained with All Might after school, pushing his body to new limits, while Fa Jin compressed energy in his core and gearshift vibrated with the need to move. You're spreading yourself too thin, Hikage warned during one particularly brutal session. 7 quirks require 7 times the maintenance. You can't train them all simultaneously. Asterisk. Then how do I prioritize? Focus on the ones most critical for survival. Let the others rest. Asterisk. Which ones are most critical? Asterisk. The vestiges argued about it for hours. Kudo pushed for danger sense and gear shift, awareness and speed, the foundations of survival. Daigoro argued for Blackwhip and float, mobility and restraint, the tools of control. Hikage advocated for Fa Jin and One For All, power and foundation, the core of everything. Nana mediated, her voice calm amid the chaos, guiding them toward consensus. In the end, they agreed on a rotation. 2 quirks per day, focused training, with the others held in reserve. It wasn't perfect, nothing about his situation was perfect, but it was manageable. For now, asterisk Nana added quietly. But the threat is growing faster than you are. Asterisk. How do you know? Asterisk. Because we can feel it too. The same way you feel danger sense. There's something in the world, something old and patient and hungry, and it's turning its attention toward you. Asterisk. Izuku's blood ran cold. All for one. Asterisk. Yes. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The first major incident happened on a Thursday. Izuku was walking home from training, exhausted but satisfied, when danger sense screamed. Not the usual prickling, a full-throated alarm that dropped him to his knees in the middle of the sidewalk. What? Move. Asterisk. He rolled without thinking, and a moment later the ground where he'd been standing exploded. Not from an attack, from below, as something burst through the concrete and asphalt and reached for him with hands that shouldn't exist. Nomu. Not the same models from the beach, these were smaller, faster, designed for assassination rather than combat. 3 of them, emerging from tunnels they'd apparently dug beneath the city, their burning eyes fixed on Izuku with singular purpose. They found you. Asterisk. How? Doesn't matter. Fight. Asterisk. Blackwhip erupted before Izuku consciously commanded it, lashing out at the nearest Nomu and sending it crashing into a building facade. The other 2 adjusted, spreading out, flanking him with tactics that spoke of coordination. They're working together. Asterisk. Of course they are. All for One doesn't send mindless beasts, he sends weapons. Asterisk. Izuku rose to his feet, his heart hammering, his mind racing through options. Civilians were screaming, running, scattering, he had to end this fast, before anyone got caught in the crossfire. Float. Asterisk. He rose, not high, just enough to gain perspective. The Nomu adjusted, leaping after him with strength that shattered pavement. One almost reached him, its claws grazing his costume before Blackwhip caught it and flung it away. Gear shift. Asterisk. Time slowed. The Nomu's trajectories became predictable, arcs he could dodge, patterns he could exploit. He moved through the air like water flowing around obstacles, never quite where the creatures expected, always one step ahead. Fa Jin. Asterisk. Energy built in his core, waiting for release. One good hit. One decisive strike. That's all he needed. The Nomu adapted. They always adapted. One of them changed mid-leap, its body shifting in ways that shouldn't be possible. Wings erupted from its back, biological, wrong, and suddenly it could match his mobility, could fly after him with speed that threatened to overwhelm. All for One gave them evolution quirks, asterisk Kudo realized. They're not just weapons, they're experiments. Asterisk. Experiments for what? Asterisk. For fighting you. Asterisk. The winged Nomu closed in, its claws extended, its eyes burning with that terrible intelligence that marked All for One's handiwork. Izuku dodged, but barely. The creature was fast, faster than anything he'd faced, and it was learning his patterns with every exchange. You can't outrun it. Asterisk. Then I outthink it. Asterisk. He stopped moving. The Nomu hesitated, confused by the sudden change, and that hesitation was all Izuku needed. Asterisk Blackwhip. Full power. Every tendril he could muster, lashing out not to attack but to bind. They wrapped around the winged Nomu, around the other 2, around everything within reach, creating a web of darkness that held them suspended in midair. Now. Fa Jin. Release. The energy erupted from his core, channeled through Blackwhip, transmitted to every Nomu at once. The creatures screamed, actual sounds of pain and surprise, before the force of the attack sent them crashing into buildings, into streets, into oblivion. Silence. Izuku hung in the air, Blackwhip slowly retracting, his body screaming with exhaustion. Below him, the street was destroyed. Above him, windows shattered. Around him, civilians stared in disbelief at the boy who had just defeated 3 monsters alone. You did it, Nana breathed. You actually. Danger sense. The prickling hadn't faded. If anything, it had intensified. They're not dead. What? Look. Izuku's eyes found the fallen Nomu. They were stirring, all 3 of them, pushing themselves up from the rubble, their bodies already healing from wounds that should have been fatal. Regeneration quirks. Of course. You can't kill them. Then I contain them. He dropped from the sky, landing in the midst of the recovering creatures. Blackwhip lashed out again, not attacking, but binding, wrapping each Nomu in layers of darkness that would take minutes to escape. Minutes he didn't have, but minutes were better than nothing. The sirens were approaching now. Heroes, finally responding to the chaos. They'd take over. They'd handle this. Izuku turned to flee, and stopped, because standing at the edge of the destruction, watching him with eyes that held centuries of hatred. All Might. No, not All Might. Someone wearing All Might's face, but wrong. Wrong. The smile was too wide. The posture too still. The presence too heavy with power that shouldn't exist. Hello, Ninth. The voice was All Might's. But the tone was something else entirely. All for one, Kudo breathed. He's using a body double. A puppet. Why? To send a message. The creature, the thing wearing All Might's face, smiled wider. My master sends his regards. He's been watching your progress with great interest. The way you combine quirks. The way you adapt. It's unprecedented. Izuku's fists clenched. Tell him I'm not afraid. Oh, we know. The creature chuckled. Fear isn't your weakness. We've studied you, Ninth. We know what makes you tick. Its eyes shifted, looking past Izuku towards something in the distance. We know about the people you love. Mother. The thought hit like a physical blow. He's threatening Mom. It's a bluff, Daigoro said quickly. He doesn't know where she lives. He knows, Izuku whispered. He knows everything. The creature's smile widened. Clever boy. Yes, we know. We've always known. And we're patient, Ninth. We can wait years, decades, centuries if necessary. But eventually, it leaned closer. Eventually, you'll make a mistake. And when you do, we'll take everything you love. Everyone you love. And we'll make you watch. Kill it, Kudo snarled. Kill it now. It's a puppet. Killing it does nothing. But Izuku's body was already moving, Blackwhip surging toward the creature with a violence that surprised even him. The tendrils wrapped around its throat, lifted it from the ground, squeezed. Tell your master, Izuku said quietly, that if he touches my mother, if he touches anyone I love, I'll find him. I'll find him, and I'll end him. Not because I'm a hero. Because I'm me. The creature laughed, a wet, choking sound through Blackwhip's grip. Oh, Ninth. Its eyes gleamed. That's exactly what he's counting on. It dissolved. Not died, dissolved, its body crumbling into dust that scattered on the wind, leaving nothing behind but the echo of its words and the weight of everything it had threatened. The walk home was the longest of Izuku's life. Every shadow held a threat. Every stranger could be an assassin. Every moment stretched into eternity as danger sense pulsed and flickered and screamed at threats that might or might not exist. He's in your head, Nana said quietly. That's what he does. He gets inside and he stays. I know. You can't let him control you. I know. Then, I know. The words burst out of him, startling a nearby pedestrian. Izuku pressed a hand to his mouth, fighting for control, fighting for calm. I know, he repeated, softer. I know what he's doing. I just don't know how to stop it. You can't stop it, but you can manage it. Hikage's voice was calm, clinical, exactly what he needed. Recognize the fear for what it is, a tool he's using against you. Acknowledge it, then set it aside. Set it aside. Like you do with the quirks. Feel it without letting it control you. Izuku stopped walking, closed his eyes, breathed. The fear was there, a living thing coiled in his chest, pulsing with every heartbeat. He'd carried it his whole life, in one form or another. Fear of being quirkless. Fear of being useless. Fear of watching others suffer while he stood helpless. Now the fear had a face. A name. A purpose. I feel you, asterisk he thought at it. I know you're there. But you don't get to drive. Asterisk. The fear pulsed, once, twice, and then, slowly, settled. Not gone. Never gone. But manageable. Good. Asterisk Nana approved. Very good. Asterisk. He opened his eyes. The street was still there. The shadows still hid threats. But he could breathe now. Could think. Could plan. First step. Protect mom. Asterisk. Second step. Get stronger. Asterisk. Third step. Find All For One before he finds me. Asterisk. Ambitious. Asterisk Kudo noted. I like it. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. Inko was waiting when he got home. She took one look at his face, at the exhaustion carved into every line, and pulled him into a hug without a word. No questions. No demands. Just presence, the kind of love that asked nothing and gave everything. She knows, Daigoro said softly. Not the details. But she knows. Asterisk. How? Asterisk. Mothers always know. Asterisk. Izuku hugged her back, fighting tears he refused to shed. Mom, I need to tell you something. About what I am. About what's coming. Inko pulled back, met his eyes. You don't have to. I do. You deserve to know. So he told her. Everything. The vestiges. The quirks. All for one's interest. The threat that hung over both of them like a sword waiting to fall. When he finished, Inko was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, my baby, my beautiful, brave, stupid baby, you've been carrying all of this alone. I had the vestiges. They helped. That's not the same. She cupped his face in her hands. That's not the same as having someone to hold you when you're scared. Someone who loves you without conditions. Someone who, her voice broke. Someone who would die before letting anyone hurt you. Mom, I mean it. Her eyes blazed with a fire he'd never seen. All for one. These Nomu. Whatever's coming, they'll have to go through me to get to you. And I'm not as helpless as I look. She's amazing, asterisk and breathed. Absolutely amazing. Asterisk. She's my mom. Asterisk. Yeah, we noticed. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. That night, Izuku dreamed of the vestige realm again. But this time, the faces were different. Kudo stood at the front, his scars more prominent than usual, his expression grim. Daigoro flanked him, Blackwhip coiling around his arms in patterns that mirrored Izuku's own. Hikage stood apart, his eyes fixed on something in the distance. En fidgeted with nervous energy. Nana watched with maternal concern. And behind them, for the first time, the others stepped forward. The second holder, a man with sharp features and sharper eyes, his quirk radiating danger even in this realm of ghosts. The third, a woman whose presence prickled with warning, danger sense made manifest. The seventh, a hero whose face Izuku recognized from history books, dead before his time, his power still echoing through generations. You've felt it, the second said. His voice was rough, unused to speaking. The weight of what you carry. Yes. It will only get heavier. I know. The second's eyes narrowed. Do you know what it means to hold 7 quirks? To feel 7 legacies pressing against your consciousness every moment of every day. To carry the hopes of the dead while the living depend on you for survival. He's testing you, asterisk Nana said quietly. They all are. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. Yes, Izuku said aloud. I know what it means. I live it every day. I wake up with Blackwhip stirring and danger sense prickling and gearshift vibrating in my veins. I go to sleep with your voices in my head and your faces in my dreams. I carry you everywhere, every class, every meal, every moment of every day. The second's expression didn't change. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Izuku met his eyes. You're not a burden. You're family. The family I never knew I needed. And if carrying you means I get to save people, if it means I get to protect my mom, my friends, everyone who matters, then I'll carry you forever. Until my body gives out. Until my mind breaks. Until there's nothing left but the power and the purpose and the hope that you gave me. Silence settled over the vestige realm. Then, slowly, the second smiled. It was not a nice smile. It was the smile of a warrior recognizing another warrior, of a fighter acknowledging a fighter worth fighting beside. Good answer, he said. Now prove it. Izuku woke with the sun in his eyes and fire in his veins. The day stretched before him, school, training, the endless preparation for a war that hadn't started yet. But something had shifted in the night. Something had settled. You're different, Nana observed. More, grounded. I made a choice. To stop running from the weight and start carrying it. That's brave. That's necessary. He dressed. 8. Kissed his mother goodbye. Walked through streets that still held shadows but no longer held terror. UA loomed ahead. Danger sense prickled. Izuku stopped, scanned the area, found nothing. But the feeling persisted, not an immediate threat, but an awareness. Something watching from very far away. All for one. Yes. Let him watch. He walked through the gates. Chapter 10 USJ Annihilation. The morning of the USJ training exercise dawned gray and heavy. Izuku stood at the window of Class 1A's homeroom, watching clouds gather on the horizon like an army preparing to march. His reflection stared back at him, green hair disheveled, eyes shadowed from another night of restless dreams, costume already adjusted and readied for whatever the day would bring. You feel it too. Nana's voice was quiet, almost a whisper. The other vestiges had been silent all morning, not absent, but waiting, their attention focused on something Izuku couldn't see. Danger sense hasn't stopped since I woke up. It knows something we don't. Then we prepare. The door slid open. Aizawa shuffled in, still wrapped in his sleeping bag, still radiating the particular exhaustion that seemed to define his existence. He looked at the class, at their eager faces, their restless energy, and sighed. Training exercise today. USJ facility. Bus leaves in 10 minutes. Don't be late. He was gone before anyone could ask questions. The bus ride was loud. Kirishima and Kaminari traded jokes in the back. Ishido tried to start a sing-along that nobody joined. Yaoyorozu quizzed herself on rescue protocols while Jiro pretended not to watch. Normal. Ordinary. The kind of moment that would become a fond memory in years to come. Izuku sat by the window, watching the city give way to suburbs, then to forest, then to the massive dome of the unforeseen simulation joint rising from the trees like a forgotten temple. Something's wrong, Hikage said quietly. I know. The facility is isolated, remote, difficult to reach quickly in an emergency. I know. If someone wanted to attack. I know. Izuku's hands clenched on his knees. He'd considered it, of course he'd considered it. Every night since the puppet's appearance, he'd run scenarios through his mind, trying to anticipate All for One's next move. An attack on UA was too obvious. Too direct. But an attack on an off-site facility, while most of the staff were elsewhere. You think today is the day. I think we have to be ready if it is. 13's introduction was interrupted by static. The space hero stood before them in the USJ's central plaza, explaining the facility's various disaster zones, when the lights flickered. Once, twice, then died completely, plunging them into darkness broken only by emergency backups. What? 13 started. The purple-black portal opened in the center of the plaza. Izuku was moving before anyone else could react, not toward the portal, but away, putting himself between it and his classmates. Danger sense was screaming now, a continuous shriek that drowned out everything else. They're here. I know. This is it. I know. Figures emerged from the portal, dozens of them, then hundreds, flooding into the USJ like water through a broken dam. Villains. Real villains, not training robots or simulation programs. Their eyes burned with purpose. Their quirks crackled with deadly intent. At their center, a hand-covered figure shuffled forward, scratching at his neck with fingers that carried the weight of too many deaths. Hello, heroes, Shigaraki Tamura rasped. I've brought some friends. Chaos erupted. The villains spread through the USJ like an infection, targeting the disaster zones where students were stranded. Aizawa launched himself at the nearest threats, his capture weapon flashing as he engaged multiple enemies at once. 13 tried to shield the students, to buy time for evacuation, but the villains were everywhere. The warp gate, Kudo shouted. Take it out and they're trapped. I can't, there are too many. Then find someone who can. Izuku's eyes found Shigaraki. The young villain stood apart from the fighting, his posture almost bored, his eyes fixed on the chaos with the detached interest of someone watching insects struggle. He's the leader. Probably. If I can take him out. You'll have to go through the warp gate first. Izuku made his choice. 13. He pointed at Kurogiri, the mist villain whose portal was still active. That's the key. If we can neutralize him. 13's helmet turned toward the warp gate. Understood. Students, evacuate. I'll handle. Kurogiri's portals opened beneath them. Izuku felt the displacement a moment before it happened, danger sense shrieking a warning that came too late. The world shifted, gravity disappeared, and then he was falling, tumbling through darkness toward a destination he couldn't see. Float. He activated the quirk instinctively, slowing his descent just enough to land without breaking bones. The darkness receded, replaced by water. Lots of water. The shipwreck zone. Izuku surfaced in a simulated ocean, surrounded by the hulking shapes of half-sunken vessels. The water was cold, not dangerously so, but enough to shock, enough to slow reactions. Where are the others? Scattered, Hikage reported. The warp gate sent everyone to different zones. Then I need to find them. Fast. He swam for the nearest ship, pulling himself onto its rusted deck with arms that shook from cold and adrenaline. Below him, the water churned. Something's coming. Danger sense. Yes. The villains emerged from the depths like sharks scenting blood, aquatic types, their bodies adapted for underwater combat, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent. They pulled themselves onto the ship with ease, surrounding Izuku on all sides. Fresh meat, one of them growled. The boss'll be happy. Blackwhip. The tendrils erupted, catching the nearest villain across the face and sending him tumbling into the water. The others hesitated, just for a moment, and that moment was all Izuku needed. Float. He launched himself upward, gaining height, gaining perspective. The shipwreck zone stretched below him, a maze of metal and water, perfect for ambushes, terrible for open combat. They'll follow. Let them. He landed on a higher deck, putting distance between himself and the aquatic villains. They were already climbing, already adapting, their bodies shifting to function better on land. These aren't random thugs. They're trained, coordinated. All for one's work. Of course. The first villain reached the deck. Izuku moved, gearshift accelerating his perception, One For All powering his strikes, Blackwhip lashing out to control the battlefield. One villain fell, then another, then a third, but more kept coming. They're wearing you down. I know. You need to. The ship shook. Izuku stumbled, grabbed a railing, looked down. Something massive was rising from the water, something huge, its form barely visible through the spray. A Nomu. Bigger than the beach models, bigger than the assassination units, bigger than anything he'd faced before. That's not a normal Nomu. Number. That's a weapon. The creature's eyes, dozens of them, scattered across its body in patterns that made no sense, fixed on Izuku. Its mouth opened, revealing rows of teeth that could shred steel. And it roared. The battle that followed was the hardest of Izuku's life. The massive Nomu moved faster than anything its size should, a consequence of multiple speed quirks layered into its genetic code. Every attack Izuku launched was dodged or absorbed. Every defense he raised was shattered. Blackwhip couldn't hold it. Jin couldn't hurt it. Gearshift couldn't outrun it. It was built to fight you. I know. It knows your quirks, knows your patterns, knows your limits. Then I'll find new limits. He stopped running. The Nomu paused, confused by the sudden change. Its dozens of eyes blinked in sequence, processing this new data, trying to predict his next move. It's thinking. It's learning. Then I'll give it something to learn. Izuku reached deep, past One For All, past the active quirks, past everything he'd trained to control. He found all of them, waiting in the garden of his mind. Blackwhip coiled, float drifting, gearshift spinning, FA Jin compressed, danger sense pulsing, smokescreen waiting, One For All burning, together. What? All of them, at once, full power. Your body can't, my body doesn't matter. He pulled. The world went white. Later, Izuku would have only fragments of memory from that moment. The sensation of power beyond anything he'd felt, beyond anything any One For All user had felt. The Nomu's face, cycling through expressions of confusion, fear, and finally recognition as it understood what was happening. Then impact. Then nothing. He woke to silence. The shipwreck zone was destroyed. Ships that had stood for years were now scattered across the water in pieces. The massive Nomu lay at the center of the destruction, its body broken in ways that regeneration quirks couldn't fix. And standing over it, breathing hard, costume in tatters. Izuku, you're alive. How? We don't know. The power, it protected you. All of us, working together, shielding you from the worst. The Nomu, dead, or close enough. He staggered to his feet. His body screamed, his mind reeled, but he was alive, and that meant he could still fight. The others. I need to find the others. You need to rest. No time. He ran. The mountain zone was a war zone. Izuku found Kirishima first, the hardening hero holding off a group of villains with sheer stubbornness, his body covered in cracks that spoke of too much damage taken. When he saw Izuku, his face lit with desperate relief. Midoriya. Thank God, there are more coming, I can't. Blackwhip. The tendrils lashed out, catching the villains mid-charge and flinging them into the artificial mountain with force that left them unconscious. Kirishima stared. Dude. What? No time. Where are the others? Scattered. I saw Kaminari go down near the landslide zone, and Minetta's. Go. Find them. Get to the exit. What about you? Izuku looked at the mountain, at the villains still emerging from its caves, at the chaos spreading through every zone of the USJ. I'll handle this. He moved through the facility like a force of nature. Downpour zone. Villains trying to drown students in simulated rain. Izuku dropped from above, Blackwhip clearing a path, float letting him land softly despite the speed. He grabbed Ashido and Siro, threw them toward safety, and kept moving. Landslide zone. Kaminari unconscious, Mineta holding off a dozen villains with nothing but sticky balls and sheer guts. Izuku hit the villains with everything he had, FA Jin releasing, gearshift accelerating, One For All screaming through his veins. They scattered like leaves before a storm. Fire zone. Todoroki. The dual quirk user stood alone against a small army, his ice spreading in glittering waves, his fire held in reserve. But even Todoroki had limits, his left side was freezing, his movements slowing, his enemies pressing closer with every passing second. Izuku landed beside him. Todoroki. The heterochromatic eyes widened. Midoriya. How? Later. Izuku turned to face the villains. Right now, we fight. Todoroki looked at him, at his shredded costume, his bleeding hands, his eyes that burned with something beyond exhaustion. Then, slowly, he nodded. Together. They fought. Ice and black tendrils. Fire and stored force. Speed and precision. Two boys who should have been enemies becoming something else in the crucible of combat. The villains fell before them like wheat before a scythe. Shigaraki watched from the central plaza. His scratching had intensified until blood ran down his neck, but he didn't notice. His eyes were fixed on the screens Kurogiri had provided, feeds from every zone, every camera, every villain. The green-haired boy was everywhere. Shipwreck zone, destroyed. Mountain zone, cleared. Downpour zone, evacuated. Landslide zone, secured. Fire zone, obliterated. You see, All For One's voice echoed through the communicator in Shigaraki's ear. This is what I told you about. This is why he matters. He's just one kid. He's 9 kids. 9 generations of power, focused into a single vessel. And he's barely begun to understand what he can do. Shigaraki's scratching intensified. Then we kill him now. Before he understands. No. The voice was absolute. We study him. We learn from him. And when the time is right, a pause, we take from him. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed. You want his quirk. I want all the quirks. One for All has eluded me for generations. But this iteration, this child, has brought them all together. When I take his power, I take everything. Aizawa was dying. Izuku found him in the central plaza, his body broken, his capture weapon shredded, his eyes barely open. 13 lay nearby, their suit cracked and sparking. And standing over them, hand extended for the final blow. Shigaraki. Stop. The word came out quiet, but something in it made Shigaraki pause. He turned, and his eyes found Izuku standing at the edge of the plaza, covered in blood and dust and power. The hero student. Shigaraki's head tilted. You've been busy. Leave them alone. Why? They're nothing. You're nothing. Just another obstacle between me and. Izuku moved. Not with gear shift, with something faster, something deeper. The distance between them vanished in a heartbeat, and his fist connected with Shigaraki's face before the villain could react. Shigaraki flew backward, tumbling across the plaza, coming to rest against the base of the fountain. For a moment, he didn't move. Then he laughed. A horrible, dry sound, like paper tearing. You hit me. He pushed himself up, his face already healing from wounds that should have taken weeks. You actually hit me. No one's done that in. He stopped, tilted his head. Interesting. His regeneration, Nana realized. He has all for one's regeneration quirk. Then how do I? You don't. Not yet. You run. I can't leave Aizawa. He's already gone. Look. Aizawa's eyes had closed. His chest barely moved. He was alive, barely, but seconds from death. If I don't act, then he dies. But if you fight Shigaraki now, you die too. And then everyone dies. Izuku's hands shook. I can't. You have to. Nana. Decisions. Shigaraki approached slowly, his decay quirk crackling at his fingertips. Save the teacher, or fight the villain. Such a hero's dilemma. Danger sense screamed. Kurogiri's portal, behind you. Izuku spun, but too late. The warp gate opened at his back, and hands reached through, not to attack, but to grab. They seized Aizawa, 13, the unconscious students Kurogiri had collected, and pulled them through. No. He lunged, but the portal closed before he could reach it. Shigaraki stood on the other side, watching through the shrinking gap with eyes that held something like satisfaction. Next time, hero. The portal sealed. Next time, I won't miss. Silence. The USJ was empty now, villains gone, students evacuated, only Izuku left standing in the ruined plaza. His body shook. His mind raced. Everything had happened so fast, and now. You saved them. What? Kurogiri. He took Aizawa and 13. But if you'd fought, if you'd engaged, he might have taken everyone. The students he already collected, they're alive because you distracted him. I didn't. You did. Whether you meant or not. Izuku's legs gave out. He knelt in the center of the plaza, surrounded by destruction, and let the tears come. The heroes arrived 40 minutes later. All Might burst through the doors first, his form fully expanded, his eyes wild with terror. When he saw Izuku, alive, breathing, present, something in his face crumbled. Young Midoriya. All Might. Izuku's voice was hoarse. They took Aizawa. 13. Some of the others. I couldn't, I tried to. You're alive. All Might crossed the distance in an instant, pulling Izuku into an embrace that would have crushed a normal person. You're alive. That's all that matters. He's right, Nana said softly. For now, that's enough. But as the other heroes flooded in, as the rescue operations began, as the weight of what had happened settled over everyone present, Izuku knew it wasn't enough. Not even close. Chapter 11 Shigaraki's Obsession. The aftermath of USJ settled over UA like a funeral shroud. Classes were cancelled for 3 days, an unprecedented move that spoke to the severity of what had happened. Students stayed in their dorms, in their homes, anywhere but the hallways where whispers about the attack echoed off walls that had never known such fear. Izuku didn't leave his apartment. He sat in his room, curtains drawn, staring at walls covered in All Might posters that suddenly felt like accusations. The vestiges had been silent since the attack, not absent, but waiting, giving him space to process what he'd seen. What he'd failed to stop. You saved people. Asterisk. Nana's voice finally broke the silence on the second night. Not enough. Asterisk. You saved who you could. That's all anyone can do. Asterisk. All Might would have saved everyone. Asterisk. All Might has 40 years of experience. You have 3 months. Asterisk. Izuku pressed his palms against his eyes until colors bloomed in the darkness. Asterisk. Aizawa's in the hospital. 13's suit is destroyed. Kaminari still has nightmares about drowning. And I just stood there while. You didn't stand. You fought. You cleared zones. You protected classmates. You faced a Nomu designed to kill you and won. Asterisk. And let Shigaraki escape. Asterisk. Shigaraki wasn't your objective. Survival was. Your classmates' survival was. And you achieved that. Asterisk. He wanted to believe her. Wanted to accept that he'd done enough, been enough, mattered enough. But the image of Aizawa's broken body, of 13's sparking suit, of Shigaraki's hand reaching for the final blow. He'll be back. Asterisk. Yes. Asterisk. And next time, I need to be ready. Asterisk. Then prepare. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. Shigaraki sat in the darkness of the League's hideout, scratching. The motion had become compulsive since USJ, his fingers moving across his neck in patterns that left raw, bleeding trails. He didn't notice the pain. Didn't notice anything except the image burned into his memory. Green hair, blazing eyes, a fist connecting with his face. He hit me. Asterisk. The thought Shuan Huan through his mind like a broken recording. No one hit him. No one touched him. His decay quirk ensured that, one brush of his fingers and anything within reach crumbled to dust. But that boy had hit him. Had closed the distance before his quirk could activate. Had connected in a way that shouldn't have been possible. Sensei. All for One's presence filled the room without entering it, a weight in the air, a pressure on the mind. You're obsessed. I want to kill him. No. You want to understand him. There's a difference. Shigaraki's scratching intensified. Same result either way. Not even close. The voice carried a smile that nothing in the darkness could see. Killing is simple. Understanding is complex. And complexity, a pause. Complexity is where true power lives. Dash dash dash. Day 3 brought visitors. Uraraka arrived first, her cheerful demeanor cracked around the edges, her eyes red from crying she'd tried to hide. She sat on the edge of Izuku's bed and didn't speak for a long time, just was, her presence a comfort words couldn't match. I saw you, she finally said. At USJ. Moving through the zones like, she stopped, swallowed. Like a real hero. I'm not. You are. She grabbed his hand, squeezed. You saved Kirishima. And Siro. And Ishido. And so many others. Don't you dare say you're not a hero. Listen to her, asterisk N urged. She knows what she's talking about. Asterisk. I couldn't save Aizawa. No. But you saved who you could. That's, her voice broke. That's more than most people would have done. They sat in silence after that, hands clasped, hearts heavy. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough. But for now, it was something. Dash dash dash. Todoroki came next. The dual quirk user stood in Izuku's doorway like a statue carved from ice and fire, his heterochromatic eyes studying everything with that clinical intensity that made danger sense prickle faintly. You fought well at USJ. It wasn't a question, but Izuku answered anyway. So did you. I lost control. Todoroki's jaw tightened. My fire, I didn't mean to use it. It just happened. Interesting, Hikage murmured. He's conflicted about his own power. Asterisk. His father. Yes. Endeavor's shadow is long. Asterisk. You used it to save people, Izuku said. That's what matters. Is it? Todoroki's eyes met his. My fire comes from him. From the man who, he stopped, unable or unwilling to finish. He needs someone to understand, asterisk Nana said softly. Someone who carries inherited power too. Asterisk. I know what it's like, Izuku said slowly, to have power you didn't choose. Power that comes with expectations, with history, with weight you never asked for. Todoroki's eyes widened slightly. My quirk, Izuku touched his chest. It's not mine. Not really. It was given to me, passed down through generations, carrying the hopes and fears of everyone who came before. Some days, that weight feels like it's crushing me. How do you bear it? I don't. Not alone. He met Todoroki's eyes. I have people who help. Friends. Teachers. And, he paused, deciding, the vestiges. The previous users. They're still with me, in a way. Guiding me. Todoroki was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. I understand. He didn't, not really, not yet. But he wanted to. And sometimes, that was enough. Bakugo arrived last. He didn't knock. Didn't announce himself. Just appeared in the doorway like an explosion waiting to happen, his crimson eyes fixed on Izuku with an intensity that would have terrified anyone else. Deku. Kachan. Bakugo stepped into the room, surveyed the All Might posters with barely concealed disdain, then turned back to Izuku. You fought at USJ. Yes. Alone. Against multiple villains. Including Inomu. Yes. Bakugo's hands crackled with small explosions, involuntary, a release of tension he couldn't name. You could have died. I could have. And you fought anyway. Izuku met his eyes. There were people who needed help. What else was I supposed to do? For a long moment, Bakugo just stared at him. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed, a short, sharp sound that held no humor but plenty of something else. You really are an idiot, he said. The biggest idiot I've ever met. Is he complimenting you? Daigoro wondered. I think so. It's hard to tell with Bakugo. But, Bakugo's expression shifted, became something almost vulnerable. You're also the bravest idiot I know. Don't die, Deku. I'm not done surpassing you yet. He left before Izuku could respond. The investigation into the USJ attack consumed UA. Nezu coordinated efforts across multiple agencies, his brilliant mind dissecting every detail of the assault. The villains had known too much, the layout of the facility, the schedule of classes, the weaknesses of specific teachers. Someone on the inside had talked. Betrayal, Kudo growled. Always betrayal, or observation, Hikage countered. All for One has eyes everywhere. The question haunted Izuku as he returned to classes, as he trained, as he tried to pretend that everything was normal. Who could be trusted? Who might be watching? Who would be the next to fall? Danger sense prickled constantly now. Not at specific threats, just at the world, at the weight of awareness that pressed against him from all sides. He was learning to live with it, to distinguish between real danger and the constant hum of potential threats. But it exhausted him in ways nothing else could. You're burning out, Nana warned one night, after a training session that left him barely able to stand. I'm fine. You're not. You haven't slept properly in days. You're eating less than you should. Your body is showing signs of. I said I'm fine. Silence from the vestiges. Then, quietly, you're not fine. And pretending you are helps no one. Shigaraki watched the footage again. The green-haired boy moved through the USJ like a force of nature, black tendrils lashing, body floating, speed bending in ways that shouldn't be possible. 7 quirks. 7. All working together in seamless harmony. Why? He whispered to the empty room. Why does he get so much when everyone else gets so little? Because he earned it. The thought came from nowhere, or from somewhere deep inside, a voice he didn't recognize. Shigaraki's scratching intensified. No one earns power. Power is taken. That's the only rule. Then why haven't you taken his? He had no answer. The sports festival announcement came as a shock. Principal Nezu appeared on every screen in UA, his cheerful demeanor undercut by the gravity in his eyes. In light of recent events, the sports festival will proceed as scheduled. This is not merely a competition, it is a statement. To the villains who attacked us, to the public who watches us, to the world that doubts us, UA will not be intimidated. The student body erupted in mixed reactions. Excitement, fear, determination, doubt. Izuku felt none of them. He's using the festival as bait, he realized. Drawing out the villains. Forcing them to act. Nezu is clever, Hikage agreed. Dangerously clever. What if it works too well? What if more people die? Then we protect them. That's what heroes do. Training intensified. Aizawa remained hospitalized, his injuries severe enough to keep him away for weeks. In his absence, other teachers filled the gap, All Might appearing more frequently, his presence a comfort and a pressure in equal measure. Young Midoriya. All Might pulled him aside after one particularly brutal session. I've been watching your progress. The way you're incorporating multiple quirks, it's remarkable. Thank you. But, the word hung heavy. You're pushing too hard. I can see it in your eyes, in your movements, in the way you hold yourself. The vestiges, are they helping? Tell him the truth, Nana said. They're helping, Izuku admitted. But they're also worried. They think I'm burning out. All Might's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes shifted. They're right. I've seen this before, heroes who push too hard, too fast, trying to carry weights that would break anyone. They don't last, young Midoriya. They burn. He's speaking from experience, Kudo observed. Look at his injury. Look at his lifespan. I know. I can't slow down, Izuku said. Not with All For One watching. Not with Shigaraki obsessed. Not with the weight of 8 generations on your shoulders. All Might placed a hand on his shoulder. I know. I felt it too, in my own way. But you have something I didn't, you have them. The vestiges. They're not just power sources, they're family. Let them help. Really help. Not just with combat, with everything. Izuku's eyes burned. I'll try. That night, for the first time in weeks, Izuku dreamed of the vestige realm without being pulled there by crisis. He stood among the stars, surrounded by faces that had become as familiar as his own reflection. Nana smiled at him. Daigoro nodded. Kudo's scars seemed less prominent in the soft light. Hikage's eyes held something that might have been peace. You're learning, Nana said. Slowly, painfully, but learning. I don't feel like I'm learning. That's how you know you are. She stepped closer, and this time, for the first time, he felt her touch. Not physically, but spiritually a warmth that spread through his chest like sunlight. You're carrying us, Izuku. All of us. That weight would break anyone. But you're not breaking, you're bending. Adapting. Growing into the space we've created. What if I'm not strong enough? Then we'll be strong for you. That's what family does. He looked at them, all of them, the 8 who had come before, the 8 who had chosen him to carry their legacy. And for the first time since USJ, he felt something besides fear. Hope. The sports festival dawned bright and cold. Izuku stood in the stadium tunnel, listening to the roar of the crowd beyond, feeling the weight of thousands of eyes that would soon be fixed on him. His costume was repaired, his body was rested, his mind was ready. This is it, N said. Your public debut. I know. Everyone will be watching. Heroes. Civilians. Villains. I know. Are you ready? Izuku thought about it. Really thought about it. The weight of 8 quirks. The presence of 8 ghosts. The memory of USJ, of Aizawa's broken body, of Shigaraki's reaching hand. No, he wasn't ready. But he was here. And sometimes, that was enough. Yes, he said. I'm ready. He stepped into the light. Chapter 12 Sports Festival Revelation. The stadium held 40,000 people. Izuku felt every single one of them as he stepped onto the field. Their eyes, their expectations, their judgment pressing against him like physical weight. The roar of the crowd washed over him, indistinguishable words merging into a single wave of sound that seemed to shake the very air. Breathe. Nana's voice cut through the chaos. They're just people. They can't hurt you. They can judge me. Let them. Judgment isn't death. He breathed. The world steadied. Class 1A assembled in formation, 20 students who had survived the USJ attack and emerged. Determined. Kirishima's grin was wider than usual, a shield against nerves. Kaminari's sparks danced erratically. Yaoyorozu stood ramrod straight, her composure absolute. Bakugo glared at everyone. Todoroki stared at nothing. And Izuku stood in the center of it all, feeling the weight of 8 legacies pressing against his consciousness, waiting for the moment when they would be needed. First years. Present Mike's voice boomed across the stadium. Welcome to the sports festival. You know the drill, obstacle race, then cavalry battle, then one-on-one combat. The winner gets glory, fame, and the attention of every pro hero in the country. The crowd roared. But remember, Mike's voice dropped to something almost serious. This isn't just a game. This is your future. So give it everything you've got. He's not wrong, Kudo observed. Every pro here is watching. Evaluating. Looking for students to mentor. I know. You need to impress them. But not too much. What? If you reveal too much, if they see all 7 quirks, the questions will never stop. You'll become a spectacle instead of a student. Then I hold back. Selectively. Use what you must. Hide what you can. The starting gun fired. 400 students surged forward, a tide of youth and ambition crashing against the stadium's obstacle course. Izuku moved with them, not at the front, not at the back, just present, conserving energy for what lay ahead. The first obstacle was a simple sprint. Bakugo exploded past everyone, his quirk propelling him forward with casual ease. Todoroki froze the ground behind him, creating hazards for anyone who followed too closely. Inasa Yoarashi created wind tunnels that swept competitors aside like leaves. Izuku ran. No quirks. Just running, his body carrying him forward on training alone. He passed students who had overextended, who had burned too hot too fast. He watched the front runners pull away and waited. Smart, Hikage approved. Patience wins races. Sometimes. The second obstacle was the ice field. Todoroki's work stretched across the course, a gleaming expanse of frozen death that had already claimed dozens of overconfident students. Some tried to melt their way through. Others attempted to climb the walls on either side. Most just fell, their quirks useless against the sheer scale of the obstacle. Izuku stopped at the edge. Float would let you fly over. Too obvious. Too many eyes. Then, F.A. Jin. He'd been building the charge since the race began, storing energy with every step, every breath, every moment of apparent effort. Now he released it, not as an attack but as speed, propelling himself across the ice in a blur that left scorch marks in his wake. The crowd gasped. Cameras zoomed. Commentators stumbled over their words, trying to describe what they'd just seen. A boy moving faster than should be possible, leaving ice cracking behind him, reaching the other side in seconds instead of minutes. That got their attention, Daigoro noted. I know. Was that the plan? Number. But it's done now. The third obstacle was a simulated canyon. Ropes swung between platforms. Nets waited below to catch the falling. Wind machines simulated gale force gusts that threatened to sweep competitors into the void. Izuku didn't hesitate. Blackwhip erupted, controlled, precise, perfect, latching onto distant platforms and pulling him forward with speed that left other students staring. He swung through the canyon like a pendulum, gaining ground with every motion, passing students who had been minutes ahead. You're showing too much. I'm showing what I have too. The others are catching up. He was right. Behind him, Bakugo had cleared the ice field with explosions that shattered everything in reach. Todoroki had simply walked across his own ice, his expression never changing. Inasa flew on winds that made the machines look pathetic. The front runners were regrouping. And the crowd was loving it. The obstacle race ended with Izuku in third place. Bakugo first. Todoroki second. Izuku third, close enough to taste victory, far enough to feel the sting of loss. Behind them, the rest of the field straggled in, their faces reflecting 100 different emotions. Third place for Midoriya Izuku. Mike's voice thundered. But did you see those quirks? Multiple abilities. That's right, folks, this first year has more than one quirk. The crowd's reaction was immediate. Confusion, excitement, questions. Here it comes, Kudo muttered. The scrutiny. I know. Can you handle it? I have too. The cavalry battle was chaos. Teams formed through a combination of strategy and desperation, students grabbing classmates who complemented their quirks, forming alliances that would last exactly as long as they were useful. Izuku found himself surrounded immediately. Midoriya. Uraraka's voice cut through the noise. Team with us. She had Iida with her, the speedster's engines already revving, his expression determined. Behind them, Asui waited, her tongue coiled, her eyes calculating. Good team, Hikage assessed. Mobility. Strategy. Versatility. Asterisk. Can we win? Asterisk. Maybe. If you use the right quirks at the right times. Asterisk. They formed up quickly, Iida as the mount, his speed giving them unmatched mobility. Uraraka and Asui as riders, their quirks perfect for stealing headbands. Izuku is the ace, the weapon, ready to deploy whatever power the moment required. Their target, 10 million points. Bakugo's headband. The battle began. Teams scattered across the arena, each pursuing their own strategies. Some formed defensive formations, protecting their points behind layers of quirks. Others went on the offensive, hunting weaker teams for easy points. A few, the smart ones, simply survived, waiting for the chaos to thin the competition. Iida moved like lightning. His engines roared as he carried his team across the arena, dodging attacks that would have crippled slower mounts. Uraraka's quirk activated on anything that got too close, sending would-be attackers tumbling into the void. Asui's tongue lashed out, stealing headbands from teams that never saw her coming. And Izuku watched. Bakugo's team is holding position in the center. Asterisk. Too obvious. Too tempting. Asterisk. Which means it's a trap. Asterisk. Probably. Asterisk. Then, we wait. Let others spring the trap first. Asterisk. They circled the edges, picking off weaker teams, building their point total slowly. Other teams weren't so patient, they charged Bakugo's formation again and again, only to be repelled by explosions and coordination that bordered on supernatural. He's good, Daigoro admitted. Really good. Asterisk. He's Bakugo. Asterisk. Same thing. Asterisk. 5 minutes remained. Izuku's team had accumulated respectable points, enough to advance, not enough to win. But winning meant taking Bakugo's 10 million, and taking Bakugo's 10 million meant fighting. Now, Uraraka's voice was tense. Now, Iida moved. His engines screamed as he launched them toward the center, toward Bakugo's team, toward the chaos that waited. Other teams saw them coming and scattered, no one wanted to be caught between two powerhouses. Bakugo's grin when he saw them was feral. Finally, I was getting bored. His team formed up, Bakugo as the mount, Kirishima and Kaminari as riders, their quirks ready to deploy. They met Iida's charge head-on, explosions clashing against speed, hardening against strategy. Asterisk Blackwhip. Asterisk. Izuku's tendrils lashed out, aiming for Bakugo's headband. But Bakugo was ready, he dodged, his explosions propelling him sideways at the last moment, leaving Blackwhip grasping empty air. He's fast. Asterisk. Too fast. Asterisk. Then slow him down. Asterisk. Gear shift. Asterisk. Time bent. Bakugo's movements became predictable, his patterns readable. Izuku struck again, Blackwhip wrapping around the headband, pulling. Bakugo's hand caught his wrist. Thought you could steal from me. The explosive user's eyes blazed. Think again, Deku. Fa Jin. Asterisk. The stored energy released, not as an attack, but as force asterisk, a shockwave that blasted Bakugo backward. His grip broke. The headband came free. 10 million points. Got it. Asterisk. Retreat. Uraraka's voice cut through the chaos. Iida turned and ran, his engines pushed beyond their limits, carrying them away from Bakugo's furious pursuit. Behind them, explosions lit the arena as the explosive user tried to chase, tried to reclaim what he'd lost. Time ran out. The cavalry battle was over. Izuku's team stood at the center of the arena, 10 million points secured, victory theirs. The crowd's roar was deafening. First place, Team Midoriya. Mike's voice barely cut through the noise. With an unprecedented 10 million points. Bakugo's expression was thunderous. But beneath the fury, something else lurked. Something that looked almost like respect. You stole from me, he said. Actually stole from me. No one's ever. He stopped, shook his head. The one-on-one battles. I'm going to destroy you. He means it, asterisk and observed. Every word. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. Are you ready? Asterisk. Izuku looked at the crowd, at the cameras, at the future stretching before him like a path through unexplored territory. Yes, he said. I'm ready. The one-on-one battles began after lunch. 16 students remained, the strongest, the luckiest, the best of the first-year class. They gathered in the waiting room, tension thick enough to cut, each knowing that their next fight could define their entire future. The matchups appeared on screen. First match, Bakugo vs. Kirishima. Second, Todoroki vs. Shiro. Third, Yaoyorozu vs. Kaminari. Fourth, Izuku's name appeared. Midoriya Izuku vs. Shinso Hitoshi. Who? Asterisk. General Studies student, Hikage supplied. Quirk. Brainwashing. Activated when someone responds to his questions. Asterisk. Then I don't respond. Asterisk. Easier said than done. Asterisk. The match began. Shinso stood across from him, expression blank, posture waiting. He didn't attack, didn't move, just stood there, eyes fixed on Izuku with an intensity that made danger sense prickle. So, Shinso said, "You're the one with multiple quirks." Izuku didn't answer. Good, asterisk Nana praised. Don't engage, asterisk. Must be nice. Having all that power handed to you. Silence. Must make you feel special. Important. Like you matter more than everyone else. Izuku's jaw tightened, but he didn't speak. He's trying to provoke you. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. Don't let him. Asterisk. Shinso's eyes narrowed. He'd clearly expected a different reaction, anger, defensiveness, something. But Izuku just stood there, waiting, refusing to play the game. Fine. Shinso shrugged. If you won't talk, I'll just have to. He moved. Not fast, not compared to Bakugo or Iida. But purposeful, crossing the distance with the confidence of someone who knew something his opponent didn't. He's going to try physical combat. Asterisk. Let him. Asterisk. Shinso's fist swung. Izuku caught it, and for the first time, spoke. You're good. Really good. But I've been training for this my whole life, not just my quirks, but my mind. You can't brainwash someone who won't answer, and you can't beat someone who's spent years analyzing quirks like yours. Shinso's eyes went wide. One for all. Asterisk. 5%. Just enough. Izuku's counter-strike caught Shinso in the chest, sending him flying across the arena. He landed hard, tried to rise, and couldn't. Shinso is unable to continue. The referee's voice cut through. Winner, Midoriya. The crowd erupted. That was easy. Izuku finished. Yeah, it was. Asterisk. Don't get cocky. The real fights are coming. Asterisk. They were. Bakugo demolished Kirishima in under a minute, his explosions too powerful for hardening to withstand. Todoroki froze Shiro solid before the taped student could launch a single attack. Yaoyorozu outsmarted Kaminari, using her intelligence to counter his unpredictable electricity. The quarterfinals loomed. Izuku's next opponent, Todoroki Shoto. The arena felt different at night. Floodlights illuminated the space, casting shadows that seemed to move. The crowd had thinned but not diminished. These were the true fans, the ones who stayed for every match, who cared about who would emerge victorious. Todoroki stood across from Izuku, his expression as blank as ever. But beneath the mask, something stirred. A tension in his shoulders. A tightness around his eyes. He's conflicted, asterisk Nana observed. About his power. About his father. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. Can you use that? Asterisk. I don't want to use it. I want to help. Asterisk. Then help. But remember, he has to want it. Asterisk. The match began. Todoroki moved first, ice spreading across the arena in glittering waves, seeking to trap, to immobilize, to win without using the fire he hated. Izuku dodged, float carrying him above the frozen tide, Blackwhip lashing out to shatter the largest attacks. You're holding back, Izuku said. Todoroki's eyes flashed. So are you. Not the same. Izuku landed, faced him directly. You're not using half your power. I'm using all of mine, just, carefully. I don't need my fire. You do. Against me, you do. Todoroki's jaw tightened. Another wave of ice surged forward, larger this time, more desperate. Izuku moved, gearshift accelerating his perception, letting him see the attack before it fully formed. He slipped through gaps that shouldn't exist, closing distance with every step. Your fire isn't your father, he said, inches from Todoroki's face. It's yours. You just have to claim it. Izuku, I know what I'm doing. Asterisk. Do you? Asterisk. Todoroki's left side erupted. Flame, beautiful and terrible, surged from his body, melting the ice around them, forcing Izuku back with its sheer intensity. Todoroki's eyes were wide, shocked, as if he hadn't meant to release it. Good. Izuku smiled. Now we can really fight. The battle that followed was legendary. Ice and fire. Blackwhip and float. Gearshift and FA Jin. Two boys pushing each other to limits they hadn't known existed, their quirks screaming with the effort of keeping up. The crowd watched in stunned silence, then growing cheers, then roaring approval as the match became something more than competition. It became art. Todoroki's ice created structures that would have taken minutes to form normally. His fire melted them just as quickly, creating steam that shrouded the arena in white. Izuku moved through it all like a ghost, float letting him drift, Blackwhip letting him strike, danger sense warning him of attacks before they launched. He's beautiful, asterisk and breathed. Both of them. Asterisk. Focus. Asterisk. I am focused. I'm also appreciating. Asterisk. Minutes passed. The match should have ended, should have been called, but neither boy would stop. Neither would yield. They were beyond competition now, beyond victory and defeat. They were becoming. Finally, Todoroki's ice faltered. Just for a moment. Just long enough. Izuku's fist connected with his chest, gentle, controlled, precise. Todoroki stumbled, fell, and couldn't rise. Todoroki is unable to continue. The referee's voice was hoarse. Winner, Midoriya. The crowd exploded. But Izuku wasn't watching them. He was watching Todoroki, the tears streaming down his face, the relief in his eyes, the freedom of finally accepting who he was. Thank you, Todoroki whispered. For everything. Izuku helped him up. That's what friends do. The finals were anticlimactic. Bakugo waited in the center of the arena, his expression a mask of controlled fury. He'd watched Izuku's match. He'd seen what his rival could do. And he knew, they both knew, that this fight would be different from any before. Don't hold back, Bakugo growled. Use everything. All those quirks. All that power. Show me what you really are. He wants to see, asterisk Kudo observed. Really see. Asterisk. Then I'll show him. Asterisk. The match began. Izuku moved first, gearshift accelerating his perception, float lightening his steps, Blackwhip ready to deploy. Bakugo met him with explosions that shook the arena, with fury that bordered on madness, with everything he had. They fought. Not like students. Like warriors. Blackwhip against explosions. Float against mobility. FA Jin against raw power. Every quirk Izuku possessed, every trick Bakugo had learned, they collided in the center of the arena, sending shockwaves through the stands, through the cameras, through the world. Minutes passed. Hours. Seconds. Time lost meaning. In the end, it was Bakugo who fell. Not because Izuku was stronger, not exactly. But because Izuku had more. More options. More adaptability. More room to grow. Bakugo had spent his whole life perfecting one power. Izuku had spent months learning 7. The difference was insurmountable. Bakugo is unable to continue. The referee's voice cracked. Winner, and sports festival champion, Midoriya Izuku. The aftermath was chaos. Reporters swarmed. Cameras flashed. Questions flew from every direction, each one demanding answers about the quirks, the power, the impossible display they'd just witnessed. Izuku stood in the center of it all, exhausted beyond words, and tried to answer. Yes, I have multiple quirks. No, I don't know exactly how many. Yes, they're all part of my quirk. No, I can't explain how. The vestiges watched in silence, letting him handle the storm. And through it all, one thought echoed in his mind. He's watching. Asterisk. All for One is watching. Asterisk. And now he knows exactly what I can do. Asterisk. Chapter 13 Todoroki's Turning Point. The night after the sports festival stretched endlessly. Izuku lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling, replaying every moment of the final match in his mind. The crowd's roar. Bakugo's fury. Todoroki's tears. The weight of victory pressed against his chest like a physical thing, heavier than any failure he'd ever known. You're worried about him. Asterisk. Nana's voice was soft, understanding. Todoroki. Yes. Asterisk. He went through something today. Something big. Asterisk. I know. I saw it in his eyes, the moment he accepted his fire. That wasn't just winning a match. That was breaking free. Asterisk. And now. Asterisk. Now he has to figure out what comes next. Asterisk. Izuku rolled onto his side, watching moonlight paint patterns on his wall. The vestiges had been quiet since the festival ended, not absent, but respectful, giving him space to process the chaos of the day. But sleep wouldn't come. Thoughts of Todoroki kept circling back. The way he'd looked at Izuku after the match, grateful, terrified, hopeful. As if he'd been given permission to feel something he'd spent his whole life suppressing. You should talk to him, Daigoro said suddenly. What? Asterisk. Tomorrow. Find him. Talk to him. He needs someone who understands what it's like to carry inherited power. Asterisk. I don't even know where he lives. Asterisk. You're at UA. He's at UA. Find him. Asterisk. The logic was simple, irrefutable, terrifying. Okay. Tomorrow. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. Morning came too fast. Izuku arrived at UA to find the campus transformed, banners celebrating the sports festival still hanging, students still buzzing with excitement about the matches they'd witnessed. His own face appeared on screens throughout the halls, frozen in moments of victory that felt like they belonged to someone else. Midoriya. Uraraka's voice cut through the chaos. She ran toward him, Iida close behind, their expressions a mixture of excitement and concern. Your match against Todoroki, Uraraka started. It was incredible. Iida finished. The way you pushed him to use his fire, the strategy, the heart. Thanks. Izuku managed a smile. Have either of you seen Todoroki today? Their expressions shifted. Actually, Uraraka said slowly, I saw him heading toward the training grounds earlier. Alone. He looked. She hesitated. He looked like he hadn't slept. Go. Asterisk Nana urged. Now. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The training grounds were empty. Izuku found Todoroki sitting on a bench near the edge of the forest, his heterochromatic eyes fixed on something in the distance. Ice crystals formed and melted around his left side in an unconscious rhythm, fire and ice in constant conflict. Todoroki. No response. He sat on the bench beside him, leaving space between them, waiting. Minutes passed. Finally, Todoroki spoke. My father called last night. Izuku's stomach clenched. What did he say? The usual. That I'd finally done something right. That using my fire was inevitable. That I should thank him for, his voice cracked, for making me what I am. Endeavor, asterisk Kudo growled. That man, I know. Asterisk. What do you want to do? Izuku asked quietly. Todoroki turned to look at him, really look, his eyes searching for something Izuku couldn't name. I don't know. I've spent my whole life refusing to use his fire. Refusing to be him. And then yesterday, he looked away. Yesterday, I used it. And it felt good. Of course it did. It's part of him. Asterisk. But that's the problem. Todoroki's voice dropped. If it feels good, if I like using it, doesn't that mean he was right? Doesn't that mean I'm just another version of him? No, asterisk Nana said firmly. Number. Asterisk. He was wrong, Izuku said. About everything. About how he treated you. About what your power means. About who you are. Todoroki's eyes glistened. How do you know? Because I carry power I didn't choose. Power that came with expectations, with history, with weight I never asked for. And every day, I have to decide what that power means, not to the people who gave it to me, but to me. He met Todoroki's gaze. Your fire isn't your father. It's yours. You just have to claim it. That's exactly what I said yesterday. Asterisk. Yesterday he wasn't ready to hear it. Today he might be. Asterisk. Todoroki was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he raised his left hand. Flame flickered to life above his palm, small, controlled, beautiful. It danced in the morning light, casting shadows across his face, warming the air between them. It doesn't feel like him, Todoroki whispered. It just feels like me. Because it is. The flame grew, not in size, but in certainty. Todoroki watched it with wonder, as if seeing it for the first time. Thank you, he said. For pushing me. For not letting me hide. That's what friends do. Todoroki's eyes widened slightly. Friends. If you want. The flame flickered, surprise, maybe, or hope. Then Todoroki nodded. I'd like that. They trained together after that. Not officially, just two boys in an empty field, testing limits they hadn't known existed. Todoroki's fire grew with every use, becoming more natural, more integrated with his ice. Izuku watched and guided and learned, seeing in Todoroki's struggle echoes of his own. He's a fast learner, Hikage observed. Years of suppression haven't dulled his instincts. He was always meant to use both. His father just went about it the wrong way. Endeavor's methods were monstrous. But the potential was always there. Izuku thought about that as Todoroki created a spiraling tower of ice and fire, the elements intertwined, supporting each other, beautiful. The boy who'd spent his whole life rejecting half of himself was finally whole. You did that, Nana said quietly. He did. I just helped. Sometimes that's enough. Days passed. Training continued. Classes resumed. The world moved forward, oblivious to the changes happening in two boys who had found something unexpected in each other. But beneath the surface, something else stirred. Danger sense. The prickling had become constant now, a background hum that never quite faded. Izuku had learned to live with it, to distinguish between immediate threats and distant possibilities. But this felt different. Closer. More personal. Someone's watching. Always. No, someone new. He scanned the training ground, the forest beyond, the buildings in the distance. Nothing. Just Todoroki practicing his combinations, his fire and ice dancing in perfect harmony. But the feeling persisted. All for One has eyes everywhere, Kudo reminded him. Could be one of his spies. Or could be something else. Either way, stay alert. The message came 3 days later. A simple envelope, slipped into his locker sometime between classes. No return address. No identifying marks. Just his name written in careful script and a single sheet of paper inside. The boy with 2 quirks is interesting. The boy with 7 is fascinating. Keep growing, 9th. I'll be watching. A. Izuku's blood ran cold. A for all for one. It had to be. He's mocking you, Daigoro said. Playing games. I know. What are you going to do? Izuku folded the letter carefully, tucked it into his pocket. Exactly what he expects. Keep growing. Keep training. Keep becoming the hero this world needs. And when he comes. Then I'll be ready. Todoroki noticed the change in him. They were training again, evening now, the sun painting the sky in shades of orange and red, when he stopped mid-motion and turned to face Izuku. What happened? What do you mean? You're different today. Tenser. More. He searched for the word. Guarded. He's perceptive. Too perceptive. Izuku hesitated. Then, slowly, he pulled the letter from his pocket and handed it over. Todoroki read it in silence. When he looked up, his expression had hardened. All for one. Yes. He knows about you. About your quirks. Yes. Todoroki handed the letter back. Then we train harder. We get stronger. And when he comes, his left side flickered with flame, we'll be ready together. Together, Nana echoed. That's what heroes do. Izuku felt something loosen in his chest. Together, he agreed. That night, the vestiges gathered. Not summoned, just present, their faces emerging from the starlit void with expressions that ranged from concern to determination. You've made an ally, Nana said. A true one. Not just a classmate, a friend. Todoroki. Yes. And others, too. Uraraka. Iida. Kirishima. They're building around you, Izuku. Becoming your support network whether you realize it or not. I realize it. Do you? He thought about it. The lunches shared with Uraraka. The training sessions with Iida. The easy camaraderie of Class 1A, forged in the fires of USJ and the crucible of the sports festival. Yes, he said. I do. Good. Because you're going to need them. Kudo stepped forward, his scarred face grim. All for one won't wait forever. He's watching, learning, planning. And when he strikes. I won't be alone. No, you won't. The next morning, Izuku woke with a new resolve. He dressed quickly, grabbed his bag, and headed for UA with purpose in every step. The city felt different now, not threatening, but charged, alive with possibilities he hadn't noticed before. You're changing, Nana observed. Is that bad? Number. It's growth. At the gates, Todoroki waited. He fell into step beside Izuku without a word, their shoulders almost touching, their presence together somehow more than either alone. Other students noticed, whispers followed them through the halls, but neither cared. Today, Todoroki said quietly, I want to try something new. What? A combination move. Ice to create structure, fire to shape it. Like we talked about. Izuku smiled. Let's do it. The training that day was different. Not harder, deeper. Todoroki's ice and fire flowed together like they'd always belonged, creating forms that shifted and evolved with every attempt. Izuku watched, guided, learned, seeing in Todoroki's progress reflections of his own journey with the vestiges. He's becoming who he was meant to be, Hikage said. With your help. I didn't do much. You did everything. You saw him when he was hiding and refused to look away. That's not nothing. Izuku thought about that as Todoroki created a tower of ice and fire that reached toward the clouds, stable, beautiful, perfect. Look, Todoroki breathed. I made this. We made this. Todoroki turned to him, and for the first time since they'd met, he smiled. Not the careful, controlled expression he usually wore, a real smile, warm and open and free. Yes, he agreed. We did. Chapter 14 Hero Killer Confrontation. The city of Hosu burned. Not literally, not yet, but the streets held a tension that felt like smoke waiting to ignite. Izuku stood on a rooftop overlooking the district, his costume pressed against his skin by winds that carried the smell of distant fires and closer fear. He's here. Kudo's voice was grim. I know. The hero killer. Stain. I know. Below, heroes patrolled in pairs, their faces drawn with the weight of knowing a predator walked among them. The past weeks had seen a dozen attacks, heroes found in alleys, paralyzed but alive, their bodies covered in wounds that spelled out a message in blood. All fake heroes must die. Izuku's fists clenched. You can't save everyone, Nana warned. Not tonight. I can try. That's what worries me. The internship had seemed like a good idea. Manuel, the water hero, had offered Izuku a position after the sports festival, drawn by his performance, his potential, his power. 3 weeks in Hosu, learning from a pro, gaining experience that classroom training couldn't provide. 3 weeks of watching the city wait to die. The Nomu attacks have increased, Hikage observed. Not just here, everywhere. All for one is testing responses. Probing defenses. He's preparing for something. Yes. What? The vestiges didn't answer. Night fell like a curtain. Izuku stood at the window of his temporary quarters, watching lights flicker on across the district. Somewhere out there, Stain moved through shadows, hunting heroes who didn't meet his impossible standards. Somewhere out there, heroes died, or wished they had. Danger sense. The prickling came sharp and sudden, not distant, not vague, but immediate. Someone was in danger. Now. He moved before conscious thought could catch up. Float. Carried him from the window, Blackwhip ready to deploy, gearshift humming in his veins. The city blurred below as he raced toward the source of the warning, a narrow alley where flickering lights revealed figures in combat. He landed hard, skidding to a stop. And saw him. Stain moved like water. His blade flashed in the dim light, each stroke precise, deliberate, lethal. Before him, a hero, some sidekick Izuku didn't recognize, lay paralyzed on the ground, his eyes wide with terror, his body covered in wounds that spelled out judgment in blood. Another fraud, Stain rasped. Another pretender who calls himself a hero while the world burns. Stop. The word left Izuku's mouth before he could think. Stain turned, slowly, deliberately, and fixed him with eyes that held nothing but conviction. Another hero. Another target. You're young. Stain's voice carried no emotion. But you carry the scent of power. Of purpose. What are you? Don't answer, Kudo warned. His quirk. I'm a hero student. Izuku's hands rose, not attacking, just present. And I can't let you kill him. Stain's head tilted. A student. With convictions. His blade shifted. Then prove them. He moved. The fight that followed was unlike anything Izuku had experienced. Stain wasn't fast like Bakugo, or powerful like All Might, or versatile like Todoroki. He was precise. Every movement had purpose. Every strike carried intent. He didn't waste energy, didn't overextend, didn't make mistakes. He's been doing this for years, Daigoro observed. Decades maybe. How do I? Don't get hit. His quirk paralyzes anyone who tastes his blood. I know. Blackwhip lashed out, forcing Stain back, creating distance. But the hero killer adapted instantly, slipping between tendrils, closing distance with economy that spoke of endless practice. His blade almost connected, again and again, each near miss a reminder of how close Izuku was to death. Gear shift. Time slowed. Stain's movements became readable, not predictable, but visible. Izuku dodged the next strike by millimeters, countered with a FA Jin enhanced punch that should have connected. Stain wasn't there. He's fast. Too fast. Then, float. Izuku rose, gaining height, gaining perspective. Stain looked up at him with those terrible eyes, and for a moment, just a moment, something like approval flickered across his features. You adapt, Stain said. You learn. You fight like you mean it. His blade pointed upward. Most heroes are pretenders. Performers. They play at justice while the world rots. But you, he smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. You might be real. He's testing you. I know. He's also interested. The realization hit harder than any blade. Stain wasn't just fighting, he was evaluating, measuring Izuku against whatever impossible standard he'd created. I don't want your approval, Izuku said. I want you to stop killing people. Then stop me. Stain moved. The alley became a whirlwind of steel and shadow. Blackwhip created barriers that Stain sliced through. Float gave Izuku mobility that the hero killer matched with ground speed. Gearshift accelerated perception, but Stain's instinct seemed to predict rather than react. He's reading you. I know. Your patterns. Your preferences. Your tells. Then I change. Fa Jin released, not as an attack, but as a burst, propelling Izuku forward faster than Stain could track. His fist connected with the hero killer's shoulder, sending him staggering. First blood. Stain's. The taste of it filled Izuku's mouth, spray from the impact, a few drops that had found their way past his guard. And then everything stopped. Paralysis crawled through his body like ice spreading across a lake. Izuku felt his muscles lock, his limbs freeze, his heart slow as Stain's quirk took hold. He couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't even breathe properly, his chest rising and falling in shallow increments that weren't enough. Stain approached slowly, his blade gleaming. You hit me. There was respect in his voice. Genuine respect. In years of hunting, few have managed that. Izuku. Nana's voice was frantic. The other vestiges shouted warnings, instructions, anything, but Izuku couldn't respond. Couldn't move. Couldn't. The quirks. The thought came from somewhere deep, from the garden where 7 powers waited. They're still mine. Even if my body isn't. Blackwhip. The tendrils erupted, not from his arms, which were frozen, but from his core, from the place where his consciousness still lived. They lashed out blindly, catching Stain across the chest, sending him flying backward. The paralysis broke. How? The quirks aren't physical. They're me. Stain's quirk can't touch them. Izuku gasped, sucking air into lungs that had forgotten how to work. Across the alley, Stain was already rising, his expression shifting from surprise to something that looked almost like joy. You have multiple quirks. It wasn't a question. I've heard rumors, a boy at the sports festival, displaying powers that shouldn't exist in one body. I thought it was exaggeration. His blade rose. I was wrong. He's more dangerous now. Because he knows. Because he's curious. Dash dash dash. The second phase of the battle was different. Stain no longer fought to kill, he fought to understand. His attacks became probes, testing Izuku's responses, cataloging his quirks. Blackwhip, float, gear shift, Fa Jin, one for all. Each revealed, each analyzed, each learned. He's adapting faster than anyone. Asterisk. He's been doing this for years. Of course he adapts. Asterisk. Then how do I? You stop holding back. Asterisk. Kudo's voice was absolute. What? Asterisk. You've been fighting defensively. Protecting yourself. Protecting your secrets. Stop. Use everything. Overwhelm him before he figures you out completely. Asterisk. But, do it now. Asterisk. Izuku stopped. Stain paused, confused by the sudden stillness. What? Smokescreen. Asterisk. The quirk activated for the first time in combat, a billowing cloud of darkness that filled the alley, blinding Stain, disorienting him. Izuku moved through it like a ghost, float carrying him silently, Blackwhip ready to strike. Gear shift. Asterisk. Time slowed. He could see Stain's confusion, his blade sweeping through empty smoke, his body tensed for attacks that wouldn't come from expected directions. Fa Jin. Asterisk. The stored energy released, not as one attack, but many asterisk, a dozen strikes landing from a dozen angles, each carrying enough force to fell a normal opponent. Stain was not normal. He took the hits, bled from a dozen wounds, and kept fighting. His blade found Izuku through the smoke, not a killing blow, but a cut, shallow but significant. Blood welled from Izuku's arm. Stain's tongue touched his blade. The paralysis returned. Dash dash dash. But this time, Izuku was ready. Asterisk Blackwhip. Asterisk. The tendrils erupted before the paralysis could fully take hold, wrapping around Stain's limbs, his torso, his face. They lifted him from the ground, held him suspended, contained him. The taste of Izuku's blood faded from Stain's mouth. The paralysis broke. They stared at each other, two warriors in the ruins of an alley, one bound by darkness, one bleeding but unbroken. You could kill me, Stain said. Why don't you? Good question, Daigoro muttered. Why don't you? Asterisk. Because killing you would make me like you. Stain's eyes widened, just slightly, just for a moment. Then he laughed. A horrible sound, dry and broken and genuine. You're real, he said. After all these years of hunting pretenders, I've finally found someone real. His eyes burned. Kill me or don't. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you exist, a hero who actually believes. Is he praising you? Asterisk. I think so. Asterisk. The sound of sirens grew closer. Heroes, finally responding. Stain's expression shifted, not fear, but resignation. This isn't over, he said quietly. The real fight is coming. And when it does, his eyes met Izuku's. I hope you're ready. Blackwhip burned. Not intentionally, Izuku's concentration wavered, and the tendrils responded, tightening around Stain's throat. The hero killer gasped, choked, struggled. Stop. Asterisk. Nana's voice cut through. If you kill him, I know. Asterisk. He released. Stain fell to the ground, gasping, staring up at Izuku with an expression that held no fear, only wonder. You let me live. It wasn't a question. Even after everything. Even after I tried to kill you. That's what heroes do. The sirens were close now, minutes away, seconds. Stain pushed himself up, his body healing from wounds that should have taken weeks. This changes nothing, he said. I'll keep hunting, keep killing. But you, he pointed his blade at Izuku, you all remember. When the final battle comes, I'll be watching. He vanished into shadows. Izuku stood alone in the alley, bleeding from a dozen cuts, his body screaming with exhaustion, his mind reeling. You did it, asterisk Nana said quietly. You survived. Asterisk. I let him go. Asterisk. You made a choice. The right choice, even if it doesn't feel like it. Asterisk. He'll kill again. Asterisk. Maybe. But not tonight. Not because of you. Asterisk. The sirens arrived. Heroes flooded the alley, finding the paralyzed sidekick, finding Izuku, finding evidence of a battle they couldn't quite comprehend. Questions came fast, too fast. Izuku answered automatically, his mind still elsewhere. Still with Stain. Still with the memory of those eyes, burning with conviction, promising that this wasn't over. Dash dash dash. Manuel found him an hour later. The water hero's expression was unreadable, concern mixed with something that looked like awe. You fought Stain, alone, and survived. Yes, the reports say you used multiple quirks. Powers that shouldn't. He stopped, shook his head. The Hero Public Safety Commission is going to have questions. A lot of questions. Here it comes, Kudo muttered. The scrutiny. I know. When did they want to see me? Tomorrow. But Midoriya, Manuel's voice dropped. Be careful. The commission isn't like UA. They don't see students, they see assets. Tools to be used. If they think you're too valuable, or too dangerous. He's warning you, Nana said. Genuinely warning you. I know. Thank you, Izuku said. I'll be careful. That night, he didn't sleep. The confrontation with Stain replayed endlessly in his mind, every move, every word, every choice. He'd let a murderer go. A killer who would undoubtedly claim more victims. And yet, you did the right thing. Did I? Stain isn't just a villain. He's a symbol. Killing him would have made you a symbol too, the wrong kind. The kind that inspires fear instead of hope. So I just let him walk. For now. Until you're strong enough to stop him without becoming him. The logic was sound. But it didn't quiet the voices in his head, the ones that wondered how many people would die because he'd chosen mercy over justice. Morning came with more questions. The Hero Public Safety Commission representatives arrived at dawn, 3 of them, dressed in suits that seemed designed to intimidate. They sat across from Izuku in Manuel's agency, their expressions neutral, their eyes calculating. Midoriya Izuku, the lead representative, a woman with gray hair and colder eyes, opened a folder. Your file makes for interesting reading. Quirkless until recently. Now possessing multiple abilities that defy conventional understanding. Yes. Can you explain how? Careful, Hikage warned. They're fishing. My quirk is inherited. It carries the power of previous generations. Inherited quirks don't typically manifest as multiple abilities. Mine does. The representative's eyes narrowed. We've reviewed footage from the sports festival. From the USJ attack. From last night's confrontation with Stain. You displayed at least 5 distinct quirks, possibly more. That's unprecedented. I'm aware. The commission is concerned. About your stability. About your control. About the danger you might pose if I lose control. Izuku met her eyes. I understand the concern. But I'm not a danger. I'm a hero student. I've trained every day to master these powers. And I have support, from UA, from All Might, from people who believe in me. The representatives exchanged glances. All Might, the gray-haired woman repeated. Yes, we're aware of his involvement. She closed the folder. For now, the commission will take no action. But you'll be monitored, closely. And if there's any sign, that you're a threat to public safety. You'll be there. We will. They left without another word. Well, Daigoro said after a long silence. That was pleasant. They're scared. Of course they're scared. You're the most powerful thing they've ever seen. I'm not a thing. To them, you are. Until you prove otherwise. Izuku pressed his palms against his eyes. The weight of everything, Stain, the commission, the constant watching, pressed against him like a physical force. You need rest, Nana said gently. Real rest. Not just sleep, rest. I can't. There's too much. There will always be too much. That's the job. But if you burn out, you're useless to everyone. She was right. She was always right. He lay back on the cot Manuel had provided, closed his eyes, and let exhaustion take him. The dream came without warning. He stood in the vestige realm, surrounded by stars and faces. But something was different. The faces were closer, more present, their expressions urgent. 9th. Kudo stepped forward. Something's happening. What? All for one. The scarred warrior's voice faltered. He's accelerating his plans. The attack on Hosu, the Nomu, even Stain, they're all pieces of a larger strategy. I know. But do you know why? Izuku waited. Because of you. Nana's voice was soft, sad. Your emergence, your power, has forced his timeline. He can't wait decades anymore. He has to act now, before you grow strong enough to challenge him. Then I need to get stronger faster. Asterisk. That's what we're afraid of. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. He woke to alarms. Not real alarms, danger sense, screaming in his skull with an intensity he'd never felt. Izuku was on his feet before conscious thought could catch up, Blackwhip already manifesting, float already lifting him toward fire. The city was burning, not metaphorically this time, actually burning, flames consuming buildings blocks away, casting orange light against the pre-dawn sky. And in the center of it all, a shape he recognized. Nomu. Asterisk. Multiple Nomu. Asterisk. A dozen at least. Asterisk. The attack on Hosu had begun. Chapter 15 Vestige Warning. The fires of Hosu painted the sky in shades of apocalypse. Izuku moved through burning streets, Blackwhip lashing at falling debris, float carrying him over obstacles that would have trapped lesser heroes. Around him, the city screamed, not just people, but structures, buildings groaning as flames consumed their foundations. How many? Asterisk. Dozens of Nomu, Hikage reported grimly. Spread throughout the district. This isn't an attack, it's an invasion. Asterisk. Where's Manuel? Asterisk. Engaged near the eastern perimeter. Other heroes are responding, but it's not enough. Asterisk. He knew without being told. The Nomu were too numerous, too coordinated, too purposeful. This wasn't random destruction, this was a military operation, designed to overwhelm, to break the city's defenses. And somewhere in the chaos, Stain still hunted. Focus, asterisk Kudo snapped. One threat at a time. Asterisk. Which one? Asterisk. The one right in front of you. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. A Nomu materialized from the smoke. Not the massive model from USJ, smaller, faster, built for urban combat. Its multiple eyes fixed on Izuku with that terrible intelligence that marked all for one's handiwork. It lunged. Asterisk Blackwhip. Asterisk. The tendrils caught it mid-flight, wrapping around its limbs, its torso, its face. But this Nomu was different, it shifted, its body contorting in ways that shouldn't be possible, slipping through Blackwhip's grasp like water through fingers. Adaptation quirk. Asterisk. Of course. Asterisk. Then. Fa Jin. Asterisk. The stored energy released, not as a single strike, but as a field asterisk, a shockwave that caught the Nomu as it reformed. The creature screamed, an actual sound of pain, before the force of the attack sent it crashing through a burning building. Dead. Asterisk. Doubtful. Asterisk. Then. Keep moving. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The night became a blur of combat. Izuku fought through streets turned battlefields, encountering Nomu after Nomu. Some fell quickly, their designs couldn't compensate for his versatility. Others required everything he had, pushing him to limits he hadn't known existed. You're slowing down, Daigoro warned. I know. Asterisk. Your reserves are depleting. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. If you keep this pace. People will die if I don't. Asterisk. The argument was familiar by now. The vestiges worried, Izuku ignored them. Lives hung in the balance. Nothing else mattered. Dash dash dash. He found Stain in the ruins of a hero agency. The hero killer stood amid the destruction, his blade red with fresh blood. At his feet, a pro-hero lay paralyzed, alive, but judged. When Stain saw Izuku, his expression shifted into something almost like recognition. The real hero returns. He didn't move to attack. I wondered if you'd survive the night. The city is burning. People are dying. And you're cleansing. Stain's voice was calm. The false heroes fall. The real ones rise. That's how it's always been. He's insane, asterisk and muttered. Completely insane, asterisk. Number. He's convicted. There's a difference. Asterisk. You could help, Izuku said. Fight the Nomu. Save people. Prove you're more than just a killer. Stain's eyes narrowed. You think I haven't considered it? You think I enjoy watching innocents die? He stepped closer, his blade lowering. But the Nomu aren't the real threat. They're distractions. While the heroes chase monsters, the real enemy. An explosion interrupted him. Not close, blocks away, but close enough to feel. Another Nomu, probably. Another battle. Another chance for someone to die. I have to go. Wait. Stain's voice stopped him. You're different from the others. You see, not just the surface, but the truth. When the final battle comes, He met Izuku's eyes. Remember that not all enemies wear monster faces. He vanished into smoke. Izuku stood alone in the ruins, Stain's words echoing in his mind. What did he mean? Asterisk. I don't know. Nana's voice was troubled. But I don't like it. Asterisk. Dawn found the city still burning. Izuku collapsed on a rooftop, his body screaming, his mind reeling. He'd fought a dozen Nomu, maybe more. Saved countless civilians. Done everything a hero should do. Asterisk. And it still wasn't enough. You saved who you could. Asterisk. Some died. Asterisk. Some always die. That's the nature of. Don't. His mental voice was sharp. Don't give me philosophy right now. Asterisk. The vestiges fell silent. Below, rescue operations continued. Heroes pulled survivors from rubble. Firefighters battled blazes that refused to die. The city that had woken to peace would sleep in ashes. This is just the beginning, Hikage said quietly. All for One is testing you. Testing all of you. Learning your limits. Asterisk. And when he knows them. Asterisk. Then the real war begins. Asterisk. Recovery Girls Clinic was overflowing. Izuku sat on a cot in the corner, his wounds bandaged, his body exhausted, his mind elsewhere. Around him, injured heroes and civilians filled every available space, victims of a night that had changed everything. Young Midoriya. All Might's voice. He looked up to find his mentor standing over him, thin form, tired eyes, but present. You fought all night. Yes. Alone. Not alone. There were other heroes. And, he hesitated. Stain. All Might's eyes widened. The hero killer. He was there. In the chaos. We talked. The word seemed inadequate, but Izuku didn't know how else to describe it. What did he say? That the Nomu are distractions. That the real enemy is, he stopped, trying to remember exactly, something else. I don't know. All Might was quiet for a long moment. Then he sat beside Izuku, his presence a comfort despite everything. The commission is demanding answers. About your quirks. About your confrontation with Stain. About, he gestured vaguely, everything. I know. They want to bring you in for questioning. Formally this time. I know. All Might turned to face him. What do you want to do? It was the first time anyone had asked that. Not what he should do, not what was expected, what he wanted. Good question, asterisk Nana said softly. What do you want? Asterisk. I want. He stopped. Thought. Really thought. I want to get stronger, he finally said. Strong enough that nights like this don't happen. Strong enough to protect everyone. Strong enough that All for One, his voice caught, that All for One can't hurt anyone else. All Might's expression shifted, through sadness, through pride, through something that looked almost like grief. Then that's what we'll do. Together. The questioning lasted 3 hours. Commission representatives asked the same questions in different ways, trying to find inconsistencies, trying to catch him in lies. Izuku answered truthfully, mostly, while the vestiges guided him away from topics that would raise too many questions. They're frustrated, asterisk Kudo observed. They want to find something wrong with you. Asterisk. Let them look. Asterisk. They will. And eventually I'll be too strong for them to touch. Asterisk. It sounded arrogant even in his own mind. But the vestiges didn't argue. That night, the dreams returned. Izuku stood in the vestige realm, surrounded by stars and faces. But something was different, the faces were closer, more urgent, their expressions carrying weight he'd never seen before. 9th. Kudo stepped forward. We need to talk. About what? Asterisk. About you. About us. About, he stopped, searching for words. About what's happening to One For All. A cold feeling settled in Izuku's chest. Asterisk. What do you mean? Asterisk. Nana moved to stand beside Kudo. The power isn't stable, Izuku. It was never meant to be used this way, all quirks active at once, all generations awake inside a single host. But I've been controlling it. Training every day. Learning too. This isn't about control. Hikage's voice was quiet, grave. It's about capacity. The human body has limits. Limits you're approaching faster than we anticipated. What are you saying? Asterisk. The vestiges exchanged glances. Finally, Daigoro spoke. You're dying, kid. Not today, not tomorrow, but sooner than you should be. The quirks are burning through your life force faster than your body can replenish it. The words hung in the starlit void like a death sentence. How long? Asterisk. We don't know. Nana's voice cracked. Months. Years. It depends on how much you push, how often you use multiple quirks, how hard I fight. Asterisk. Yes. Asterisk. Izuku looked at them, at the 8 faces that had become his family, his guides, his reason for so much. They watched him with expressions that held grief and guilt and something that looked almost like hope. Then I'll fight smarter. Not harder. It won't be enough. Kudo's voice was brutal, but his eyes were kind. You're carrying too much. We're all carrying too much. The only way to survive, to truly survive, is to what? To let go. Nana stepped forward, reached for his face. Not of us, never of us. But of the weight. The expectation that you have to be everything, do everything, save everyone. You're human, Izuku. Even with 8 quirks, you're still human. I don't know how to be just human anymore. Asterisk. We know. That's why we're telling you now, before it's too late. He woke with tears on his face. The room was dark, quiet, safe. But safety felt like a lie now, a temporary illusion that could shatter at any moment. You're scared. Asterisk. Of course I'm scared. Asterisk. Good. Fear keeps you honest. Asterisk. Izuku pressed his palms against his eyes, trying to push back the weight of everything he'd learned. Dying. He was dying. Not today, not tomorrow, but eventually, sooner than he should be. What do I do? Asterisk. Live. Nana's voice was gentle. Really live. Not as the 9th holder, not as a weapon against all for one, not as a symbol, but as you. Izuku Midoriya. The boy who wanted to be a hero. Asterisk. Is that enough? Asterisk. It has to be. Asterisk. Dawn came slowly. Izuku watched it from his window, the sun rising over a city that had survived another night, another attack, another test. Somewhere out there, All For One was planning his next move. Somewhere out there, Stain was hunting. Somewhere out there, the world waited for heroes who might not arrive in time. You can't save everyone. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. But you can save some. And sometimes, that's enough. Asterisk. He dressed. 8. Kissed his mother goodbye. Walked through streets that still bore scars of the night's violence. UA loomed ahead. Danger sense prickled. Asterisk. Not an immediate threat, just the constant hum of awareness that never fully faded. But beneath it, something else stirred. A knowing. A certainty that everything was about to change. The vestiges are right, asterisk he realized. I can't keep going like this. Asterisk. So what will you change? Asterisk. Everything. Nothing. I don't know yet. Asterisk. That's honest. Asterisk. He walked through the gates. Class 1A was subdued. The Hosu attack had touched everyone, friends injured, families frightened, futures uncertain. Even Bakugo was quiet, his usual aggression banked behind walls of controlled silence. Todoroki caught Izuku's eye across the room. A question in his gaze. Are you okay? Asterisk. Izuku nodded. Lie. Truth. Both. The day passed in a blur of lessons and drills and normalcy that felt increasingly foreign. Izuku participated automatically, his mind elsewhere, on the vestiges, warning, on Stain's words, on the weight of everything he carried. You're distracted, Hikage observed. I know. Asterisk. Dangerous, in combat training. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. Then. I know. Asterisk. Afternoon brought a surprise. All Might appeared at the classroom door, his form expanded, his expression serious. Young Midoriya. A word. The class watched as Izuku followed him into the hallway. What's wrong? Nothing. Everything. All Might's voice dropped. Nezu wants to see you. About the Hosu attack. About the commission. He paused. About your future. Future. The word carried weight now, limited weight, finite weight, dying weight. Okay. Nezu's office hadn't changed. Books still lined every wall. Tea still steamed on the cluttered desk. The Chimera principal still watched with eyes that held centuries of calculation. Midoriya. He gestured to a chair. Sit, please. Izuku sat. You've had a difficult few weeks. USJ. Sports Festival. Hosu. Stain. The commission. Nezu ticked them off on his pause. Any one of those would break most students. You've endured all of them. I had help. Yes. The vestiges. Nezu's eyes sharpened. I've been researching similar phenomena. Cases where quirks seem to carry echoes of previous users. The data is sparse. He's fishing. Asterisk. Let him. Asterisk. There's something I need to tell you, Izuku said. About One For All. About what's happening to me. Nezu waited. The vestiges warned me last night. The power, all the quirks together, they're burning through my life force. I'm dying. Faster than I should be. For the first time since they'd met, Nezu's expression shifted into something genuinely surprised. I see. He was quiet for a moment. And your prognosis? Unknown. Months, maybe. Years, if I'm careful. And will you be careful? It was the question everything hinged on. Izuku thought about it, really thought, and gave the only answer he could. I'll try. But if people need me, if villains attack, if anyone is in danger, then you'll fight, even if it kills you faster. Nezu nodded slowly. I understand. More than you know. Does he? Asterisk. Probably. The Chimera has lived longer than most. He's seen things. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The walk back to class was quiet. Izuku's mind churned with everything Nezu had said, not about his prognosis but about the future. The principal had plans, contingencies, strategies for dealing with the threats that loomed on every horizon. But none of them accounted for Stain's warning. The real enemy isn't the Nomu. Asterisk. Then what is it? Asterisk. I don't know, but I think we're about to find out. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. That night, Izuku dreamed of the vestige realm again. But this time, the stars were dying. One by one, they flickered and faded, leaving darkness in their wake. The faces of the vestiges grew dim, their expressions urgent, their voices faint. Ninth, Kudo's voice crackled like static. Listen, important. What's happening? Asterisk. All for one, he's. The connection shattered. Izuku woke screaming. Chapter 16 Training Camp Escalation. The forest breathed. Izuku stood at the edge of the tree line, watching shadows move between ancient trunks, feeling the weight of eyes that watched from darkness. Behind him, the UA training camp sprawled across cleared ground, cabins and cooking fires and the laughter of students who didn't know what waited in the woods. They're coming. Asterisk. Kudo's voice was grim. I know. Asterisk. Tonight. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. The vestiges had been restless since Hosu, since the dream where stars died and voices faded. They spoke less now, conserving energy, waiting for something none of them could name. But Izuku felt it. The same way danger sense prickled at threats he couldn't see. The same way Blackwhip stirred when enemies drew near. They're coming tonight. Asterisk. Then we'll be ready. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The training camp had seemed like a good idea. 3 weeks in the mountains, away from the city, away from the constant pressure of UA's walls. Students would train in nature, bond with classmates, grow in ways that classrooms couldn't facilitate. Pixie Bob had designed the curriculum. Mandalay handled communications. Tiger and Ragdoll rounded out the wild pussycat team, pro heroes with decades of experience and quirks perfectly suited to wilderness training. But none of them knew what Izuku knew. None of them felt the pressure building. Midoriya. Uraraka's voice pulled him from his thoughts. She jogged toward him, her cheeks flushed from the afternoon's exercises, her smile bright despite exhaustion. You've been staring at the forest for an hour. What's wrong? She notices too much. Asterisk. That's a good thing. Asterisk. Nothing. Lie. Truth. Both. Just thinking. About what? About the attack that's coming. About the people who might die. About the weight of knowing and not being able to tell anyone. Asterisk. Home, he said instead. Missing my mom. Uraraka's expression softened. I know what you mean. My parents called last night. They're so proud of me for making it this far. She bumped his shoulder gently. We'll see them soon. After the camp. After we're all stronger. After. Asterisk. The word carried weight she couldn't know. Dash dash dash. Training resumed at dusk. The forest became an obstacle course. Ropes strung between trees, pits dug and covered, challenges designed to push students beyond their limits. Izuku moved through it automatically, his body responding to years of training while his mind remained elsewhere. Where are they? Asterisk. Close, Hikage reported. Very close. Asterisk. How many? Asterisk. Too many. Asterisk. Can we? The first explosion ripped through the night. Dash dash dash. Chaos erupted. Fire lit the tree line, not campfires, but attacks, flames consuming everything in reach. Students screamed. Heroes shouted. Villains poured from the forest like water through a broken dam. They're here. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. Fight. Asterisk. Izuku moved. Blackwhip erupted first, not as attack, but as defense, wrapping around students and pulling them away from danger. Float lifted him above the chaos, giving him perspective, letting him see the scope of the assault. Dozens of villains, maybe hundreds, and leading them, Shigaraki. The hand-covered villain stood at the center of the invasion, his posture almost casual, his eyes fixed on Izuku with an intensity that transcended hatred. There you are, ninth. His voice carried across the chaos. I've been looking forward to this. Dash dash dash. The battle began. Izuku dropped from the sky, Blackwhip lashing at every villain within reach. They fell, some permanently, some just stunned, but more kept coming, an endless tide of hatred and desperation. They're targeting the students. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. Protect them first. Asterisk. He didn't need the vestiges, guidance. His body moved on instinct, on need, on the desperate requirement that no one else die tonight. A group of villains cornered Kota near the cabins. Izuku appeared between them before they could strike, Fa Jin releasing in a shockwave that sent them flying. Go. Find Mandalay, she'll keep you safe. Kota ran. Another group targeted Jiro, her earphone jacks extended in desperate defense. Izuku caught their attacks on Blackwhip, redirected their momentum, shattered their formation with gearshift enhanced speed. Jiro, fall back to the main camp. She nodded and fled. Who else? Asterisk. Everyone. They're everywhere. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. Moonfish materialized from the shadows. The villain's blade teeth extended from his body in impossible directions, each one capable of impaling, slicing, killing. He moved toward a cluster of students, Kaminari, Shiro, Ishido, with the casual confidence of a predator. Izuku intercepted him. Blackwhip met blade teeth in a shower of sparks. Moonfish's eyes widened, surprise, then delight. Another hero for my collection. His teeth grew, extending past Blackwhip's defenses, aiming for Izuku's throat. Gearshift. Asterisk. Time slowed. Izuku dodged each blade by millimeters, his body moving through spaces that shouldn't exist. Moonfish adapted, his teeth following, tracking, learning. He's fast. Asterisk. Too fast. Asterisk. Then, Fa Jin. Asterisk. The stored energy released in a burst that shattered Moonfish's teeth, sent him flying backward, gave Izuku the opening he needed to grab Kaminari and run. Stay with Mandalay, he gasped, depositing the electricity user with the pro hero. Don't leave her side. Kaminari nodded, too shocked to speak. Dash dash dash. Muscular found him next. The villain was massive, muscles layered on muscles, his quirk allowing him to shape his body into weapons. He'd already defeated one student, Kota, the small boy who'd been so hostile since camp began. Izuku saw him lying motionless on the ground. Saw the blood. Saw the stillness. And something inside him broke. Dash dash dash. The fight that followed was the most brutal of Izuku's life. Muscular attacked with everything he had, fists that could shatter steel, speed that defied his size, savagery that spoke of years spent killing. Izuku met him with equal ferocity, Blackwhip and Fa Jin and Gearshift and One For All combining in ways he'd never attempted. You're losing control. Asterisk. I don't care. Asterisk. Izuku. I said I don't care. Asterisk. The power surged. For a moment, just a moment, Izuku touched something beyond the quirks, beyond the vestiges, beyond everything he'd ever known. A place where power had no limits, where nothing could stand against him. He hit muscular. The villain's eyes went wide, shock, then fear, then nothing as the force of the blow sent him crashing through trees, through rocks, through reality itself. Silence. Izuku stood over Kota's body, breathing hard, the power slowly receding. He's alive. Asterisk. Nana's voice was faint, strained. What? Asterisk. The boy. Kota. He's alive. Unconscious, but alive. Asterisk. The relief hit like a physical blow. Izuku's legs gave out, dropping him to his knees beside the small form. Kota. His voice cracked. Kota, can you hear me? No response. But his chest rose and fell. He's breathing. Asterisk. Thank God. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. Muscular didn't rise again. The villains' momentum broke after that. Without their strongest fighters, without the element of surprise, they began to falter. Heroes pushed back. Students regrouped. The tide turned. Izuku carried Kota to the medical station, placed him gently among the injured, and turned back toward the fight. You've done enough. Asterisk. Not yet. Asterisk. Izuku. Not yet. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. He found Shigaraki in the heart of the forest. The villain stood alone, surrounded by the bodies of defeated villains, his hands crackling with decay. When he saw Izuku, his expression shifted into something almost like joy. Finally. Just you and me. This is what he wanted. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. He's been planning this. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. Shigaraki. Izuku's voice was steady despite everything. This ends tonight. It ends when I say it ends. The villain lunged. Dash dash dash. Their battle was unlike any other. Shigaraki's decay threatened everything it touched. The ground, the trees, the air itself. Izuku dodged and countered, Blackwhip lashing at range, float keeping him mobile, danger sense screaming warnings with every move. He's fast. Asterisk. He's desperate. Asterisk. He's also learning. Asterisk. Shigaraki adapted with every exchange. His movements became more precise, his attacks more targeted. The decay quirk that had seemed wild and uncontrolled revealed itself as focused, intentional, honed by years of use. He's not just a pawn. Asterisk. Number. Asterisk. He's a weapon. Asterisk. And he's aimed at you. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The forest burned around them. Not from fire, from decay, trees crumbling to dust, earth turning to ash, everything Shigaraki touched dying. Izuku moved through the destruction, looking for an opening, searching for any weakness. His neck. Asterisk. Kudo's voice cut through. What? Asterisk. He keeps protecting his neck. The hands, they're not just decoration. They're armor. Asterisk. Izuku looked closer. Shigaraki's posture shifted whenever an attack came near his throat, a subtle flinch, a protective turn. The hands that covered him weren't random, they were placed. If I can get past them, you can end this. Asterisk. Fa Jin. Asterisk. The stored energy built as he moved, dodged, waited. Shigaraki pressed his advantage, confident now, convinced he was winning. He was wrong. Now. Asterisk. Izuku moved, gearshift accelerating him beyond anything he'd attempted, float canceling his weight, Blackwhip clearing a path. He crossed the distance in an instant, his hand reaching for the hand that covered Shigaraki's throat. Touch. Asterisk. The decay activated. But not on Izuku, on the hand. The protective layer crumbled, revealing the vulnerable skin beneath. Shigaraki's eyes went wide. No. Izuku's fist connected. Dash dash dash. Shigaraki flew backward, tumbling through the destruction, coming to rest against a tree that hadn't yet decayed. For a long moment, he didn't move. Then he laughed. That horrible, dry sound, paper tearing, hope dying. You did it. He pushed himself up, his face a mask of blood and wonder. You actually, no one's ever, he touched his throat, where the hand had been, touched me there. He's broken. Asterisk. He's also still dangerous. Asterisk. Shigaraki. Izuku's voice was quiet. This doesn't have to continue. You can stop. You can. Stop. The villain's eyes blazed. Stop. My whole life has been building to this moment, to destroying everything he built, and you want me to stop. He's talking about All For One. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. You're being used, Izuku said. All For One doesn't care about you, he cares about your quirk, your potential, your usefulness. When you're not useful anymore. Shut up. Shigaraki's hands crackled. Shut up. He lunged again. But the fight was gone from him, the desperation, the focus. Izuku dodged easily, countered gently, contained him without killing. It's over, Shigaraki. For a moment, just a moment, something flickered in those red eyes. Something that might have been relief. Then Kurogiri's portal opened behind him. Tamura. The mist villain's voice was calm. We're leaving. No, I can still. The mission is over. We regroup. Shigaraki's gaze met Izuku's one last time. Something passed between them, not understanding, not peace, but recognition. Two pawns in a larger game, recognizing each other across the board. Next time, Shigaraki whispered. Next time, I won't lose. The portal swallowed him. Dawn found the camp in ruins. Izuku sat on a fallen log, watching rescue operations unfold. Students were catalogued, injuries treated, the dead, there were dead, prepared for transport home. Kota woke an hour after sunrise. The first thing he saw was Izuku. You, his voice was hoarse. You saved me. You saved yourself. I just helped. Kota's eyes filled with tears. I was so scared. I thought I was going to die. And then you, he grabbed Izuku's hand. You were there. Like a real hero. Like a real hero. Asterisk. The words echoed through Izuku's mind, through the vestige realm, through everything he'd fought and bled and nearly died for. I'm not a hero yet, he said quietly. But I'm trying. Kota squeezed his hand. Keep trying. The aftermath was brutal. 4 students dead, 12 injured, 3 pro heroes killed in the initial assault. The villains had been repelled, but the cost was staggering. Izuku stood before Nezu in the principal's office, giving his report for the 3rd time. You engaged Shigaraki. Directly. Yes. And wounded him. Broke through his defenses. Landed a hit. Nezu's eyes gleamed. No one's done that before. Not in all the years All For One has been grooming him. He's impressed. Asterisk. He's also calculating. Asterisk. What happens now? Izuku asked. Now. Nezu leaned back. Now everything changes. The villains have shown their hand, their willingness to attack students, to escalate beyond all previous boundaries. The public will demand action. The government will respond. And, he paused. All For One will accelerate his plans. Because of me. Asterisk. Because you're proving more dangerous than he anticipated. Asterisk. That's not a good thing. Asterisk. It's not a bad thing either. It's just true. Asterisk. That night, the vestiges gathered. Their faces were clearer than they'd been in weeks, more present, more urgent. You did well, Nana said. Against Shigaraki. Against Muscular. Against everything. I lost control. With Muscular. I almost. But you didn't. You pulled back. You chose not to kill. Because Kota was watching. Asterisk. Because you're better than that. Asterisk. Izuku looked at them, at the 8 faces that had become his family. The power is getting harder to control. The more I use it, the more it wants to be used. Like it's hungry, Daigoro finished. Yeah, we noticed. What does that mean? Asterisk. It means One For All is evolving. Growing. Becoming something none of us anticipated. Asterisk. Is that bad? Asterisk. The vestiges exchanged glances. We don't know, Hikage admitted. That's what scares us. Chapter 17 Bakugo's Crisis. The aftermath of the training camp settled over UA like ash from a distant fire. Classes resumed, but nothing felt normal. Empty seats marked the students who wouldn't return. Pale faces reflected memories no one wanted to keep. Even the buildings seemed different, smaller, somehow, as if the walls had contracted around the grief they contained. Izuku moved through the halls like a ghost. You're exhausted. Asterisk. Nana's voice was gentle. I'm fine. Asterisk. You haven't slept in 3 days. Asterisk. I sleep. Asterisk. You rest. There's a difference. Asterisk. He didn't argue. Didn't have the energy. The vestiges had been quiet since the camp, not absent, but distant, as if the battle had cost them something too. Danger sense prickled. Asterisk. Izuku stopped, scanned the hallway. Students passed, teachers hurried, everything seemed normal. But the prickling persisted. Someone's watching. Asterisk. Always. Asterisk. No, someone specific. Asterisk. He found Bakugo on the roof. The explosive user stood at the edge, staring out at the city beyond. His hands hung at his sides, no sparks, no tension, just stillness. In all the years Izuku had known him, he'd never seen Bakugo still. Kachan. No response. He approached slowly, leaving space between them, waiting. Minutes passed. Finally, Bakugo spoke. I couldn't do anything. His voice was flat. Wrong for someone who lived on explosions and fury. What? At the camp. When the villains attacked. I couldn't. His hands clenched. I couldn't do anything. They took him. They took Kachan and I couldn't. Kachan. Asterisk. The childhood nickname. Bakugo used it for himself, always had, always would. But hearing it now, in this context. Kirishima told me, Izuku said quietly. About what happened. About how you tried to fight, but there were too many, and I don't need your sympathy. The old Bakugo flickered through, then faded. He stopped. Swallowed. I don't know what I need. He's lost, Hikage observed. Really lost. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. Can you help him? Asterisk. I don't know. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. They stood in silence for a long time. Below, the city hummed with life, people going about their days, unaware that a boy on a rooftop was questioning everything he'd ever believed. I've spent my whole life trying to be the best, Bakugo finally said. Training, fighting, winning. Because that's what heroes do, they win. They save people. They never lose. You didn't lose. You were overwhelmed. There's a difference. Is there? Bakugo turned to face him, and Izuku flinched at what he saw. Not anger, emptiness. The absence of everything that made Bakugo who he was. The villains came. They took someone. And I couldn't stop them. That's losing. That's failure. He's never failed before, asterisk Kudo realized. Not really. Not in anything that mattered. Asterisk. That must be devastating. Yeah. Asterisk. You saved other people, Izuku said. I saw the reports. You pulled 3 students to safety before the villains even reached the main camp. Those were extras. The word carried no venom, just fact. Kachan, the real Kachan, he's the one who matters. And he's gone because I wasn't strong enough. He's not talking about himself anymore. Asterisk. Number. Asterisk. He's talking about the hostage. The other Bakugo. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The news had broken 2 days ago. Katsuki Bakugo, not the student, but the pro hero, the one who'd graduated years ago and built a respectable career, had been taken during the training camp attack. Witnesses described a coordinated assault, villains specifically targeting him, extracting him from the chaos with surgical precision. No demands had been made. No contact established. He was just gone. And the other Bakugo, the student, the one who shared his name and his pride and his fear, was falling apart. Why you? Bakugo asked suddenly. Why do you get to be the one who saves everyone? Why do you have all the power, all the quirks, all the attention? What makes you so special? He's lashing out. Asterisk. Let him. Asterisk. It's the grief talking. Asterisk. I don't know, Izuku said honestly. I didn't choose this. I didn't ask for any of it. It just happened. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have. Bakugo stared at him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed. Not his usual explosive bark, something smaller, sadder, realer. You really are an idiot, Deku. The biggest idiot I've ever met. He turned back to the city. But you're also the only person who's ever been honest with me. Everyone else, they lie. They pretend. They tell me I'm amazing when I know I'm not. He's been carrying this his whole life. Asterisk. The pressure. The expectations. The isolation. Asterisk. And no one ever saw. Asterisk. You are amazing, Izuku said quietly. Not because you win, or because you're strong, or because you're going to be number 1. You're amazing because you care. Under all the explosions and the anger and the fear, you actually care about people. You just don't know how to show it. Bakugo's shoulders shook. When he turned, there were tears on his face. I don't know how to be anything else, he whispered. I've been this way my whole life, angry, competitive, alone. And now, his voice broke. Now the one person who understood that, who understood me, is gone. And I don't know what to do. He's talking about the pro-hero Bakugo. Asterisk. His namesake. His family. Asterisk. They were close. Asterisk. Apparently. Asterisk. Izuku crossed the distance between them. For a moment, he hesitated. Bakugo had never been someone who welcomed touch. But then he reached out, placed a hand on his shoulder. Then we find him. Bakugo's eyes widened. What? The pro-hero Bakugo. We find him. We bring him back. Together. But the villains, they could be anywhere, they could have. Then we look everywhere. We fight anyone. We don't stop until he's home. Izuku met his eyes. That's what heroes do, right? They don't give up. They don't stop trying. They save people. Bakugo stared at him. For a long moment, neither spoke. Then, slowly, something returned to Bakugo's eyes. Not the old fire, not yet, but something. A spark. A possibility. You'd do that. For me. For him. For you. For everyone who matters. Izuku smiled. That's what friends do. Friends. Asterisk. The word hung between them, fragile and new. Bakugo's hand came up, not to attack, but to grip Izuku's shoulder in return. Okay, he said. Okay. Let's find him. The search began immediately. Izuku pulled every resource he could access. UA's databases, All Might's contacts, even the vestiges, fragmented memories of villain hideouts from their own eras. Bakugo contributed his own knowledge, patterns he'd noticed, locations that felt wrong, instincts honed by years of fighting. He's good at this, Kudo observed. Really good. He's always been good. He just never had a reason to use it this way. Days passed. Leads went nowhere. Tips proved false. The pro-hero Bakugo remained vanished, swallowed by the same darkness that had taken so many others. But they kept searching. On the fourth day, a breakthrough. A villain captured in a minor incident talked under pressure, mentioned a location, a name, a possibility. Izuku and Bakugo were on the next train, ignoring regulations, ignoring safety protocols, ignoring everything except the chance to save someone who mattered. The warehouse stood at the edge of the city, abandoned, forgotten, perfect for holding hostages. Stay behind me, Izuku whispered as they approached. My quirks can. I'm not staying behind anyone. Bakugo's palms crackled, real explosions this time, the old fire returning. We do this together or not at all. He's back. Mostly. Good enough. They moved in. The warehouse interior was dark, crowded with shadows that could hide anything. Danger scents prickled constantly, not one threat, but many, scattered throughout the space. Ambush. I know. They're waiting. Then we don't disappoint. Izuku signaled Bakugo, go, and they moved. Explosions lit the darkness as Bakugo engaged the first wave of villains. Blackwhip lashed out, catching others before they could react. Float gave Izuku height, perspective, the ability to see the battlefield. And there, in the corner, a figure. Bound, beaten, but alive. I see him. Izuku dropped from the ceiling, Blackwhip clearing a path, Jin ready to release. Kachan, cover me. Bakugo's explosions intensified, driving villains back, creating space. Izuku reached the bound figure, tore through restraints, held him as he slumped forward. I've got you. You're safe now. The pro-hero Bakugo, older, wearier, but alive, looked up with eyes that held recognition. You came, he rasped. You actually came. We always come. That's what heroes do. The escape was chaos. Villains regrouped, attacked with renewed fury. Bakugo, the student, fought like a demon, his explosions screaming with every release. Izuku protected the hostage, Blackwhip forming a cocoon of safety, Float keeping them mobile. More coming. I know. From the left. Got it. Jin released, sending a wave of villains crashing into walls. Gearshift accelerated his perception, letting him track threats from every direction. One for All pulsed in his veins, the foundation that made everything possible. And through it all, Bakugo fought beside him. Not ahead. Not behind. Beside. He's different, Nana observed. More controlled. More focused. He's found something to fight for. That changes everything. They burst from the warehouse into moonlight. Behind them, villains screamed in frustration. Ahead, the city stretched, lights and life and safety. Izuku didn't stop running until they reached a hero agency. Until the hostage was in professional hands, until the adrenaline finally began to fade. Bakugo stood beside him, breathing hard, covered in sweat and soot and triumph. We did it. His voice was hoarse. We actually did it. Izuku smiled. Together. Bakugo looked at him, really looked, past the rivalry and the history and the everything that had always stood between them. Thank you, he said quietly. For not giving up. He swallowed. For being there. That's what friends do. The word didn't hurt this time. Didn't feel wrong. Bakugo nodded slowly. Yeah, he said. I guess it is. The pro-hero Bakugo recovered fully. Weeks later, he visited UA to thank his rescuers personally. When he saw Izuku, the boy with too many quirks and too much heart, he bowed so low it seemed impossible to rise. You saved my life, he said. I owe you everything. You don't owe me anything. I just did what anyone would do. No. The pro-hero straightened, met his eyes. Not anyone. You. You saw someone in danger and you acted. That's not normal. That's heroic. He gets it, Daigoro said. Really gets it. Asterisk. Some people do. Asterisk. Cherish them. Asterisk. That night, Izuku dreamed of the vestige realm. The stars were brighter now, not dying, but burning with renewed intensity. The faces of the vestiges smiled at him, proud and sad and hopeful. You did something important, Nana said. More important than fighting villains or winning battles. What? Asterisk. You reached someone. Truly reached them. Bakugo will never be the same because of you. Is that good? Asterisk. It's everything. That's what heroes do, Izuku. They don't just save bodies, they save souls. He woke with tears on his face. But for the first time in weeks, they were good tears. Chapter 18 Camino Divergence. The sky over Camino Ward burned electric blue. Izuku stood at the edge of the evacuation zone, watching lights dance across clouds that shouldn't exist, the aftermath of battles fought in dimensions beyond human understanding. Around him, heroes moved in coordinated chaos, evacuating civilians, establishing perimeters, preparing for something none of them wanted to name. He's here. Asterisk. Kudo's voice was steel. I know. Asterisk. All for one. In that building. With Bakugo. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. And All Might is going too. I know. Asterisk. Izuku's hands clenched at his sides. The vestiges had been building toward this moment since the training camp, since USJ, since the very first transfer of power. All for One had finally shown himself, not through proxies or pawns, but in person, emerging from decades of shadows to reclaim what he believed was his. Bakugo was his hostage. All Might was his target. And Izuku was the variable no one had accounted for. You can't fight him. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. You're not ready. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. But you're going to try anyway. Asterisk. He didn't answer. Didn't need to. The vestiges already knew. The building loomed before him, a hideout transformed into fortress, layers of security wrapped around the heart of darkness. Izuku moved through its shadows like a ghost, float silencing his footsteps, danger sense warning of patrols before they appeared. This is insane. Asterisk. Probably. Asterisk. You could die. Asterisk. Probably. Asterisk. And yet I can't let All Might face him alone. Asterisk. The vestiges fell silent. There was nothing left to say. He found them on the rooftop. All Might stood in his full heroic form, muscles bulging, costume pristine, the symbol of peace at his peak, ready for one final battle. Across from him, All for One waited in darkness made solid, his ruined face hidden behind a mask that had become more flesh than metal over the centuries. And between them, bound and helpless, Bakugo. The explosive user's eyes found Izuku the moment he emerged from the stairwell. Shock, confusion, fear, something Bakugo never showed, never felt, until now. Deku, his voice was muffled by restraints. Get out of here. You can't. Quiet. All for One's voice carried absolute authority. The ninth joins us. How? Expected. All Might's head snapped toward Izuku, his expression cycling through horror and fury and desperate hope. Young Midoriya, no. Get back. This isn't your fight. With respect, All Might, Izuku stepped forward, Blackwhip coiling at his sides. It's everyone's fight. That's what you taught me. All for One laughed. A terrible sound, dry, ancient, hungry. The student surpasses the teacher. How poetic. He turned to face Izuku fully, and even through the mask, those eyes burned with something beyond hatred. I've watched you, Ninth. Studied you. Marveled at the way you've integrated powers that should have killed you. You're fascinating. He's trying to get in your head. Asterisk. Let him. Asterisk. Izuku. I said let him. Asterisk. And now you stand before me, trembling with power you can't fully control, ready to throw your life away for a symbol that's already crumbling. All For One's voice softened, became almost kind. Join me instead. Together, we could reshape this world. Your power, my vision. Never. The word came out calm, certain, absolute. All For One's eyes narrowed. So be it. The battle began. All Might moved first, a Detroit smash that would have leveled mountains, aimed directly at his ancient enemy. All For One countered with quirks Izuku couldn't identify, couldn't track, couldn't comprehend. The rooftop shattered beneath them, debris falling into the void where the building used to be. He's too strong. Asterisk. For All Might alone, yes. Asterisk. But there are two of you. Asterisk. Izuku moved. Blackwhip lashed toward All For One, aiming not to attack but to distract. The villain swatted it aside with casual ease, but the moment of distraction was enough. All Might's fist connected with his guard, sending him staggering. Well played. All For One's voice held genuine appreciation. But games have limits. He moved. Not fast, impossibly fast, crossing the distance between them in a heartbeat. His hand closed around Izuku's throat, lifting him from the ground like a doll. The ninth, he murmured, studying Izuku's face with terrible intimacy. So much power in such a fragile vessel. I wonder, his grip tightened. Will it hurt when I take it all? Asterisk Blackwhip. Asterisk. The tendrils erupted, not from Izuku's arms, but from his core, from the place where power lived beyond physical limits. They wrapped around All For One's arm, his torso, his face, forcing him to release his grip. Float. Asterisk. Izuku drifted backward, putting distance between them, gasping for air. Gear shift. Asterisk. Time slowed. He could see All For One's expression shift, surprise, then delight. Remarkable. The villain's voice was almost gentle. You've integrated them more deeply than I imagined. The quirks aren't just in you, they are you. Fa Jin. Asterisk. The stored energy released, not as an attack, but as speed, propelling Izuku toward Bakugo. He reached the bound student in an instant, Blackwhip slicing through restraints, float carrying them both away from the battlefield. Deku, Bakugo's voice was raw, you can't just stay safe. Izuku deposited him at the edge of the roof, turned back toward the battle. I'll handle this. Like hell you will. But Izuku was already gone. All Might was losing. Izuku saw at the moment he rejoined the fight, the way his mentor's movements had slowed, the way blood seeped from that old wound, the way time was finally catching up to the greatest hero who'd ever lived. You're dying, All For One. Observed, his voice carrying no emotion. After all these years, after all our battles, you're finally dying. And he spread his arms. I've never been stronger. He's right. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. If All Might falls, he won't. Not while I'm here. Asterisk. Izuku placed himself between All Might and All For One. Young Midoriya, no. All Might's voice was desperate. You can't, he'll kill you. Then I'll die fighting. Izuku didn't turn. That's what heroes do, right? They don't run. They don't hide. They stand. All For One's expression shifted, through amusement, through curiosity, through something that looked almost like respect. You really believe that? After everything you've seen, the corruption, the failure, the lies, you still believe? Yes. Why? Good question, asterisk Nana murmured. Why? Asterisk. Izuku thought about it. About All Might, who'd given everything for a world that didn't know his name. About his mother, who cried every time he left but never asked him to stop. About Uraraka and Iida and Todoroki and Bakugo, who'd become something more than classmates, something like family. Because someone has to, he said. Because if heroes stop believing, villains win. Because, he met All For One's eyes. Because I've seen what happens when people give up. And I refuse to be that person. All For One was silent for a long moment. Then he laughed. Not the mocking laugh from before, something realer, something almost human. You remind me of someone, he said quietly. Someone I lost long ago. My brother. The first holder of One For All. His eyes softened. He believed too. Right up until the end. He's talking about Yoichi. Asterisk. The first. Asterisk. He actually loved him. Asterisk. The realization hit like a physical blow. All For One wasn't just a monster, he was a grieving monster, someone who'd lost the only person who mattered and spent centuries trying to fill that void with power. I'm sorry, Izuku said. All For One's eyes widened. What? For your brother. For losing him. He searched for words. For whatever happened between you. Silence stretched across the rooftop. Then All For One moved. Not to attack, to embrace. His arms wrapped around Izuku with terrible gentleness, holding him like something precious, something lost. You really are like him, he whispered. So full of hope, so bright. His grip tightened. I should kill you. I should end this before you become what he became. But, he pulled back, met Izuku's eyes. I can't. Not yet. Not while you still remind me of what I lost. He's letting us go. Why? Because we're the only connection he has to his brother. The only living reminder of the person he loved. All For One released him, stepped back. Go, he said quietly. Take your mentor. Take your friend. Go, before I change my mind. Izuku didn't hesitate. He grabbed All Might, signaled Bakugo, and ran. They made it 3 blocks before All Might collapsed. His hero form dissolved, leaving the thin, broken man beneath. Blood pooled beneath him, soaking into pavement that had witnessed too much violence. All Might. Izuku dropped to his knees beside him. All Might, stay with me. Young Midoriya. All Might's voice was faint, but his eyes were clear. You did it. You faced him and survived. We survived. Together. Yes. A ghost of a smile. Together. Sirens approached, heroes, finally responding. An ambulance. Help. But Izuku knew, with terrible certainty, that nothing would ever be the same. The aftermath was chaos. All Might was rushed to the hospital, his condition critical, his future uncertain. The symbol of peace, the greatest hero who'd ever lived, lay broken in a sterile room, fighting for a life he'd spent giving to others. Bakugo was debriefed, questioned, processed by authorities who couldn't understand what he'd witnessed. Through it all, he said nothing about Izuku's role, protected his rival's secret with a silence that spoke louder than words. And Izuku. Izuku sat in a hospital waiting room, watching the sun rise over a city that didn't know how close it had come to falling. You did it. Nana's voice was soft, awed. He let us go. Yes. Why? Because you reminded him of something he'd forgotten. Something he'd buried under centuries of hatred. His brother. Yes. Will it last? Silence from the vestiges. Then, slowly, number. Probably not. Grief fades. Hatred endures. Eventually, he'll remember why he started this war, and he'll come for you again. Then I'll be ready. Will you? Izuku looked at his hands, the hands that had faced a god and survived. They shook. They always shook, now. But they were his, and they would fight again when the time came. Yes, he said. I will. Chapter 19 Symbol Shift. The hospital room smelled like antiseptic and grief. Izuku sat in a plastic chair beside All Might's bed, watching the rise and fall of his mentor's chest. Machines beeped in steady rhythm, tracking vitals that had stabilized but not improved. The symbol of peace, the greatest hero who'd ever lived, lay reduced to this, a thin frame beneath white sheets, fighting for breath with every passing moment. He's dying. Kudo's voice was quiet, respectful. I know. The doctors say he might recover, but he'll never be the same. Number. Izuku reached out, placed his hand over All Might's. The skin was warm, still alive, still fighting, but the strength that had defined him was gone. Young Midoriya. The voice was barely a whisper. Izuku looked up to find All Might's eyes open, watching him with an expression that held peace and pain in equal measure. All Might. Don't. A ghost of a smile. Don't apologize. Don't blame yourself. I made my choice long before I met you. I could have done more. At Kamino. I could have. You faced All For One and survived. The words were faint but firm. No one has done that in decades. You saved me, young Midoriya. Never forget that. He's right. I know. But it doesn't feel like enough. It never does. Days passed. The world outside the hospital room didn't stop turning. News cycles spun endless coverage of Kamino, the battle, the casualties, the implications of a symbol who could no longer stand. Analysts debated. Politicians postured. The public grieved for something they'd never known they'd lost until it was gone. Izuku watched it all from the window of All Might's room, feeling the weight of a world that was shifting beneath his feet. They're looking for someone to fill the void. Asterisk. Hikage's voice was thoughtful. I know. Asterisk. They're looking at you. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. Are you ready? Asterisk. Number. Asterisk. Good. Honesty is the first step. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The press conference happened on the 5th day. All Might insisted on attending, against medical advice, against all reason, against everything except his need to face the world one last time as the symbol he'd created. Izuku helped him into a wheelchair, adjusted his blanket, stood silently behind him as cameras flashed and questions flew. I stand before you today, All Might began, his voice carrying despite its weakness, not as the symbol of peace, but as a man. A man who gave everything he had to protect this world, and who now must admit that his time has passed. The room erupted. Reporters shouted. Cameras clicked. The noise was overwhelming. But All Might continued. The battle at Kamino changed many things. It revealed threats we never anticipated, and strengths we never knew we had. But, most importantly, he paused, gathering strength. It revealed the future. His eyes found Izuku. There is a boy, a student, someone who embodies everything a hero should be. He faced all for one without flinching. He saved lives without hesitation. He believes, truly believes, in the ideals I've spent my career trying to represent. He's talking about you. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. He's naming you. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. When I pass the torch, and I will pass it, sooner than any of us would like, I pass it to him. Not because he's the strongest, or the fastest, or the most powerful. But because he has the one thing that matters most, heart. Silence. Absolute, complete silence. Then the storm broke. Dash dash dash. Izuku didn't sleep that night. His phone exploded with messages, from classmates, from teachers, from strangers who'd somehow gotten his number. Reporters camped outside his apartment. News trucks lined the streets. The world that had ignored him for 15 years now couldn't look away. You're a symbol now. Asterisk. Nana's voice was gentle. I didn't ask for this. Asterisk. No one does. It chooses you. Asterisk. How do I? You just, be yourself. Be the person who threw himself at a sludge villain with nothing but hope. Be the boy who saved his classmates at USJ. Be the hero who faced all for one and survived. Asterisk. Is that enough? Asterisk. It has to be. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. Morning brought no relief. If anything, the frenzy had intensified. Izuku couldn't leave his apartment without being mobbed. Couldn't check his phone without seeing his face on every screen. Couldn't breathe without feeling the weight of expectations pressing against his chest. His mother found him in the kitchen, staring at a cup of tea that had long since gone cold. Izuku. She sat beside him, took his hand. Talk to me. I don't know what to do, Mom. Everyone's looking at me. Everyone's expecting. His voice cracked. And I'm not ready. I'm not All Might. I'll never be All Might. You're not supposed to be. She squeezed his fingers. You're supposed to be you. That's what he said, right. That's what matters. She's right. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. Then why does it feel like I'm drowning? Asterisk. Because you are. But drowning doesn't mean dying. It just means you need something to hold on to. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. Todoroki arrived at noon. He pushed through the crowd of reporters with ice and determination, ignoring their shouted questions, their flashing cameras, their need. When Izuku opened the door, he found his friend standing there with an expression that held no awe, just concern. You look terrible. Thanks. Todoroki stepped inside, closed the door on the chaos. The others wanted to come. Uraraka, Iida, Kirishima. But we thought, he paused. Too many people might make it worse. It's already worse. It's been worse since Kamino. I know. Todoroki sat on the couch, his heterochromatic eyes fixed on Izuku. I watched the press conference. All of us did. When All Might said, he stopped. When he said what he said, I understood. Understood what? Why you fight the way you do. Why you push yourself past every limit. Why you care so much it hurts. Todoroki's voice softened. You're not doing it for glory, or recognition, or power. You're doing it because you believe. Really believe. And that, He shook his head. That's rare. He gets it. Asterisk. Some people do. Asterisk. Hold on to them. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. Bakugo came at sunset. He didn't knock, just appeared in the doorway, his expression unreadable, his hands shoved deep in his pockets. Behind him, the crowd of reporters had thinned, driven away by his glare and the threat of explosions. Kachan. Deku. They stood in silence for a long moment. Then Bakugo stepped inside, closed the door, and leaned against it like he was guarding the entrance. I saw the press conference. Everyone saw it. Yeah. Bakugo's jaw tightened. He picked you. Out of everyone, all the heroes, all the students, all the possibilities, he picked you. Here it comes. Asterisk. The anger. Asterisk. The jealousy. Asterisk. The why. The question wasn't what Izuku expected. What? Why you? What makes you so special that he, Bakugo's voice cracked, that the symbol of peace chose you as his successor? He's not angry. Asterisk. Number. Asterisk. He's confused. He's spent his whole life trying to be the best, and now he doesn't understand why someone else was chosen. Asterisk. Izuku took a breath. I don't know. I really don't. Maybe because I was there. Maybe because I never gave up, even when I had nothing. Maybe because he met Bakugo's eyes. Maybe because he saw something in me that I couldn't see in myself. Bakugo was quiet for a long time. Then, slowly, he nodded. Okay. He pushed off the door, moved toward the exit. Okay. But this doesn't change anything. I'm still going to surpass you. I'm still going to be number one. I know. And when I am, he paused at the door. I'll make sure everyone knows I beat the guy All Might chose. He left before Izuku could respond. But there was something in his voice, something almost like pride. Dash dash dash. The days blurred together after that. Izuku returned to UA despite the chaos, despite the attention, despite everything. Classes resumed. Training continued. Life, in its relentless way, moved forward. But nothing was the same. Teachers looked at him differently. Students whispered when he passed. Even the building seemed to expect something from him, something he wasn't sure he could give. You're handling this well. Asterisk. Nana's voice was warm. I'm pretending to handle it well. There's a difference. Asterisk. Pretending is the first step. Eventually, the pretending becomes real. Asterisk. That's terrible advice. Asterisk. Probably. But it's true. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The commission arrived on a Tuesday. 3 representatives, the same ones from before, plus a new face. Older. Harder. Eyes that had seen too much and trusted nothing. Midoriya Izuku. The lead representative, a man this time, with silver hair and colder eyes, opened a folder. We need to discuss your future. Here it comes. Asterisk. The offer. Asterisk. The demand. Asterisk. I'm listening. The commission has reviewed your file. Your performance. Your potential. In light of recent events, he paused significantly. We believe you should be fast-tracked. Moved to a specialized curriculum. Prepared for the role that clearly awaits you. They want to control you. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. They want to shape you into what they need. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. No. The word came out calm, certain, absolute. The representative's eyes narrowed. No. I'm grateful for the commission's interest. But I'm staying at UA. I'm learning from my teachers. I'm growing at my own pace. Izuku met his eyes. That's not negotiable. Good. Asterisk. Kudo approved. Stand your ground. Asterisk. They won't like it. Asterisk. They don't have to. Asterisk. The representatives exchanged glances. For a moment, Izuku thought they might argue, might force the issue. Then the lead representative smiled. It was not a nice smile. Very well. But remember, Midoriya, the commission has a long memory. And we're very patient. They left without another word. Dash dash dash. That night, Izuku dreamed of the vestige realm. The stars were brighter than ever, burning with an intensity that hurt to witness. The faces of the vestiges surrounded him, their expressions a mixture of pride and warning. You've reached a turning point, Nana said. The world is watching. Enemies are gathering. Allies are forming. I know. Asterisk. Do you know what comes next? War. Asterisk. Yes. War. But not the kind you're expecting. She stepped closer, her ghostly hand reaching for his face. The war for hearts. For beliefs. For the soul of hero society. All for One wants to destroy it. The Commission wants to control it. The public wants to consume it. And what do I want? Asterisk. That's the question, isn't it? She smiled sadly. What do you want, Izuku? Not as the ninth holder. Not as All Might's successor. Not as a symbol. Just, you. He thought about it. Really thought. I want to save people, he said finally. I want to protect the people I love. I want to be the hero that little kids can look up to, the way I looked up to All Might. He met her eyes. Is that enough? It's everything. Chapter 20 Quirk Singularity Fear. The laboratory hummed with machines that measured things humans weren't meant to quantify. Izuku sat on an examination table, wires attached to his temples, sensors pressed against his chest, monitors tracking every flicker of power beneath his skin. Around him, scientists moved with quiet precision, taking readings, adjusting equipment, analyzing him like a specimen under glass. This is uncomfortable. Asterisk. N's voice carried the restless energy of someone who hated being still. You're telling me. Asterisk. Not you, me. I hate this. Asterisk. Then don't watch. Asterisk. I'm in your head. I don't have a choice. Asterisk. Izuku almost laughed. Almost. The tests had begun 3 days after the Commission's visit. Nezu had arranged them, not as punishment, but as prevention. If Izuku truly represented a Quirk singularity case, the world needed to know. Needed to prepare. Needed to understand what was growing inside a 15-year-old boy. Your cell regeneration has accelerated. The lead researcher, a woman with tired eyes and steady hands, studied a screen displaying data Izuku couldn't interpret. Compared to baseline measurements from 3 months ago, your healing factor has increased by 47%. Is that good? It's unprecedented. She turned to face him. Your body is adapting to the quirks faster than any model predicted. But adaptation comes at a cost. Here it comes. Asterisk. The bad news. Asterisk. There's always bad news. Asterisk. Your telomeres, the protective caps on your chromosomes, are shortening at an accelerated rate. In simple terms, your cells are aging faster than they should. Izuku's blood ran cold. How much faster? We don't know yet. The data is too new, too unique to compare against established patterns. Her eyes softened, just slightly. But if the trend continues, you may have less time than we hoped. Less time. Asterisk. The words echoed through his mind, through the vestige realm, through everything. How long? Asterisk. We don't know. Asterisk. Months. Years. Asterisk. We don't know. Asterisk. The walk back to UA was the longest of Izuku's life. He moved through streets that suddenly felt foreign, crowded with people who didn't know, didn't care, didn't understand that the boy passing them was counting days they'd never have to count. You're scaring the other students. Asterisk. Hikage's voice was gentle. I'm scaring myself. Asterisk. That's fair. Asterisk. What do I do? Asterisk. You live. Really live. Not as a symbol, not as a weapon, as you. The time you have is the time you have. Make it count. Asterisk. How do I make it count when every day feels like sand through fingers? Nana finished. I know. I felt it too, at the end. But sand can still build castles, Izuku. Even when you know the tide is coming. Asterisk. UA's gates loomed ahead. Izuku paused, looking up at the buildings that had become his second home. Somewhere inside, his friends waited, Uraraka with her endless optimism, Iida with his rigid principles, Todoroki with his quiet understanding, Bakugo with his explosive presence. They didn't know. Couldn't know. You have to tell them. Asterisk. What? No, I can't. They're your friends. They deserve the truth. Asterisk. The truth will hurt them. Asterisk. Secrets hurt more. Asterisk. She was right. She was always right. But knowing that didn't make it easier. Class 1A's common room buzzed with after-school energy. Kirishima and Kaminari argued about some video game. Ishido practiced dance moves in the corner. Yaoyorozu read ahead in their textbooks, her brow furrowed with concentration. When Izuku entered, the room shifted. Not dramatically, just a subtle awareness, eyes tracking his movements, conversations faltering then resuming. He'd become someone they watched now. Someone they studied. You're different to them. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. Does it bother you? Asterisk. Sometimes. Mostly I just. Midoriya. Todoroki appeared at his elbow, expression as unreadable as ever. Walk with me. It wasn't a request. They ended up on the roof, the same roof where Izuku had found Bakugo weeks ago, shattered by loss and fear. The city spread below them, lights beginning to flicker on as dusk approached. The tests, Todoroki said. What did they find? He knows. Asterisk. He's perceptive. Asterisk. Tell him. Asterisk. Izuku took a breath. I'm dying. The words hung in the air between them, ugly, honest, final. Todoroki's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes shifted. How long? They don't know. Months, maybe. Years, if I'm careful. He met his friend's gaze. The quirks are burning through my life force. My cells are aging faster than they should. Eventually you'll run out of time. Yes. Silence stretched between them. Below, the city hummed with life, oblivious, uncaring, normal. What are you going to do? Todoroki asked finally. I don't know. Live, I guess. Really live. Make every day count. Izuku's voice cracked. Tell the people I love that I love them. Fight the fights that matter. Try to leave something behind, something that outlasts me. Todoroki was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. That's a good plan. He turned to face Izuku fully. But you're not doing it alone. What? You heard me. Whatever time you have, you're not spending it alone. None of us will let you. His hand landed on Izuku's shoulder, warm, solid, real. That's what friends do. He means it. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. Hold on to that. Asterisk. The news spread faster than Izuku expected. Not the details, just the truth that something was wrong, that their friend was fighting more than villains. Within days, everyone in Class 1A knew that Izuku Midoriya was living on borrowed time. Their reactions varied. Uraraka cried, openly, unashamedly, and then hugged him so tight he couldn't breathe. You idiot, she whispered. You absolute idiot. Why didn't you tell us sooner? I didn't want to worry you. Worrying is what friends do. Iida stood ramrod straight, his engines humming with suppressed emotion. We will support you. In whatever way you need. That is not negotiable. Kirishima grabbed his shoulders, looked him dead in the eyes. You're the bravest person I know. And we're going to make every day count, together. Even Bakugo, when he found out, had no explosions to offer. Just a long, searching look and a single nod. Don't waste the time you have, Deku. Make it mean something. They're amazing. Asterisk. They're your family. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. The quirk singularity theory became public a week later. Nezu, in his infinite wisdom, had decided that secrecy was no longer viable. The world needed to know what was coming, not just in Izuku, but in all quirk users. The trend was undeniable. Quirks were growing more powerful, more complex, more demanding with every generation. Eventually, human bodies wouldn't be able to contain them. Izuku became the proof, the face of the future. The warning. Quirk singularity isn't a theory anymore, Nezu announced at a press conference. It's a reality. In Midoriya, Izuku is living proof that we must adapt, as individuals, as a society, as a species, or face extinction. The reaction was immediate and overwhelming. Scientists debated. Politicians panicked. The public feared, not Izuku specifically, but what he represented. A future where power outpaced control. A world where quirks consumed their users. They're blaming you. Asterisk. Not blaming. Focusing. Asterisk. Same thing, sometimes. Asterisk. Maybe. But I'd rather be the focus than the alternative. Asterisk. What alternative? Asterisk. Ignorance. Denial. Pretending this isn't happening until it's too late. Asterisk. The vestiges fell silent. There was nothing left to argue. All for One watched from the shadows of his hidden refuge. The news played on screens around him, endless coverage of the quirk singularity revelation, of the boy who embodied it, of the fear spreading through society like wildfire. He's accelerated everything, Shigaraki observed, his scratching more controlled now, almost thoughtful. The singularity panic, the public's attention, the focus on him as a symbol. Yes, All for One's voice carried satisfaction. And symbols can be broken. You want to attack him now. In the middle of all this. No. The ancient villain's eyes gleamed. I want to wait. Let the fear grow. Let society tear itself apart trying to decide what to do with him. And when they're weakest, when he's weakest, we strike. We win. Izuku felt the shift. Danger sense had become more than a warning. It was an atmosphere asterisk, a constant awareness of threats gathering on every horizon. The commission watched. All for one waited. The public feared. And through it all, his friends stood beside him. Training continued, but differently now. Less about power, more about purpose. Every session carried weight, the knowledge that time was limited, that every moment mattered, that this might be the last chance to prepare for what was coming. You're holding back, Bakugo observed during one particularly brutal spar. Stop it. I'm not. You are. The explosive user's palms crackled. You're fighting like someone trying to preserve strength. Like someone afraid of what happens when you go all out. He's right. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. You can't win wars by holding back. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. Izuku stopped. Breathed. Let go. The spar that followed was the most intense of their lives. Blackwhip and explosions. Float and mobility. Gearshift and fury. They fought across the training ground, through the forest beyond, into spaces that had never witnessed such violence. Izuku used every quirk, all 7, working in harmony, and Bakugo matched him. Not with power, with will. With the absolute refusal to be left behind. When they finally stopped, both gasping, both bleeding, both exhausted, Bakugo laughed. It was the first time Izuku had ever heard him laugh like that. Free. Genuine. Happy. You're dying, Bakugo said, and you're still the best fight I've ever had. Is that a compliment? It's the truth. He grabbed Izuku's shoulder, pulled him close. Don't you dare give up, Deku. Don't you dare stop fighting. The world needs you, whether it knows it or not. He's changed. Asterisk. We all have. Asterisk. For the better. Asterisk. Ask me again in 50 years. Asterisk. That night, the vestiges gathered one last time. Not for a warning, or a lesson, or a preparation for battle. Just presence. 8 faces surrounding him in the starlit void, their expressions peaceful, their eyes proud. You've done well, Nana said. More than well. You've exceeded every expectation. I just did what anyone would do. Asterisk. No. Kudo's voice was firm. You did what you would do. That's what matters. What happens now? Asterisk. Now you live. Really live. Every moment, every breath, every heartbeat. She smiled. And when the time comes, when the final battle arrives, you fight. With everything you have. With everything we are. Will you be with me? Asterisk. Always. The stars blazed brighter. Izuku woke to dawn. Chapter 21 Paranormal Awakening. The hideout smelled like decay and desperation. Shigaraki sat in the darkness, surrounded by the remnants of failed experiments, failed plans, failed everything. His fingers moved against his neck in rhythms that had become more compulsive than conscious, scratching, always scratching, as if he could tear away the skin that held him prisoner. He's falling apart. Asterisk. The thought came from nowhere, or from somewhere deep inside, a voice he didn't recognize. He's changing. Asterisk. The changes had begun after Kamino. Not physical, not yet. But something had shifted in the aftermath of that battle. Shigaraki had watched his master face the knife, had seen the moment of hesitation, the weakness that allowed the boy to escape. And something in him had broken. Or maybe something had awakened. Tamura. All for One's voice carried through the darkness, smooth as ever, controlled as ever. But Shigaraki heard something beneath it now. Something he'd never noticed before. Fear. Asterisk. Master. He didn't turn. The preparations are complete. Good. Then we move forward. Forward where? Shigaraki finally turned, meeting those ancient eyes with his own. Red meeting red, pupil meeting pupil. Forward into another failure. Another retreat. Another lesson in patience. All for One's expression didn't change, but something in the air shifted. Tamura. I've been patient. The scratching intensified. I've been patient my whole life. Patient while you used me. Patient while you shaped me. Patient while you, his voice cracked, while you let the 9th escape. The 9th. Asterisk. The name burned through him like acid. That boy. That child. With his 7 quirks and his perfect heart and his hope that made everything Shigaraki had endured feel meaningless. He'll die, All For One said calmly. In time. When we're ready. When we're ready. Shigaraki laughed, a horrible sound, dry and broken and new. Or when you're ready. When you've finished studying him. When you've decided how to take his power for yourself. Silence. Absolute, complete silence. Then, slowly, All For One smiled. It was the most terrifying expression Shigaraki had ever seen. You're finally seeing, his master said softly. Finally understanding. The ninth isn't just an enemy, he's an opportunity. The greatest opportunity in centuries. And when I take his power, you'll take it for yourself. Of course. And me. All For One's eyes softened, became almost kind. You'll have what you've always wanted. A world to destroy. Lives to end. Purpose to consume. Shigaraki stared at him for a long moment. Then, for the first time in his life, he understood. He was a tool. A weapon. A means to an end. And tools could be replaced. The awakening happened 3 days later. Shigaraki sat alone in his quarters, scratching at his neck with increasing violence, when something shifted. Not physically, not yet. But deep in his core, where his quirk lived and breathed and hungered a door opened. More. The thought wasn't his own. More power. More destruction. More death. His quirk, decay, had always been simple. Touch something, destroy it. The end. But now he could feel it reaching. Growing. Changing. He raised his hand, focused on a wall across the room. 5 meters away. Too far to touch. And decayed it anyway. The wall crumbled to dust as if he'd pressed his palm against it. Shigaraki stared at the destruction, at the impossible reach of his power, at the truth that was finally dawning. I'm evolving. Just like the ninth. Just like Tamura. Kurogiri's voice cut through his thoughts. The mist villain stood in the doorway, his golden eyes fixed on the destroyed wall, his expression unreadable. What have you done? I've become what I was always meant to be. Shigaraki smiled, a terrible expression, full of hunger and need. I've awakened. The news reached Izuku through danger sense first. He was in the middle of training when the prickling became screaming, not a specific threat, but a shift a change in the fundamental balance of the world. Something had happened. Something terrible. What is it? I don't know. Nana's voice was troubled. But the vestiges can feel it too. Something's different. Where? Everywhere. Nowhere. It's like All For One, but not. Kudo's realization hit like a physical blow. What do you mean? The presence. The weight. It's similar to All For One, but younger. Fresher. Hungrier. Shigaraki. The name surfaced from the depths of Izuku's mind. It had to be. No one else could. He's evolving, Hikage said quietly. Just like you. But differently. How? We don't know. But we're about to find out. The League of Villains gathered that night. Not in the usual hideout, somewhere new, somewhere deeper, somewhere that smelled of blood and potential. Shigaraki stood at their center, his presence different, his eyes burning with something that hadn't been there before. Things change, he said quietly. I've changed. And so will everything else. The villains exchanged glances. They'd seen him fail, seen him break. But this was something new. Tamura, one started. The villain decayed before he could finish. Not touched, just looked at, his body crumbling to dust as Shigaraki's gaze passed over him. The others stared in horror, in awe, in terror. Anyone else want to question me? Silence. Good. Shigaraki smiled. Then let's talk about the future. Days passed. The world continued spinning, oblivious to the changes happening in its shadows. Izuku trained harder than ever, driven by the certainty that something was coming. Something worse than All For One, worse than the Nomu, worse than anything they'd faced. You're pushing too hard again. I don't have a choice. You always have a choice. Not this time. The vestiges fell silent. They understood, even if they didn't agree. Todoroki found him on the training grounds at midnight. You're still here. I'm always here. Not healthy. Izuku almost laughed. Nothing about me is healthy. You know that. Todoroki sat beside him on the cold ground, his presence a comfort words couldn't match. For a while, they just watched the stars, the same stars Izuku saw in the vestige realm, or close enough. Something's wrong, Todoroki finally said. I can feel it. Everyone can. Like the world is holding its breath. He's perceptive. Asterisk. Too perceptive. Asterisk. Tell him. Asterisk. Shigaraki, Izuku said quietly. He's changing. Evolving. Becoming something new. Todoroki's eyes widened. Just slightly, just for a moment. How do you know? Danger sense. The vestiges. A feeling I can't explain. He turned to face his friend. Something terrible is coming. Sooner than we thought. Then we'll face it together. Together. Asterisk. The word carried weight now. Real weight. The weight of friendships forged in fire, tested in battle, proven in every moment they'd shared. Together, Izuku agreed. The first sign of Shigaraki's evolution came 3 weeks later. A city, medium-sized, unimportant, simply, ceased. Not attacked. Not destroyed. Just gone, replaced by a crater where nothing lived, nothing moved, nothing existed. The news called it a natural disaster. Izuku knew better. He did this. Asterisk. Yes. Asterisk. From how far away? Asterisk. We don't know. But far. Too far. Asterisk. His range has expanded. Asterisk. Exponentially. Asterisk. The implications were terrifying. If Shigaraki could decay from a distance, if his quirk had truly evolved that dramatically, then nowhere was safe. No one was beyond his reach. We have to stop him. Asterisk. How? Asterisk. I don't know yet, but we have to try. Asterisk. All for One watched the footage of the destroyed city with something like pride. Remarkable, he murmured. He surpassed every projection, every hope. He's dangerous. Kurogiri's voice was troubled. More dangerous than we anticipated. Yes. All for One smiled. That's the point. You wanted this. I wanted potential. And potential, he gestured at the screen, has finally been realized. But can you control him? Asterisk. The question hung unasked between them. Because the truth was becoming obvious, Shigaraki wasn't a puppet anymore. He was something new, something separate, something that might eventually turn on its creator. Let him try. Asterisk. The thought came from somewhere deep, from the place where All for One kept his true self hidden. Let him try. And when he does, I'll be ready. Asterisk. The confrontation came sooner than anyone expected. Shigaraki appeared at the hideout's entrance like a ghost, no warning, no announcement, just presence. The villains scattered before him, sensing the change, fearing what he'd become. Master. His voice was calm. We need to talk. All for One turned from his screens, his expression unreadable. Tamura. You've grown. Yes. Shigaraki stepped closer, his hands clasped behind his back, a deliberate choice, a statement. I've grown beyond what you planned. Beyond what you wanted. And what do you want now? Everything. The word hung in the air between them, challenge, declaration, threat. All for One studied his creation for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. Good, he said. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Izuku felt the shift the moment it happened. Danger sense screamed, not at a specific threat, but at the world, at the fundamental change in the balance of power. Something had broken. Something had begun. What is it? Asterisk. The war. Nana's voice was quiet, sad, resigned. It's finally starting. Asterisk. Now. Asterisk. Now. And you're not ready. Asterisk. Then I'll get ready faster. Asterisk. He was already moving, already running toward UA, toward his friends, toward the future that was rushing to meet them. Behind him, the city slept. Ahead of him, everything burned. Chapter 22 War before its time. The sky over Jakku City turned red at 3:47 a.m. Izuku felt it before he saw it, a tremor in the fabric of reality, a scream from danger sense that went on and on without pause. He was out of bed before conscious thought could catch up, Blackwhip already manifesting, float already lifting him toward the window. What is it? Asterisk. I don't know. Nana's voice was sharp with alarm. But it's big. Bigger than anything. The sky cracked. Not literally, not visibly. But something broke in the distance, something fundamental, something that made the vestiges cry out in unified warning. All for one. Asterisk. Shigaraki. Asterisk. Both. Asterisk. Together. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The city was burning when he arrived. Not metaphorically, actually burning, flames consuming blocks of buildings, smoke rising in pillars that blotted out the stars. And in the center of it all, figures moved with purpose that spoke of military precision. Nomu. Hundreds of them. Maybe thousands. They're everywhere. Asterisk. They're targeting everything. Asterisk. This isn't an attack, it's an invasion. Asterisk. Izuku dropped from the sky, Blackwhip lashing at the nearest creatures, clearing space to land. Around him, chaos reigned, civilians screaming, heroes fighting, the world ending in slow motion. Where are the others? Asterisk. Scattered. Responding. Dying. Asterisk. Number. Asterisk. He moved. Dash dash dash. The first hour was a blur of combat. Izuku fought through streets turned battlefields, saving whoever he could, destroying whatever Nomu crossed his path. Blackwhip and Float and Gearshift and Fa Jin, all 7 quirks working in harmony, pushing his body to limits it couldn't sustain. You're burning out. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. If you keep this pace. People will die if I don't. Asterisk. The argument was familiar by now. The vestiges had made it 100 times. But this time, they fell silent. Because they knew he was right. Dash dash dash. He found Mirko in the ruins of a hero agency. The rabbit hero fought like a demon, her powerful legs kicking through Nomu after Nomu, her eyes blazing with fury that bordered on madness. When she saw Izuku, something in her expression shifted, recognition, then relief. The Singularity Kid. She kicked another Nomu through a wall. About time you showed up. Where are the others? Everywhere. Nowhere. Half the city's already. She stopped, swallowed. Already gone. Gone. Asterisk. The word hit like a physical blow. How many? Asterisk. Too many. Asterisk. We have 2. Keep moving. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The second hour brought worse news. Endeavor's flames lit the eastern sky, massive, desperate, failing. The number 2 hero fought like a man possessed, but even his power had limits. The Nomu kept coming, adapting, evolving with every encounter. Izuku reached him just as a massive creature, bigger than anything they'd faced, lunged for the killing blow. Asterisk Blackwhip. Asterisk. The tendrils caught it mid-flight, holding it suspended, buying precious seconds. Endeavor stared, his flames flickering with surprise. No time. Izuku threw the Nomu into a building, watched it collapse, turned back to the hero. Where's Shigaraki? Center of the city. With, Endeavor's voice caught. With all for one. Together. Asterisk. Of course. Asterisk. They've joined forces. Asterisk. For now. Asterisk. Can you hold this sector? Endeavor's eyes narrowed. What are you planning? To end this. He was gone before the hero could respond. Dash dash dash. The center of the city was a wasteland. Buildings had been reduced to rubble. Streets had been torn apart. The very ground seemed wrong, twisted, broken, dead. And standing at the heart of it all, surrounded by the corpses of heroes who'd tried to stop them. All for one. And Shigaraki. They stood apart from each other, not allies, not enemies, something between. 2 forces of nature, each waiting for the other to blink. 9th. All for one's voice carried across the destruction like a physical force. I wondered when you'd arrive. Izuku landed between them, Blackwhip coiled, Float ready, everything prepared for the battle of his life. Shigaraki. He met the younger villain's eyes. This doesn't have to continue. You can still stop. Shigaraki's voice was calm, too calm, wrong for someone who'd spent his life scratching at his own skin. I've heard all the speeches. All the hope. It means nothing. He's different. Asterisk. Completely. Asterisk. Whatever evolved in him, it's erased what was left of the human. Asterisk. Then we fight. Yes. Shigaraki smiled. We fight. Dash dash dash. The battle began. All for one moved first, not toward Izuku, but away, creating distance, watching. This wasn't his fight anymore. This was something new. Shigaraki raised his hand. The decay reached. Not through touch, through space. Through the very fabric of reality. Everything within 100 meters began to crumble, buildings, ground, air itself. Izuku moved, float carrying him above the destruction, Blackwhip lashing toward his enemy. The tendrils decayed before they reached him. His quirk evolved. Asterisk. I can see that. Asterisk. How do we? I don't know. Asterisk. Shigaraki laughed, a horrible sound, full of nothing but hunger. Running already, ninth. I expected more. He's faster than before. Asterisk. Stronger. Asterisk. More focused. Asterisk. Then I have to be faster too. Asterisk. Gear shift. Asterisk. Time slowed. The decay's progress became visible, a wave of nothing spreading from Shigaraki's position, consuming everything it touched. Izuku dodged, weaving between pockets of destruction, searching for an opening. His range is massive. Asterisk. Too massive. Asterisk. If I can't get close. You can't win. Asterisk. Then I get close. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. He pushed. Gear shift to maximum, accelerating his perception beyond anything he'd attempted. Float to minimum, reducing his profile, making him harder to track. Fa Jin building with every heartbeat. Shigaraki's eyes tracked him, barely, just barely, the evolved quirk sensing his approach. Clever. The villain's smile widened, but not clever enough. He focused. The decay intensified, not spreading now, but targeting, aiming directly at Izuku's position. The air around him began to crumble. His costume began to fray. His skin. Now. Asterisk. Fa Jin released. The stored energy erupted, propelling Izuku forward faster than anything should move. He crossed the distance in an instant, his fist aimed at Shigaraki's chest, at the heart of the darkness. Impact. Asterisk. Shigaraki's eyes went wide. Then he laughed. You hit me. His voice was wonder. You actually hit me. He looked down at the fist embedded in his chest, not bleeding, not dying, just accepting. Do you know how long it's been since someone hit me? He's not human anymore. Asterisk. Number. Asterisk. He's something else. Asterisk. Shigaraki's hand closed around Izuku's wrist. The decay burned. Dash dash dash. Izuku screamed. Not from pain, from absence, from the feeling of his power dying under Shigaraki's touch. Blackwhip faded. Float dissolved. Gearshift stopped. One for All, the foundation of everything, began to flicker. He's taking your quirks. Asterisk. Like All for One. Asterisk. But faster. Hungrier. Asterisk. Number. Asterisk. Izuku fought. Not physically, that was useless. He fought with his will, with the connection to the vestiges, with everything that made him who he was. The quirks responded, not leaving, but digging in, refusing to be taken. Shigaraki's eyes widened. You're resisting. Yes. Asterisk. I am. Asterisk. And I won't stop. Asterisk. The vestiges surged. 8 voices, 8 wills, 8 generations of power united against the darkness. They wrapped around Izuku's quirks, protected them, held them against Shigaraki's assault. For a moment, just a moment, the decay faltered. Izuku moved. His fist connected with Shigaraki's face, not with quirk-enhanced strength, just force, just will. The villain stumbled, released his grip, fell. And Izuku ran, not away, toward All for One. Dash dash dash. The ancient villain watched him approach with something like approval. You're remarkable, he said. Truly remarkable. Even now, even with everything, you keep fighting. Shigaraki is beyond saving. I know. All for One's voice held no emotion. I created him. I made him what he is. And now, he glanced toward the destruction. Now he's become something I can't control. He's admitting defeat. Asterisk. Number. He's calculating. Asterisk. Calculating what? Asterisk. Whether you're more useful alive or dead. Asterisk. Help me. Izuku's voice was raw. Help me stop him. You're the only one who knows how he works. Yes. All for One turned to face him fully. But why would I? He's my creation. My legacy. If he destroys you, if he destroys everything, that's still mine. He's insane. Asterisk. Always has been. Asterisk. But right now, he's also the only chance we have. Asterisk. Because if he wins, Izuku said slowly, if he destroys everything, including you, then your legacy dies too. Everything you've built, everything you've been, gone. All for One's eyes narrowed. Go on. Help me stop him. Not because you care about heroes, or civilians, or any of that. Because you care about yourself. Because you refuse to be replaced. Silence stretched between them. Then, slowly, All For One smiled. You really are like him, he murmured. My brother. Always finding the angle. Always seeing. He raised his hand. Let's end this. Together, they faced Shigaraki. The evolved villain stood in the center of destruction, watching them approach with an expression that held nothing but hunger. His hands spread wide, inviting, welcoming. Both of you. His voice was wonder. The master and the rival. Together at last. Tamura. All For One's voice was calm. This doesn't have to end in destruction. Yes it does. Shigaraki's smile widened. That's all I've ever been. That's all I'll ever be. He attacked. The battle that followed defied comprehension. All For One's centuries of experience against Shigaraki's raw, evolved power. Izuku's 7 quirks against the decay that threatened to consume them all. The vestiges screaming guidance, warning, hope. Left. Dodge. Now. They moved as one, 3 forces of nature colliding in the heart of a dying city. The destruction spread outward, consuming blocks, then districts, then everything within reach. He's too strong. We're too weak. We're dying. Izuku felt it happen. One For All flickered. Blackwhip faded. Float failed. The quirks that had defined him, sustained him, made him who he was, they began to slip away. Number. No. The vestiges appeared. Not in his mind, in the world, 8 figures standing between him and the darkness. Transparent, flickering, dying, but present. Go, Nana said quietly. We'll hold him. You'll die. Again. She smiled. It's okay. We've done it before. I can't let you. You don't have a choice. They moved. 8 ghosts against a god of destruction. 8 legacies against an evolved nightmare. 8 wills against everything Shigaraki had become. And for a moment, just a moment, they held. Izuku ran. He found All For One at the edge of the destruction, his body broken, his power fading. The ancient villain looked up as Izuku approached, and for the first time, his eyes held something human. Fear. He's winning. I know. Your vestiges are buying us time. Izuku knelt beside him. Time to finish this. Together. All For One stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. What do you need? Everything you have left. Every quirk. Every scrap of power. Pour it into me. That will kill you. Everything kills me eventually. Izuku met his eyes. At least this way, I choose how. All For One was silent. Then he laughed. Not the mocking laugh from before, something realer, something almost human. You really are his successor, he said. In every way that matters. He reached out. And gave. The power surged. Not gently, violently, decades of stolen quirks pouring into Izuku's already overloaded body. His cells screamed. His mind shattered. Everything he was, everything he'd been, began to dissolve in the flood. But beneath the pain, beneath the chaos, beneath everything, the vestiges waited. We're here. Always. Forever. They caught the power, shaped it, focused it into something usable. And Izuku rose. Shigaraki turned as he approached, his expression shifting from triumph to confusion to fear. You're different. Yes. What happened? I became what I had to be. Izuku raised his hand. The power released. Chapter 23 Full synchronization. The world held its breath. Izuku stood at the center of destruction, surrounded by the remnants of a battle that had nearly ended everything. His body hummed with power, not just his own, but everything, every quirk All For One had stolen over centuries, now flowing through a vessel never designed to contain them. You're burning. Nana's voice was faint, distant. I know. From the inside. I know. You have minutes. Maybe less. Then I'll make them count. Shigaraki stared at him from across the wasteland. The evolved villain had changed during their brief separation, his form shifting, mutating, becoming something that barely resembled human. Multiple eyes dotted his skin. Extra limbs reached from his torso. The decay that defined him now radiated from every pore. You took his power. Shigaraki's voice was wrong, layered, echoing, many. All of it. Everything he'd collected. Yes. And you're still standing. Barely. A smile spread across that terrible face. Dozens of smiles, on dozens of features, all expressing the same hunger. Then let's see who falls first. The battle began. Not like before, not strategy or tactics or skill. This was pure force, two beings of impossible power colliding in a dance of annihilation. Shigaraki's decay reached for everything, Izuku's borrowed quirks answered with fire and ice and lightning and death. You can't beat him like this. Asterisk. Kudo's voice was urgent. I know. Asterisk. You need something else. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. You need synchronization. Asterisk. The word came from somewhere deep, from the garden where 7 quirks had once lived, now expanded to accommodate hundreds. The vestiges had been preparing him for this since the beginning. Training him. Building toward a moment when all barriers would fall. Full synchronization. Asterisk. With everything. Asterisk. With all of us. Asterisk. It will kill you. Asterisk. Probably. Asterisk. Izuku. If I don't, everyone dies. If I do, maybe some survive. He met Nana's ghostly eyes. That's a trade I'll make every time. Asterisk. She was silent for a moment. Then, slowly, she smiled. That's our boy. The synchronization began. Izuku stopped fighting, stopped moving, stopped defending, stopped everything. Shigaraki's decay raced toward him, hungry and inevitable, ready to consume. And stopped. Not physically, conceptually. The power within Izuku had become so dense, so present, that decay itself couldn't touch it. Shigaraki's eyes widened, all of them, as he realized what was happening. What are you becoming? The word echoed across dimensions. In the vestige realm, stars exploded. Each quirk All For One had stolen over centuries, each soul he'd consumed in his quest for power, blazed into existence, filling the void with light that had been denied for too long. The original vestiges stood among them, guiding, welcoming, building something new from the ashes of the old. They're joining us. Asterisk. All of them. Asterisk. Hundreds of quirks. Hundreds of people. Asterisk. And they're all becoming one. Asterisk. Izuku felt it happen, not as power, as understanding. Every quirk, every life, every moment of existence compressed into a single point of awareness. He saw through thousands of eyes. Felt through thousands of hearts. Lived through thousands of lifetimes in the space between heartbeats. And at the center of it all, 8 faces he'd come to love. We're with you. Asterisk. Always. Asterisk. Forever. Asterisk. He opened his eyes. Shigaraki screamed. Not in pain, in fear, in the absolute certainty that something beyond his comprehension was happening. The boy before him had changed. Not physically, he looked the same. But the presence, the weight of centuries compressed into a single form. You're not. I'm everything. Izuku raised his hand. The decay reversed. Not stopped, undone. Buildings rebuilt themselves from dust. Lives restored themselves from nothing. The very fabric of reality knit itself back together under the force of a will that transcended mortal limits. Shigaraki watched his power fail. Watched his evolution regress. Watched himself become human again. Just for a moment, just long enough to feel fear. Please. I know. Izuku's voice was gentle. I know you're scared. I know you never asked for this. I know. He met those red eyes, human again, real again. I know you were a victim too. Shigaraki stared at him. Tears fell from eyes that hadn't wept in decades. What happens now? Now you choose. Izuku lowered his hand. Fight or surrender. Live or die. It's your decision. He's giving him a choice. Asterisk. Of course he is. Asterisk. That's who he is. Asterisk. Shigaraki was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he knelt. I surrender. The war ended not with a bang, but with a whisper. Shigaraki's submission broke the villain forces. Without their leader, without the fear he represented, they scattered, fled, surrendered in waves. Heroes moved through the ruins, securing prisoners, tending wounded, counting the cost of a battle that had nearly ended everything. Izuku stood at the center of it all, watching the aftermath with eyes that held centuries. You're fading. Asterisk. Nana's voice was quiet. I know. Asterisk. The synchronization, it's temporary. The power is leaving. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. When it's gone, I'll be gone too. Asterisk. Silence from the vestiges. Then, slowly, they gathered around him. All of them, hundreds of faces in the starlit void, watching their successor with expressions that held grief and pride and love. You did it, Kudo said. You actually did it. We did it. Izuku smiled. All of us. What happens now? Now, he looked at the faces surrounding him. Now I come home. Dash dash dash. The light faded. Izuku felt the power leave, not painfully, but gently, like a tide retreating from shore. The borrowed quirks returned to whatever place they'd come from. The vestiges dimmed, their presence becoming less urgent, less desperate. And through it all, one face remained. Nana. My boy. Her voice was soft, warm, motherly. You've done so well. I couldn't have done it without you. No. But you did the hard part yourself. She reached out, and this time, for the first time, he felt her touch. Warm. Real. Good. I'm so proud of you. I'm scared. I know. But you don't have to be. She smiled. We'll be waiting. All of us. When you're ready. When I'm ready. When it's time. Her form began to fade. Not yet. Not for a long time. But eventually. Eventually I'll see you again. Yes. The last thing he saw was her smile. Then the darkness took him. Dash dash dash. He woke to sunlight. Not the harsh light of battlefields or hospitals. Gentle light, filtered through curtains, warm on his face. He was in a bed. Soft sheets. Quiet room. Alive. How? You're awake. Asterisk. Uraraka's face appeared above him, tear-streaked and glowing. He's awake. Everyone, he's awake. The room filled with people. Todoroki, his expression cracking into something almost like joy. Iida, ramrod straight but shaking. Kirishima, openly crying. Bakugo, standing in the corner with crossed arms and suspiciously bright eyes. And behind them, All Might, the former symbol of peace, moved through the crowd slowly, painfully, alive. When he reached Izuku's bedside, he sat heavily in a waiting chair and took his hand. Young Midoriya, All Might, you saved us all. We saved us all. Izuku's voice was hoarse. Everyone. The vestiges. All for one's quirks. He stopped, trying to find words. They're gone now. All of them. The power, it's just one for all again. The core. Nothing else. All Might's eyes widened. The other quirks. Faded. When the synchronization ended. He touched his chest. They're still here, but not active. Not awake. Just, memories. Memories. Asterisk. The word carried weight neither of them could fully express. And the vestiges. Izuku was quiet for a moment. They're waiting, he finally said. For when it's time. Dash dash dash. Days passed. Recovery forced. Injuries healed. The world slowly pieced itself back together after a war that had nearly destroyed it. Izuku learned the cost in fragments. All for One was dead, truly dead, his body destroyed in the final battle, his legacy ended. Shigaraki was in custody, undergoing evaluation, treatment for decades of manipulation and abuse. The Nomu program had been dismantled. The League of Villains was no more. But heroes had fallen too. Dozens of them. Hundreds. Names that would be carved into memorials and remembered by generations. Including. He stopped the thought before it could form. Some losses were too fresh to examine. Dash dash dash. The funeral was held on a gray day. Izuku stood with his classmates, watching coffins draped in flags, listening to eulogies that tried to capture lives in words. The rain held off, barely, as if the sky itself was waiting for permission to grieve. They're at peace now. Asterisk. Nana's voice was faint, distant, but present. I know. Asterisk. All of them. Every hero who fell. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. You'll see them again. Someday. Asterisk. He didn't answer. Couldn't. The weight of everything pressed against him like a physical force. But beneath the weight, beneath the grief, beneath everything. Hope. Asterisk. It flickered. Faint. Fragile. But there. Dash dash dash. Months passed. UA reopened. Classes resumed. The world moved forward, as worlds always do, carrying the scars of war into an uncertain future. Izuku trained differently now. Not for power, he had enough of that, more than enough. Not for control, the remaining quirks had settled into something almost peaceful. But for purpose. For the understanding that being a hero wasn't about strength or speed or winning. It was about people. The people who stood beside him. The people who believed in him. The people who loved him. Graduation came on a spring morning. Izuku stood with his classmates, watching cherry blossoms drift across the stage where they'd receive their diplomas. 10 months since the war. 10 months of healing, of growth, of becoming. You ready? Uraraka bumped his shoulder. No, but I never am. She laughed, bright and free and alive. That's why we love you. We. The word wrapped around him like a blanket. He looked at his friends, his family, and smiled. Yeah, he said. Let's do this. Chapter 24 Clash of Successors. The arena stretched before them like a scar on the earth. Izuku stood at its edge, watching wind stir dust across ground that had witnessed too much violence. Behind him, the city rose, rebuilt, renewed, alive with the evidence of survival. Ahead of him, shadows gathered where light shouldn't fail. He's waiting. Nana's voice was faint now. They all were, but still present, still watching. I know. This is the last time. I know. After today, everything changes. He stepped forward. Shigaraki waited in the center of the arena. Not the broken figure from before, not the evolved monster, not the manipulated child. Something new. Something chosen. His body bore the marks of rehabilitation, scars from procedures that had separated him from All For One's influence, from decades of conditioning, from himself. But his eyes were clear. Ninth. Shigaraki. They studied each other across the empty space, two successors, two legacies, two paths that had converged on this moment. You came. I said I would. Shigaraki's lips twitched, almost a smile, almost human. Most people lie. Most people aren't heroes. Are you? The question hung between them, heavy with everything it implied. Are you? Yes. Number. I don't know. I'm trying, Izuku said. Every day. That's all anyone can do. Shigaraki was silent for a long moment. Then he moved. The battle began without preamble. Not the chaos of before, this was different, controlled, deliberate. Shigaraki's decay reached but didn't consume, Izuku's power answered but didn't destroy. They moved through the arena like dancers, each step carrying weight, each strike carrying meaning. He's not trying to kill you. I know. He's trying to understand. Yes. Why? Izuku asked as they circled. Why now? Why here? Shigaraki's eyes flickered, through pain, through confusion, through something that looked almost like hope. Because I need to know. Know what? If I could have been different. His voice cracked. If he could have been different. If any of this, he gestured at the destruction around them, the scars of a war that had nearly ended everything, if any of it mattered. He's looking for meaning. In us. In himself. In the choices that made him. Can we give him that? Only he can. The battle intensified. Not in violence, in intensity, in the desperate need of two souls to understand each other across an abyss of pain and history. Izuku's quirks sang with the effort of restraint, Shigaraki's decay begged for release it wasn't given. You had everything, Shigaraki said, his voice raw. A mother who loved you. Friends who believed in you. A purpose that wasn't destruction. I had luck. Nothing more. Luck. The word was bitter. You call it luck. I call it being in the right place at the right time. Meeting the right people. Choosing to see the good in them. Izuku met his eyes. You could have had that too. If anyone had. If anyone had what? Loved me. Saved me. Shigaraki's laugh was hollow. No one came. No one ever came. He's right. I know. About his past. His pain. His isolation. I know. But I'm here now. Shigaraki froze. What? I'm here. Izuku lowered his guard, completely, dangerously, trustingly. Not to fight. Not to defeat you. Just, here. With you. In this moment. What are you doing? What I should have done long ago. Seeing him. Really seeing him. Shigaraki stared. You're insane. Probably. Izuku smiled. But you're worth the insanity. Dash dash dash. The decay stopped. Not failed, chose. Shigaraki's hand dropped to his side, the power that had defined him falling dormant at his command. Why? His voice was barely a whisper. Why do you care? Because someone cared about me when I had nothing. When I was nothing. All Might looked at a quirkless boy throwing himself at a villain and saw potential. Saw worth. Izuku stepped closer. I'm looking at you now, and I see the same thing. I've killed people. I know. I've destroyed things. I know. I don't deserve. None of us deserve anything. That's not how it works. Izuku stopped inches from him, close enough to touch. You choose. Every moment, every breath, every second, you choose who you want to be. Not based on the past. Based on now. Shigaraki's eyes glistened. I don't know how. Then learn. Izuku held out his hand. With me. With us. With everyone who's willing to see you as more than your worst moments. Silence stretched across the arena. Then, slowly, Shigaraki raised his hand. And took Izuku's. Dash dash dash. The world shifted. Not physically, spiritually. Somewhere in the space between them, a connection formed that transcended quirks and history and everything. Two successors, two legacies, two people, finally understanding each other. He's changing. Asterisk. Because of you. Asterisk. Because he chose to. Asterisk. The vestiges watched in wonder. Even they hadn't anticipated this. Dash dash dash. They stood together as the sun set over the arena. Shigaraki's grip on Izuku's hand hadn't loosened, not from need, but from wonder, from the novelty of touch that didn't destroy. This is what it feels like, he murmured. Connection. Yes. I never knew. Neither did I, once. Before All Might. Before UA. Before, Izuku smiled. Before everyone who refused to give up on me. Will they give up on me? No. The answer was absolute. Some will struggle. Some will fear. Some may never accept you. But the ones who matter, the ones worth knowing, they'll try. Because that's what heroes do. Shigaraki was quiet for a long moment. Then, for the first time in his life, he cried. Not from pain. Not from loss. From relief. Dash dash dash. They walked out of the arena together. Not as enemies. Not as allies, even. Just, two people, sharing a moment, sharing a world, sharing the impossible weight of legacies they hadn't chosen. At the edge of the city, figures waited. Todoroki, Uraraka, Iida, Bakugo. Others, heroes who'd fought in the war, who'd lost friends, who'd survived. They watched Shigaraki approach with expressions ranging from suspicion to curiosity to cautious hope. He's with me, Izuku said quietly. For now. For as long as he wants to be. Bakugo stepped forward. His palms crackled, not with aggression, but with emphasis. You hurt people. His voice was flat. People I cared about. Shigaraki met his eyes. I know. If you try anything, I won't. A pause. I don't know how to be anything else yet. But I'll try. That's what a glance at Izuku. That's what he said matters. Bakugo stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Fine. But I'll be watching. Expected nothing less. Dash dash dash. That night, Izuku dreamed of the vestige realm. The stars were different now, calmer, peaceful, arranged in patterns that felt almost like faces. The vestiges waited among them, their expressions soft with pride. You did it, Nana said. You reached him. He reached himself. I just helped. Asterisk. That's all anyone can do. He looked at them, all of them, the hundreds who'd joined during the synchronization, now faded to echoes. They watched him with love that transcended death. What happens now? Asterisk. Now you live. Kudo stepped forward. Really live. Not as a symbol, not as a weapon, as you. The time you have is yours. Make it count. And when it's over. Asterisk. We'll be waiting. The stars blazed brighter. Izuku woke to dawn. Chapter 25 A new symbol of hope. The morning of the ceremony dawned clear and bright. Izuku stood at his window, watching sunlight spill across a city that had risen from ashes. 10 years since the war. 10 years of healing, of growth, of becoming. The scars remained, on buildings, on hearts, on the very fabric of society, but they'd faded into something almost beautiful. You're nervous. Asterisk. Nana's voice was barely a whisper now. They all were, their presence fading as the years passed. But still there. Still watching. Terrified. Asterisk. Good. Terror keeps you honest. Asterisk. He smiled. Dash dash dash. The ceremony was held in the same stadium where he'd won the sports festival, decades ago. Thousands filled the seats, civilians, heroes, family. His mother sat in the front row, her hair gray now, her eyes still bright with the same love she'd always given. All Might sat beside her, his form frail but his spirit unbroken, watching his successor with pride that transcended words. And on the stage, his classmates. His friends. Uraraka, now a rescue hero with accolades that spanned the globe. Iida, the engine that drove so much of Hero Society's reform. Todoroki, who'd become a symbol of reconciliation between fire and ice, between past and future. Kirishima, whose hardening had saved countless lives. Bakugo, Kachan, who'd finally become the #1 hero he'd always dreamed of being, and who still found time to glare at Izuku with affection he'd never admit. And others. So many others. A generation of heroes forged in fire, tested in war, proven in the quiet years of peace that followed. They're amazing. Asterisk. They learned from the best. Asterisk. Number. Izuku's thought was firm. They taught me. Every day. Every moment. They made me who I am. Asterisk. That's what family does. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The ceremony began. Speeches were given. Awards were presented. History was recounted, the war, the losses, the triumph of a generation that refused to give up. Names were read, heroes who'd fallen, civilians who'd been lost, a world that had nearly ended and somehow survived. And then, to present the final award of the day, we have a special guest. The crowd stirred, whispers spread, cameras turned, and onto the stage walked Shigaraki Tamura. Dash dash dash. The years had changed him. Not erased, transformed. The scars remained, but they'd faded into something almost gentle. His eyes, once hollow with hunger, now held peace. He moved with the quiet confidence of someone who'd faced his demons and chosen to walk beside them instead of being consumed. 10 years ago, he began, his voice carrying across the silent stadium, I stood on the other side of everything. I was destruction incarnate. I was loss made flesh. He paused, gathering himself. And then someone reached out his hand. Eyes turned to Izuku. He didn't have to. Every reason not to was written in blood, mine, his, ours. But he reached anyway. Because that's who he is. That's who he's always been. Shigaraki's voice softened. I stand before you today not as a villain, not as a victim, but as proof. Proof that change is possible. Proof that no one is beyond hope. Proof that the choices we make matter. He turned to face Izuku directly. Izuku Midoriya. The 9th holder of One For All. The boy who became a symbol not through power, but through heart. A smile, genuine, warm, real. This world owes you everything. And I, his voice cracked. I owe you myself. The stadium erupted. Dash dash dash. Izuku walked to the stage in a daze. The applause washed over him, thousands of people, thousands of lives, all focusing on this moment. He reached Shigaraki, and for a moment, they just looked at each other. You didn't have to do this. Yes, I did. Shigaraki's voice was quiet, meant only for him. You taught me that words matter. That acknowledgement matters. That, he swallowed. That love matters. Love. Asterisk. The word hung between them, heavy with meaning. I never, Izuku started. I know. Shigaraki gripped his shoulder. You never asked for anything. You just gave. That's why you're worth everything. Dash dash dash. The final award was presented. Not for heroism, that had been given long ago. Not for power, that was meaningless now. This was something new, something different. The symbol of peace, the announcer read, is a title that has defined our world for generations. All Might carried it with honor. Others have tried to claim it since. But today, a pause. Today, we retire it. The crowd stirred. Because we don't need one symbol anymore. We need many. We need a world where hope isn't carried by a single person, but shared by everyone. Cameras panned across the stage, across Uraraka, Iida, Todoroki, Bakugo, Kirishima, all of them. These are the symbols of our future. Not one hero, a generation of heroes. Not a single light, a constellation of lights. And at their center, the announcer's voice softened, the one who brought them together. Izuku's eyes widened. Midoriya Izuku. Not the symbol of peace. Not the 9th holder. Just, himself. The boy who never gave up. The hero who reached. The proof that hope is never wasted. Dash dash dash. The stadium rose as one. Not in applause, in acknowledgement. Thousands of people, standing in silence, honoring not a symbol but a person. Izuku stood among his friends, feeling their presence like a physical warmth. This is it. Asterisk. Nana's voice was faint, distant, peaceful. This is what we fought for. Asterisk. All of us. Asterisk. Every generation. Asterisk. A world that doesn't need a single symbol, because it's full of them. Asterisk. Tears streamed down Izuku's face. He didn't wipe them away. Dash dash dash. That night, they gathered on the roof of UA. The same roof where so much had happened, where Bakugo had broken, where Todoroki had opened up, where Izuku had faced truths he'd tried to hide. Now it held something different, celebration. You did good, Deku. Bakugo's voice was gruff, but his eyes were soft. Really good. We did good. Izuku smiled. All of us. Uraraka laughed, that bright, free sound that had never changed. You're still too humble. After everything, still humble. It's his thing. Kirishima grinned. Gotta have a thing. Even Todoroki smiled, small, genuine, perfect. They talked for hours. Remembered battles won and lost. Laughed over moments that had seemed terrifying at the time. Lived in the simple joy of being together, being alive, being family. Dash dash dash. As dawn approached, Izuku found himself alone at the edge of the roof. Below, the city stirred to life, lights flickering on, people beginning their days, a world that kept turning no matter what. Above, stars faded into the growing light, the same stars he'd seen in the vestige realm, or close enough. It's time. Asterisk. Nana's voice was barely there now, a whisper, a memory, a promise. I know. Asterisk. We'll be waiting. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. When you're ready. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. He felt them fade, all of them, 8 faces that had guided him, loved him, made him who he was. They didn't leave, they just shifted. Became part of him in a way they hadn't been before. Thank you. Asterisk. For everything. Asterisk. For everything. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The sun rose. Izuku watched it paint the sky in shades of golden rose, warming a city that had survived so much. Behind him, his friends stirred, waking, stretching, living. Hey. Uraraka's voice was soft. You okay? He turned to her, to all of them, the family he'd found, the future he'd helped build. Yeah. He smiled. I'm okay. And he was. Not because the fight was over, it never would be. Not because the world was perfect, it never could be. But because he'd learned the truth that all those generations had tried to teach him. Hope wasn't a destination, it was a journey. And he had the best traveling companions anyone could ask for. Dash dash dash. Years later, when the story was told, they would speak of Izuku Midoriya in many ways. As the boy who'd been quirkless and became the most powerful hero of his generation. As the student who'd carried 8 legacies and somehow survived. As the man who'd reached across the abyss and pulled an enemy back from the edge. But the children who gathered to hear the tales, the ones who would become the next generation of heroes, they remembered him differently. They remembered the way he listened. The way he saw them. The way he made each one feel like they mattered. Because that, in the end, was his greatest power. Not one for all. Not the 7 quirks. Just him. A boy who never gave up. A hero who never stopped believing. A symbol not of peace, but of hope. Dash dash dash. The stars watched over him that night, as they always had, as they always would. And somewhere in their light, 8 faces smiled. Well done, 9th. Asterisk. Well done. Asterisk. The end.